Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is Tuesday, May 12th, 2026. I've made a few adjustments to my thumbnail. I've added some topics, filled it out a little bit more. This is a call-in show on which I invite you to participate. You can see the number on my backgrounds, 657-233-0878. If you would like to call in, have a debate or a discussion, I invite you to do so on any of these topics I have on my backgrounds, or maybe there's something not listed there that you're also interested in. So it's pretty wide-ranging here in terms of the topics that are open to discussion. As long as it's civil, I'm happy to have a discussion. You can also call in by Zoom. There's a Zoom link in my description, and as well as a Zoom phone number. So there are a variety of different ways you can call in. I had 4 calls last time, and I was pleased by that. I see we've got a couple people in the chat so far. Florida Nick and Objective Ethics are here. Hello. OE says, nice haircut, brother. High and tight, or as my Navy buddy says, high speed, low drag. All right. Well, I forgot about my haircut. Yeah, I did get a haircut since my last live stream, and I don't know if it's going to affect my streaming at all. If I'm going to have a higher speed, lower drag stream. But I guess we'll find out. You can let me know. I saw some of your stream a couple days ago, Objective Ethics. He also has a YouTube channel, and he's got a show on Sunday. And I watched some of that. I watched about the first half of it until the open panel. And I emailed you as well, because I saw your comment under the video. So, thanks for the thought, the invitation. He invited me to join a discussion relevant to some topics that came up in his stream. So, I emailed him about that. And who knows? Maybe we will talk about that today. I did say in my email that if you want to talk about any of those topics that were raised, I'm open to that. So it's up to you. Anyone who wants to participate in the chats, I welcome you. Whatever your level of knowledge about Ayn Rand, my show is themed around Ayn Rand, but I'm happy to talk with people who are complete beginners who don't know anything about her. That's a big point of my show, is to introduce her to people who don't know anything about Rand. I'm trying to offer people a different perspective on a variety of issues. So whether you're completely new or you're a veteran Ayn Rand fan for years or decades, I'm happy to have a chat and engage with you. I want to start a goal here, a super chat goal, because I do want to earn some money from this show, and to help encourage that, I'm going to create a goal here of 5 super chats. They can be of any amount, and I'll set that for 3 hours as usual. So at any time, if you want me to give your chats more time and attention, more priority, you can attach some dollars to it, or whatever currency you use. Sometimes I have people from from abroad, overseas, and they send in British pounds or euros. But that's a way for you to get more priority on some topic. There's also super stickers, although that won't make the goal go up here. It says 0 out of 5 here in the chat box at the top left. Let me start sharing that. And I need to refresh that. See, another chat from OE just came in. If you want to see this number go up, it has to be a super chat, but you can also do super stickers. If you don't want to make a comment, you can just do a sticker, or you can just do a blank super chat with no text. But anyway, you can that is available to you if you want to help support the show. And I appreciate any likes on the stream. This is a good time to remind people about that. I think the beginning of the show is a good time to give it some likes if you want to help promote it in the algorithm. I just gave it a like myself. So thanks for any likes, and as well as subscribers. I'm always looking to grow my audience. So if you find the show interesting, valuable in some way, I encourage you to consider becoming a subscriber. All right, OE says in his latest chat, I was very pleased with the way the show went on Sunday. Anti-natalism, anarchy, and MAID. Medically assisted something death. I don't remember what the I stands for. MAID. Anti-natalism, anarchy, and MAID are all deep topics. I've discussed anarchy a few times on my show. I've had a few calls about that. Some people, some of whom call them ANCAPs, anarcho-capitalists. They've called in and we've debated the merits of that viewpoint. This guy you had on your show, it sounded like he was a socialist. So I guess he wouldn't subscribe to anarcho-capitalism. But he calls himself life abolitionism. So, and I guess I can make a few comments about that. So he says we're forced against our will to be born. So I heard maybe the first half of the show, and this is what I recall from that. We're forced against our will to be born, so we're slaves to life or something like this. And I think that's just a distortion of the concept of force or slavery. I don't think those concepts, being slavery or force or coercion, applies until you are a human being. So I think he was just taking those concepts out of context and using them as maybe what Ayn Rand would call a stolen concept, where he has no logical right to use them because he's ripping them out of the context in which they make sense and applying them in some other context and saying, we were forced to be born against our will, so now we deserve kind of reparations, and the state should provide for us. And maybe this is where his socialism comes in. The state should pay for people's lives. And I didn't buy that at all. So, and there also is the point that you can always kill yourself. You can always commit suicide. So, if you feel like you were born against your will and you wish you weren't living, well, you can kill yourself. And I guess that's where the MAID comes in, medically assisted something death. And I remember him saying, I think he said it was just gaslighting for someone to tell him, well, you can just jump off a bridge. Maybe because he didn't think that was humane. So he wants medical assistance, maybe to make it an easy, painless kind of death rather than an inhumane, traumatic one. But I'm not sure. I was thinking, why not just jump off a building, right? That would be I guess, a pretty quick and painless way to die, because I don't think you would notice anything if you just splat on the concrete. It's, I would guess it's pretty much an instantaneous death. So at least you wouldn't need to worry about pain, I guess. But anyway, there's a few thoughts on some of what I remember life abolitionism saying. There was an analogous case, and I see Noah just came in the chat. I'll read your chat in a minute. I was thinking maybe saying that you're forced to be born is like saying rocks are blind because they can't see. You take this concept, blindness, and then take it out of context. Like, you can only either be blind or not blind if you're a human being. I don't think it really makes sense to say a rock is blind, because a rock is not the type of thing that normally has eyesight. So I think that's just another example of taking a concept out of context and applying it to something else. And I think he might have been doing that with the concept of force. Like, if I put a gun to your head and threaten you to do something, then I'm using force. I'm threatening you with force to get you to do something. But if you're just if you are a fertilized egg, you're a zygote, and then someone, your mother carries you to term, I don't think that means you were coerced. You were made to do something against your will. Like, you didn't want to be born, yet someone made you be born nonetheless. You don't have any choice or preference at that point to be overridden by someone forcing you. No one is overriding what you would rather have done. You're not making any choices or trying to do anything yourself at that point. So I don't think it makes sense to say you're being coerced. So I wasn't buying the argument. But we can talk more about that if you'd like. Noah asks, how long did your PhD take? 6 years. Which I think is pretty average for philosophy. Some disciplines, like engineering, I think are usually shorter. Maybe 4 years. But I think in the humanities, they tend to be longer. And I did a master's before that, which was 2 years. Some people, they don't do a separate master's program. They just go straight from a bachelor's into a PhD program. But I did a master's program first. And you can actually get a master's degree as part of a PhD program. Like, I could have applied for a master's during the course of my PhD, but I don't know if I got one by default. Maybe I have 2 master's degrees then, because I did one at one school and then I went to a different school to do my PhD. And in the course of doing the PhD, you can get a master's, but I don't know if you might have to apply separately. I don't know that you just get it by default on the way to a PhD. But anyway, I think that's at least an option. So 10 years in total. Well, 8 years, because I did 2 years in a master's program and then 6 years in a PhD program. So 8 years of graduate school. Well, if you're including undergrad, it was 12 years because I did 4 years as an undergraduate. So 4 plus 2 plus 6, that's 12 years. And I also did some studying separately in the Ayn Rand Institute. They have academic programs, not accredited ones. You say including the BA. Yeah, including the bachelor's. It was 12 years, actually. The Ayn Rand Institute also offers educational programs, and I was in that for many years. They've changed their program around over the course of time, but when I did it, they had a 4-year undergraduate program, which I did, and they had various types of graduate program, and I was in the graduate program for, I think, about 5 years. Sometimes it was just taking one course per term. It wasn't as heavy a load as you would get in graduate school. But I think it's designed, at least partly, with the idea that people who are simultaneously in graduate school or undergraduate school are also taking courses at the Ayn Rand Institute. So maybe they don't want to make the load too heavy so people can do both simultaneously. He's 4 for the PhD. Yeah, it was actually 6 for the PhD. Okay, OE says, yes, that's the argument I raised in response to his force claim. I call it the non-identity problem. Calling it force is a non sequitur fallacy, as nothing exists to be force. Yeah, I agree with that. You're not overriding his choice or her choice to do something, because he's not making any choices. He's not a choosing being yet. And I think I remember you saying something like that in the discussion. All right, my calls are, my phone line is open. Sometimes you have to call in twice in order to get through because I can't pick it up the first time. I'm not sure why. Sometimes I get an error message that says I need to allow mic access, even though I think I've already allowed mic access. But if anyone wants to call in, just want to give you a heads up. You might have to try a couple times. And I will screen your call if I don't know you already. All right. So, what else? You all can take advantage of the fact that I'm caught up in the chat at the moment, so I can give whoever chats next some attention. You don't have much competition right now, but I can talk about some other things in the meantime. I can give you a little reading update. I've continued reading about the Bible. I've been reading about the second book of Samuel, which I think is the 10th book of the Bible. And the Bible is a very influential work, of course, in history and culture, and that's what's motivating me to read it, just to understand the world better. I've read the entire Bible before, but I'm going through it much more carefully this time and understanding it much better. I'm reading it with the aid of many Wikipedia articles, whereas I didn't do that the first time through. So I'm getting a much better grasp. So I'm up to the point where David becomes the king of Israel. That happens in the second book of Samuel. He follows Ishbosheth, who I think is a little-known follower of Saul, who was the first king of Israel. So that's the reading update. I could also talk some about the changes to my backgrounds. Let's see, what changes did I make? I added 1 or 2 lines. Oh, I see somebody has called in. You can see a little, it pops up on my background there. Let me go back to my Zoom to screen that call. All right, so maybe I'll talk about the background later. All right, now you should only be able to hear my side of the audio at first while I'm screening the call. Oh, I see a super chat just came in. Thank you, Objective Ethics, $5. What are your thoughts on medical assistance in dying, voluntary assisted self-deletion? Oh, it says that's the I just stands for in MAID, M-A-I-D, medical assistance in dying. What are your thoughts on that? Voluntary self-deletion. Should I try to answer that briefly now? How long are you going to be here? If you have to go soon, maybe I should answer it now. It might only take a few minutes anyways. Let me give that a heart and a like. Well, just a heart, because sometimes when I give it a like, it starts to flicker, which can be distracting. And let me also... Okay, so I'm going to... I think I'll screen the caller now and then take the call and then address this super chat after the call. Unless you tell me you want me to do it right now. I'm going to give you that option. So I guess if you let me know within 1 minute that you want me to address it right now, then let me know that in the chat and I'll do it right now, because I appreciate that you put some money on your super chat. But if you've got some more time and you're not in a hurry, I mean, you can always listen to this later, but if you don't have a preference on whether I answer it right now or later, then I think I'll take the call first. So I'll give you another 40 seconds. I just started my timer, so you can let me know if you want me to do it now or if it doesn't matter. Okay, in the meantime, let me get prepared to screen this call in Zoom. The number is partly masked, so you don't see it all. So I guess the person chose to dial the phone number for Zoom rather than clicking the Zoom link, and that's why this masked phone number shows up. All right, any chats from OE? I'm getting ready for work so I can listen later. Okay. All right. Then I will address your super chat later in the show. And feel free, anyone, to remind me if I seem to have forgotten to do that later, because I do owe you an answer. But I think I'll probably remember. All right, let me screen this call. Okay, just admitted. Hello. Hi. Yes, I can. Are you a first-time caller? Okay. Do you want to say what your name is? Austin. Okay. Okay. And what are you interested in talking about? Abortion. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, this is fine. Let's before we get too far into it, let me just turn on your audio so the YouTube audience can hear you. Okay, so you should
Oh
be
yeah, sure.
audible now. Let me know, people in the YouTube chat, if there's any audio issues, if you can't hear him, or if I'm too loud, or if he's too loud, and I can try to make an adjustment. All right, so this is Austin. He says he's got a bachelor's degree in philosophy, and he wants to talk about abortion, but not from a religious perspective. He's I don't know if you said you're not religious yourself, but anyways, he's not defending it from a religious perspective. He has other issues or questions about it. So I'll let you restate it now that the audience can hear you.
Yeah, I'm a materialist atheist, so I'm definitely not going to be arguing it from a religious perspective. My stance is that it is proper to be agnostic, basically, on the issue of abortion, because the question of when a moral life begins is basically impossible to answer. Like if you just look at the question abstractly, then you see it's a combination between like a boundary problem, as in like, you know, when does some like vague thing begin? Like for example, one boundary problem would be, when does a pile become a heap? And that's like one of those questions that's like, you know, who knows? Um, and it's a combination between the boundary problem and like an abstract like moral concept problem. You know, like if the question was just, you know, when does a life begin, that would already be extremely difficult to answer. But now that, but if you introduce like, okay, when does a moral life begin? It's like, okay, now this is at least as far as I'm concerned, like impossible to answer. Like I wouldn't even know where to start answering that. You know.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm taking some notes here. If you have YouTube on, you can follow along. I like to do that to help me keep track of the conversation. So there are a number of issues that have come up, and one issue is, so you're agnostic, meaning you're not opposed to abortion, but you also don't support it. You're just in a state of, you don't know whether it's appropriate or inappropriate to sort of abortion to support it, because you have these questions that you don't think there are answers to, or at least it's not clear what they are, such as, when does a life begin? When does a moral life begin? And you said this, you gave an analogy of the heap, the paradox of the heap. Like, when do you, if you add a grain, one grain by grain, you keep adding grains of sand. At what point do you get a heap? It doesn't seem like there's one grain that would make the difference. So when would you? But of course, you get a heap eventually. So it has to happen somehow. But you can't say exactly when. So when do rights begin? I think sometimes that's how the issue is raised. When does a human become rights? Or when does a human acquire rights? As well as, when does a human begin? That's another issue. So there's a lot of issues swirling around here, and
Yeah.
figuring out, where to jump in, what's a good approach. That can take some work. And let me get a cough drop here. So I have some thoughts on all of this, but let me come back to you. I mean, do you have anything else you want to say at this point, or should I just continue?
Just okay. I'm just going to clarify that I think that the kind of non-religious arguments for life beginning at conception are fairly strong, but like not actually strong. But the problem is the arguments for when it starts at, like, you know, say when the first heartbeat happens or when the first neuron forms or something, like those arguments, or like at the 6th month or 3rd month or whatever, like I think those arguments are really, really bad, right? So it's I don't like, and this is what I mean by like I'm epistemically kind of agnostic, because, you know, I think the arguments for it starting at conception are okay at best, but like not enough. But like the arguments for everything else are also like below that, if you know what I mean.
Okay, so you're not really impressed by the secular, non-religious arguments about when life begins. Is
I
that
think they're
right?
not bad, but I don't like believe them. Like,
Okay.
if you know what I mean.
Okay. Well, let's start with this issue. When does life begin? I think there's art. Let's let me make a few points on that. So before there's a fertilized egg, there's already living cells. There's a sperm cell, there's a egg, an ovum, and they're already alive. And then they join, and now you have a fertilized egg, which is a zygote. And some people will say, well, life begins at conception. And I guess what they mean by that, for that to make sense, it has to mean a human life begins, because you already have life before conception, before there's fertilization.
Yes.
The egg is alive, the sperm cell is alive, any cell is already alive. So when people say
Yeah,
life,
bacteria are alive.
yeah, bacteria are alive. So for it to make any sense to say life begins at conception, what they have to mean is some human being's life, if we're talking about human procreators, or a fox's life or a fish's life, depending on the organism, but that being's life begins at conception. Now, so that's one point I would make. That I think it's fair to say that some, like, could I think maybe it would be fair to say my life began at conception, but not my life as a human being. I don't think I was a human being until I was born. This is my view. I don't think you're. See, I take a human life. A, well, let me make a further distinction, and I'm going to write this. There's a noun sense of human, and there's an adjective sense of human. So the adjective sense, I don't know if it's better to start with that one, but I could say there's a human footprint on the beach, for example, and I'm, as opposed to a dog footprint or a bird footprint. If I say it's a human footprint, I'm using the word human, but not in a noun sense. I'm using it as an adjective to describe something. I'm not saying there's a human there, right? That's the noun sense. If I say there's a human walking on the beach, then I'm using human in a noun sense. But if I put human in front of some noun to describe that noun, like a human footprint or a human fingernail or a human bone, then I'm using human in the adjective sense. So I think you could say, using human in the adjective sense, a human life begins at conception. But what I would not say is a human in the noun sense begins at conception. For you to have a human in the noun sense, I think it has to be an independent entity, which means it's physically separate from the mother, and that happens at birth. So until birth, you are not an independent entity. You are attached to the inside of your mother, and that means you're not physically separate. There's another word I'm trying to. Oh, maybe that's. There's another.
Would
I don't know
you
if it's a
rate?
synonym for human for independent entity, but I feel like there's another word that I sometimes use in these discussions, but it's escaping me right now. If I remember it later, I'll mention it. But anyways, I don't think it becomes a human in the noun sense until it's born, because a human is a thing, or an individual. Is that the word I was looking for? Individual. Yeah. Um, you could say a human in the noun sense is an independent entity, or you can say it's an individual. But it's a fetus or an embryo or a zygote in the womb is not an individual. It's not individuated from the mother. It's attached to the inside of her. So I think to be a human is a type of individual, i.e., a type of independent entity, which means physically separate, and a fetus is not that. So I don't think it becomes a human in the noun sense until birth. I'll pause there.
Okay, so I think I mean, would you be fine, like, this seems a little bit absurd, because, like, let's just say some woman was giving birth, right, and and the baby's not out yet, right, and then some dude or the doctor, whoever, just like stabs it while it's still in the womb. Like, that would be insane. Like, the idea that, like, oh, this thing, this fetus that's technically not outside, this baby who's technically not outside the body yet, it's going to be in like 10 minutes, but it's not. That, like, this thing does not have the moral weight basically equivalent to a human or a baby outside the body. Kind of weird to me, like, very, very weird to me. Like, I would think that the baby that is 10 minutes before being born and the baby that's 10 minutes after being born have basically the same moral weight. At least that's my intuition.
Okay. I don't see it that way, and I'm not saying it would be. You said it would be insane, and I might agree with that. But I think many things can be insane that should be legally permissible. I mean, you could choose to eat dirt, eat rocks if you want. That's insane, but should it be illegal to do that? I don't think so. I think as long as you're not violating someone's rights, which means using force against another human being, then you should be free to do it. It might be insane what you're doing, but it's not a violation of rights. And likewise, I would say with stabbing a fetus in the womb 10 minutes before birth, that might very well be an insane thing to do. But I don't think I don't think you should be legally prohibited from doing it, because you're not violating anyone's rights. Because to have rights, in my view, you need to be a human being. And to be a human being, you need to be an individual, an independent entity, and you are not that while you are still in the womb.
I don't really know if this is possible, but, like, presumably for some species, let's just say it is possible for humans, just for the sake of argument, like, that you could give birth to a baby and then the cord is still attached, right? And you could, like, put it back in. Like, if that were possible, which I don't know if it is, but, like, if it were, how would you deal with that, morally speaking? Or is it, like, more like when the cord is snipped, that is the point in time where the moral life comes into being?
To be exact, I think I would say that, or at least I would entertain this view, that it's when the umbilical cord is cut that it actually becomes a rights-bearing entity. It fully becomes independent. And I got this from another objectivist philosopher, Harry Binswanger. He's the one I believe I first heard this from. And it gives, I think what I remember him saying, oh, hold on, somebody is calling. If that's you, you can just go to voicemail and leave a message and let me know what you want to talk about. Let me mute this. You can probably hear that because I didn't put it on Do Not Disturb, but I just did that. All right. It's going to stop in a second. Okay. So I just put it on Do Not Disturb. So if anybody else calls in, it's just going to go straight to voicemail. If you use the Google Voice number, which is the number on my background, as opposed to the Zoom number, which is in my description. So you can just let me know in the voicemail what you want to talk about, or you can mention it in the YouTube chat, and I can screen you a little bit there. Okay, so what was I saying? I lost my. Yeah, the umbilical cord. And I got this idea from Harry Binswanger, and I think he said one reason you might like this idea is that it gives you a chance to inspect the infant and perhaps catch some defect it has, like Down syndrome or something else. Maybe you can catch that in the womb, but maybe there's some defect, some problem that the infant has, which you can't see while it's in the womb, but you can see once it's out, and you have a last chance to inspect it and see, do I want to be responsible for at least 18 years of my life, if you're in the US, for raising this thing, which, oh no, it turns out it has no arms. Or, I mean, obviously that's something you could catch on an ultrasound while it's still in the womb, but if there are some kinds of defects which cannot be caught while it's still in the womb, or maybe they can, but you just made a mistake and somehow you didn't see it on the ultrasound, but for some reason you are only able to see some problem that the infant has once it's born, but it's still attached, well, you now have a chance to tragically end its life while it's still attached by the umbilical cord. But once you cut it, I would say it's got rights now, and you cannot end its life. So that's what I would say to. Well, you asked about putting it back in the womb. So that's somewhat different than what I was just talking about. Are you still there? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was talking about putting it back in the womb because, like, I thought originally that your distinction was whether or not it was within the woman's body or outside of the woman's body.
Well, that's kind of a proxy.
Apparently, it's more about attachment. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it's mostly unattached. Once it's outside the womb, it's not as like embedded with another, or it's not as intertwined. I'm not sure what the best word to use is, but it still has at least some attachments when it's got the umbilical cord attached. But there actually are cases of fetal surgery, which sometimes people have raised to me in discussions about abortion. There was one recently. They found that a fetus had a tumor growing on its sacrum, like the bottom part of its spine, I think, and they took it out to remove this tumor, and then this was like I think it might have been 24, 25 weeks, and then they put it back in and sewed the womb back up, and then the baby was delivered some weeks later. So I would say it didn't become a human once it was removed for fetal surgery. I guess since the umbilical cord was still attached, it was a fetus which was taken out and then put back in. And then once it was born and the umbilical cord was cut, that's the point at which I would say it's now an independent entity. It's an individual. It's fully separated from its mother physically, and it now qualifies as a human being.
So two things. One, it seems a little bit absurd to me that, like, the umbilical cord is like the one, difference. At least to me, there's no functional difference between, like, the moment before the umbilical cord is snapped and the moment after, right? Like, the baby is, at least my impression of the science is that it is approximately as independent as it was after it was cut. But, like, just to expose this thought experiment a little bit more, apparently it's not just a thought experiment, but, like, imagine that surgery that you were talking about just now, like, that they had snapped the umbilical cord, and then they also found a way to surgically reattach it later, right? Like, what would be the moral status of that baby, of that, maybe you don't want to call it a baby, but, like, of that baby when it has been removed and the umbilical cord snapped, but it's going to be reattached later.
Right. Yeah, I haven't thought as much
about... the rights being, like, turned on and off,
I guess, I mean, this one I haven't thought as much about. I've thought about it a little bit, but I don't have as worked out a view about that. But I guess maybe what I would say about that is it's a fetus. It's still a fetus. Well, this might depend actually on how, maybe whether it's viable. Like, let's say it's 25 weeks into the pregnancy, and then they take out the fetus for fetal surgery, and it's not capable of surviving on its own outside the womb. So maybe there I would say it's it's um, it's still a fetus, but if it's at a point of pregnancy where it can survive outside of the womb, let's say 9 months minus 1 week, let's say it can survive outside of the womb, and although they don't intend to have to take it out and then put it back in, but for whatever reason they do take it out at 9 months minus 1 week. They do some surgery on it. In the course of doing that surgery, the umbilical cord snaps. Maybe I would say it's a human at that point because it has viability and it can survive outside the womb without being attached to the mother. Normally, I don't think of viability as the criterion of when something becomes a human. The main criterion I use is it being an independent entity or an individual. But there might be some very unusual cases where a secondary criterion kicks in, like this one you just raised, where it's taken out and then by some mistake or accident the umbilical cord snaps. Maybe in these very rare cases, a secondary criterion after being an independent entity, or maybe in its place, would kick in, and maybe I would use something like viability at that point. So I guess that's my immediate thought, but this is subject to revision. This is not like a well worked out view I have.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to do here is to poke holes in the at birth line where you draw between a human and a not human, or something with rights and something without rights, where it's like you do this surgery and then like let's just say minus 1 week from 9 months, and it like has rights, and then you reattach it and you put it back in, and it's like suddenly it doesn't have rights. But to me, it's a lot more. It makes a lot more sense to just say it had rights the whole time, especially since and it's the same thing with like the woman has just given birth, but the umbilical cord is still attached, right? As far as I know, there's nothing really coming through the umbilical cord. Like, yeah, you could say that they're connected and so they're not separate beings, but like as far as moral things are concerned, moral things do not rest on like technicalities of whether or not like this cord that is basically inert is or is not attached, right? At least that would be my moral intuition.
Well, I'm wondering if this is just a legal issue, at least, or maybe partly a legal issue, like the age of majority. For example, it's 18 in the U.S. In some countries, it's 21. In other countries, it's 16. There's no, I don't think there's one magic answer. It has to be exactly this. I think there's a reasonable range. Like it couldn't be 3 years old. Yeah. But we're getting into these very, I don't know if I want to call them technical cases or borderline cases. Exactly where do you draw the line? When exactly does it become a human? Like if I'm cutting the umbilical cord, what if I only like partly cut the cord? I've only my scissors have only crossed the halfway point, and then on my first snip, and I have to take 2 snips in order to fully cut the umbilical cord. Does it become a human after the first snip, or do I have to wait for the second snip so it's entirely severed? I mean, I don't have an answer to something like that.
Yeah, that's why I'm agnostic on this. That's why I think it's epistemically a little bit odd, very odd to like say, okay, it is at this point. And since the analogy you're drawing is to like whether or not it is to the 18-year mark or to the 16-year mark or the 21 or whatever, right? Like I think we all understand though, like as a society, that number is arbitrary, right? Like they really could have just put it to like 17 years and 6 months. And there would be basically no difference. And there is no like scientific or highly philosophical criterion that said like, okay, it's going to be 18 years and not 18 years minus 10 seconds. But when talking about abortion, it seems that we're not talking. We don't understand that these lines that we're drawing are basically just arbitrary lines. And furthermore, when we're talking about the 18-year mark, it doesn't matter if we're wrong about that very much, right? Maybe the correct answer is actually 17 years, but whatever. But for a moral life, for whether or not something is right or not, I mean, that's a really, really big issue, And I guess you could say that I'm pro-life in that I think that we should err on the side of caution and probably just put it at conception. But, regardless, it just seems the analogy to the 18-year mark is true in terms of it is a good analogy in terms of this thing being really hard to decide, but it's not analogous in terms of importance and in terms of general recognition that, yeah, this is an arbitrary line. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't know if I fully agree with that. I might partially agree. So there are some cases where age of majority can be significant. Like if you commit some crime, are you going to be, let's say you kill someone, you murder someone. If you're a juvenile, maybe your sentence will be significantly less harsh. Maybe you'll be executed if you were an adult, but since you were a non-adult, maybe you get 10 years in prison, or I don't know what it is, but there might be some important differences that follow, even though, if you were a day older, if you're 18 minus 1 day, right, your sentence could be radically different. So I think there are cases like that in the law sometimes, or rape, that's another one.
Yeah.
Depending on, whether adult or not, it might count as rape, and that could carry huge consequences. Maybe not as big as, killing a ending an entire life. So I see how it could be more significant in the case of abortion. But I wouldn't just dismiss entirely the idea that the age of majority. I wouldn't say that's trivial or it doesn't have big effects. Sometimes, at least.
It definitely has big legal consequences, but I think as a society, we also, or at least most more educated people understand that it is an arbitrary distinction. We chose 18 just because it was a convenient round number and it sounded approximately correct. But when people are arguing about abortion, it's okay, it's definitely not a conception. Or Ayn Rand. I mean, I don't know anything about Ayn Rand, but I did look into her thoughts about abortion before this, just for background. And supposedly she agrees with you, or you agree with her, that it's at birth. And it's okay, well that's. I mean, that seems arbitrary or wrong, or to me, you know what I'm saying, in a way that's different from the 18 thing, where it's okay, yeah, people argue for 18, but we also all know that it's more or less arbitrary.
Well, I don't know that I would say it's arbitrary as opposed to optional. So I wrote that on the notes here. I think there's a range within which it's reasonable to have the age of majority. So 17, 18, 19 in different countries are within those. Within
it's not
range.
Completely arbitrary.
So I might say it's optional. To just say it's completely arbitrary would be to say we can set it at age 3, or we can set it at age 75. That would be totally arbitrary. But you maybe say arbitrary within a range, or optional within a range. But I guess I don't want to haggle too much over that. I don't think it's too important. But I do think there might be a disanalogy with the case of birth, because I do think it is it's, um, part of me wants to say a metaphysical difference. There's a new entity in the world once it is born, and that also has epistemological implications. We are aware of the world in terms of entities. Like I look out in the world and I see a bunch of things, a bunch of entities, people, cars, rocks. That's how we interface with the world. It's the world of entities, and a fetus becomes an entity, a part of the world. It's not just like a bump or behind a bump on a woman. It's a new thing in the world. So I think there's a metaphysical difference and an epistemological difference once there's a new entity in the world. And I don't think it's arbitrary. It's why we celebrate birthdays. You know, why don't we celebrate people's birthday minus 5 days or something, or birthday plus,
or 9 months, yeah.
plus 7 weeks or something? No, it's we celebrate birthdays. It's a big deal. We've got this new thing in the world, and we didn't just arbitrarily decide to make a big deal out of this day. I think it has metaphysical, epistemological significance. So I wouldn't say it's arbitrary, at least not entirely. So, well, let me just pause there and come back to you and see if you want to reply to any of that.
The thing that I'm saying is arbitrary is, I mean, it's not like actually arbitrary, right? Like there is a difference between a snap umbilical cord and one that's not, right? But it just seems odd to me that like one, there's the whole problem where you can like reattach it and then unattach it and then that whole thing, which kind of, it doesn't seem correct that you could like switch rights on and off by attaching or reattaching, unattaching and reattaching the cord, right? But also that thought experiment of switching it on and off kind of shows that this criteria of snapping an umbilical cord is itself like really weird, because after the woman has given birth, right, and the umbilical cord is still attached, it's just a spatial material attachment. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't see why this, like it seems like a technicality that the thing is still the baby is still attached to the mother in that case, and that like you can just snap this thing and then like I don't see the difference. You can say that there's a metaphysical difference, but like I don't know, like if for some reason I fuse my hand into like a wall or somebody else threw a burn or something, I don't know how it happened, but like let's just say it happened, like you could call it a metaphysical change that like, okay, now you know the tip of my finger is fused into this thing, but like you know I could just peel it off. It'll hurt, but you know I could peel it off, and then you know what was really the difference?
Okay. So I want to mention a case, the case of a coma patient, because it occurred to me that might be a case where someone gains and loses rights, and then so like let's say you go into a coma at a certain point. I think your relatives are justified in holding your rights in trust, and they can decide to pull the plug at a certain point if it looks like there's no hope of you coming back.
Yeah.
So I think you can lose rights, but let's say that this coma patient makes a comeback, and no one knows why. The doctors don't understand it, but all of a sudden, the coma patient regains consciousness. Well, I would say, and then goes on to live a normal human life. I would say that the coma patient has lost rights while he's in the coma, at least after a certain point. If it seems like it's hopeless, maybe. I think now other people can decide whether to pull the plug that's sustaining him. So he loses rights, but he can gain those rights back, potentially, if he somehow makes a comeback and regains consciousness. And I think this might just be a very weird, unusual case. And, you know, sometimes you have weird, unusual cases in the world. And maybe some of the cases you're raising are like this, where a baby might or a fetus might be born or out of the womb, and then there's some accidents, some medical accident. They sever the umbilical cord, and but it's viable. It could just stay out of the womb, but maybe they think it would be better off, maybe develop better if it goes back in. So they put it back in and reattach the umbilical cord, and maybe it loses rights again. I'm not sure. I haven't thought about that much, as I said, but I just wanted to mention that there are sometimes strange cases where I think you can gain and lose rights. And this might just be one of those weird cases.
So two things. One, the coma patient example is decidedly like non-arbitrary, right? It makes a lot of sense that like if someone is never going to wake up, then, you know, for all intents and purposes, the person is dead, and therefore they've lost their rights. But it turns out that, oh my God, you know, the 1 in 1 trillion chance happened, and then that guy like does wake up, then, you know, this normal person, whatever, right? Like that makes sense to me, and it's like non-arbitrary. It's not a way that you could turn it on and off and on and off again, right? Like unless, you know, if the person did fall into another coma and then there was another 1 in 1 trillion chance that like he got up again, I mean, that would be, I mean, that, you know, well, the chances of that happening is like 1 trillion times 1 trillion. I mean, like, you know, like you could, that's an extremely rare case, basically impossible to manufacture. And it's, again, that's decidedly non-arbitrary. The second thing is, this example that you're bringing up is actually an example that's used, like the coma example is used in pro-life arguments, right? And the idea is, let's just say a person is in a coma and they're going to wake up in 9 months, and everybody knows that they're going to wake up in 9 months. Then presumably you can't like kill the person, right? Like because they're a potential conscious being, you can't kill the potential conscious being, right? It's like being like when you're asleep, you can't kill the person, even though like what you actually treasure about people is like, you know, their consciousness, right? You can't kill them while they're unconscious because they're potentially going to be conscious in, you know, 9 hours or whatever. And it's the same thing across 9 months. Maybe it's different across like, you know, 900 years, but whatever, you get my point. And so the baby who's in the womb for like, who's outside the womb or is inside the womb like 9 months minus 1 month or 1 week or whatever, like is a potential life, you know what I'm saying? Is a potential consciousness. And so at least in the in the secular pro-life arguments, like your point is actually in favor of the pro-life argument.
Okay, on the unconscious coma patients, I think as to whether you can kill him, it might depend actually on who's paying for it. Like, let's say it costs millions of dollars to keep him tied up to this machine that's sustaining him all this time. Well, who's going to pay for that? I mean, I guess if he has his own funds and he states in his will, if he even has a will, in the event that I go into a coma, I want you to use all my life savings to support me until my life savings runs out. And so, but let's say he doesn't have that will, and it's, you know, it falls on someone else to foot the bill, the very expensive bill to keep him alive. It's even if you think he's going to come back after 9 months, it's not clear to me that other people have to sustain him if he hasn't, you know, made provisions on his own. So I think maybe you could unplug him. So just being unconscious and having a guarantee that you're going to come back, I don't think, right now at least, I don't think that's sufficient to say it would be unjustified to unplug him.
But in your case, we're talking about, you know, the baby is outside of the womb, right? Like you know, the woman's not doing anything extra, or, you know, it's 1 week before, in which case the cost is fairly small or something. But since it would favor me to argue the it's already outside the womb case. Like, could you argue the outside the womb case with the argument you're currently proposing right now? Like, I don't think that works, right?
I'm not following. Could I argue the outside the womb case? What is the case?
Um, you're saying that if the cost is too high, then you might just unplug the person. Like, let's just say it costs $1 billion to sustain this person for 9 months, then yeah, you just like unplug. Sure, but the case that you are arguing for is that the baby is already outside the woman's womb, and the only thing attaching them is an umbilical cord. In which case, the cost to sustain this thing is basically zero. In fact, yeah, it is zero. You know.
Yeah,
Like
cost was not an issue in the umbilical, in the baby case, as I was thinking of it. It was more an issue of whether it's an independent entity or an individual, and I'm thinking right now, at least I entertain the idea that so long as it's not an independent entity, meaning physically separate, then it's not a human, because a human is a type of independent entity. That's how I think of it. And it's close. I mean, it doesn't take much to make it an independent entity if all that's connecting it is the umbilical cord, but I would say it still hasn't crossed that threshold.
And my point was, well, one, there's the thing where you can like turn rights on and off,
Yeah.
which there is another, there's the example that you brought up, which like, yeah, in this like very, very specific case, it is possible, this very, very specific and unlikely case, it is possible to turn rights on and off, but that's not a case that you can contrive. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't make that. But meanwhile, the baby case, like, apparently you can. And secondly, like, I just don't see like physical connection. I mean, you're calling it a metaphysical connection, but as far as I can tell, like, that's just a physical connection. You know, the metaphysical part is what like you might idealistically impose on it. But to me, like, you know, if for some reason like I underwent a procedure to like, you know, I got a really bad burn because I'm in a fire with somebody else, and then like my finger gets fused to like their shoulder or something, like that doesn't mean anything, right? Like, okay, I'll just go through a procedure to unattach my finger from their shoulder. Like, who cares? You know what I'm saying? Like, the fact that the physical connection is basically like, I don't see why it's important at all, basically.
Well, I think it's different when you already have been an independent entity, and then you get fused somehow, at least temporarily. I think that's different than if you never yet were an independent entity, and then you become one for the first time. So I
Or
guess,
the 10th time, if we're like turning it on and off.
yeah, these are these are strange cases. Siamese twins or conjoined twins. That's another case. Sometimes people raise they're connected, but not in the way that it's not like the way the fetus is connected when it's inside the womb. They're not living inside of another person. They're conjoined in a kind of symmetrical way. But I guess in the case where you get fused to some other person, was that it, or some other object?
Yeah.
I guess we could. Well, I guess if it's, I'm thinking of this scene from what's that movie, Christmas, the A Christmas Story, where there's a kid and someone dares him, maybe they double dog dared him, to stick his tongue to a pole in the middle of winter, and his tongue freezes to the pole. Have you seen this movie?
Well, yeah, it has happened to. Well, I don't know if I've seen the movie, but it's happened to me before when I was like 5. But yeah.
Yeah. So if you know, I don't know exactly what the conditions have to be, but maybe if the pole is wet and you stick your tongue on it, then your tongue will stick to it and you can't pull it off, at least not without a lot of pain and tearing your tongue. So this happened to the kids. So what do we say about the kid at that time? Like, is he no longer an independent entity? Well, I guess in a sense we can say that. Um, but he had been one a few moments ago before he stuck his tongue on it. So if you're living your whole life as an independent entity and then somehow you get temporarily stuck to something, I don't I don't think that. Um,
But do you see how it's just a physical connection? It's not a metaphysical connection.
well, maybe we should dive into
Like,
that
at least that's
some.
the
Like
argument.
what is meant by saying it's a metaphysical versus just a physical issue. And I'm not sure that was the best term to use, but when I when I use the term metaphysics, I think when many people use it in philosophy, they mean the basic nature of something.
Hmm.
So that one way you can carve up the realm of existence, which is the only realm there is, on my view, is to divide the world into entities and non-entities. So Aristotle had in his work, The Categories. He had a list of, I think it was 10 different categories, and the basic category was what he called substance. There was, and he distinguished between primary substance and secondary substance. And primary substance was a particular individual, like me, Dan, or you, Austin, or this dog, Fido. And then a secondary substance would be the concept dog, which refers to both Fido and Lassie and Rex, and the term man or human, which refers to me and to you and to Rand, using man in a generic sense, not a gendered sense. But the primary being is, he called it, ousia was the Greek term for substance. Now there were other categories like attributes, like if something is red, like a red leaf, the leaf might be a primary substance, but an attribute is something that can't exist on its own apart from the leaf. You can't have just free floating redness. There has to be something that is red. Whereas, so red is predicated of substances, but substances aren't themselves predicated of other things. Like I could say this leaf is red, but I wouldn't say something is a Dan in the way that you say something is red. So um, I'm not sure. It's been a while since I've had to explain this idea, but I think the way Aristotle explains the difference between substance and attributes is that attributes can be predicates of subjects, whereas subjects cannot. They can only be predicated of. They are not themselves predicates. So, trying to tie all this, and there's other categories he mentions. I don't remember them all. I think number, quality. I think those are some of his categories. But the basic nature of something, I think, includes whether it's a substance, or I think Ayn Rand would probably instead use the term entity. You encounter that more in her writing, but I think it means basically what Aristotle meant by primary substance. So if you're carving up to the world into the basic things that there are, whether they're substances or non-substances, well, that's what we're doing. In the case of abortion, we don't have a substance yet. We don't have a primary substance, an entity yet. We just have a part of an entity. That's like your kidney or your liver is a part of you, but it's not an independent entity in the way that you are, you as a whole. So I think that term metaphysical could actually apply and be relevant here to say there is a metaphysical difference between you and you when you were a fetus. Because in one case, you are just a part of an entity, but you weren't an entity. You weren't a substance. So I think there is a metaphysical difference. Now, if by physical, well, that term is itself, it's controversial as to what it means, if anything. There's some discussion on that in the literature in academic philosophy. But if what is meant by saying something is physical, sometimes people say, well, it means it occupies space or maybe they would throw in time, space and or time, or it's something that we observe through extrospection as opposed to introspection. That's another way people sometimes distinguish between the physical and the non-physical. Like the thoughts I'm having in my mind right now, I can't perceive them out in the world through extrospection, like through my senses, but through introspection, I can be aware that I'm having the thoughts of an elephant right now, for example. So that's another way. Now, I guess you can't, if we're going to use that, we can't extrospect the fetus, right? I can't see it directly. I can see a bump on the mother, right? But I can't see it directly. So you might say that there's a physical difference of some sort. But anyways, I don't want to go on too long. I just wanted to throw out some thoughts about these terms, metaphysical versus physical, and how they might apply to fetus versus a baby that's been born.
Is the baby that's still attached via the umbilical cord the equivalent of a nail to you, like a nail on a mother?
Oh, a like nail on a mother?
Parts of the mother. Nail, yeah.
Like a fingernail.
Yeah.
I guess I mean, there's clearly a difference, but is it a difference in the sense of maybe I would say that there's not a difference metaphysically in that they're both parts. They're still both parts. They have very different natures, but they're still both parts. So in that sense, I think I would say no. There's not a metaphysical difference regarding.
Is there a moral difference?
I mean, there's a moral difference in terms of how you treat it. And let me just again put the caveat: this is all new, fresh thinking. Maybe I could be persuaded otherwise, but for now, I'm going with the idea that they're both parts. But I think you could still say there's a moral difference. Like if you were to cause like you could clip off your fingernails, no problem. But if you clip off the limbs of this born fetus, or this baby still attached by the umbilical cord, if you just pulled off its arms without any good reason, then I think that would be monstrous if you're just causing an unnecessary pain, just as with an animal. Like, I don't think animals have rights, but that doesn't mean I think it's not bad to just torture an animal. I think that's terrible, and that's morally corrupt to do that. It wouldn't be a rights violation, but it would be morally corrupt.
Okay, so it has moral weight, but it doesn't, but not as a human. Yeah,
I think so.
Okay, okay, let's just say, there's a dude who like has chickens in his backyard, right? And like earlier that morning, he like slaughtered one of them, right? And then later and then he's gonna eat it later, whatever. Later he goes to a hospital, and then and then some random woman's giving birth, and the baby's outside the womb, and he just goes up to it and like kills it. Like that to me, there's a very big difference between him killing the chicken and him killing the baby that's literally like just been born.
And is still attached by the umbilical cord, or
yeah.
Yeah, I think there is a difference. I mean, they might both be bad. Like if it's not his chicken, if it's somebody else's property.
But they're not equally bad.
Yeah, I don't think it's equally bad.
Even if someone,
like the mother.
Let's say the chicken is somebody else's property. Like it still doesn't. Like it's not even remotely in the same realm.
Yeah, I think there is a big difference. I mean, the mother. I guess he's killing property in both cases. Like if it's not his child and he kills the baby in the womb, he's violating the mother's rights, and that's bad, and he's doing it.
But it's the equivalent of clipping a nail, right?
Well, I think in terms of rights, no. See, it's like well, let me give this example. Like, let's say you kill somebody's pet. You haven't violated the pet's rights because it doesn't have any rights. You violated the owner of the pet's rights. And I think likewise, I don't know if it's exactly right to say there's a relationship of a relation of ownership between a parent and the child, but there's some kind of. I think that the person's rights who are being violated if you kill a fetus in the womb is not the fetus's rights because it doesn't have any. It's the rights of the parents. And I mean, it's a terrible thing to do, but there is a rights violation going on, but it's not a violation of the rights of the fetus.
Okay. I mean, I guess to me, like the fetus is just like a lot more important than like, you know, a nail or even like a finger or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Like if someone was about to give birth and I just like slipped them, you know, Plan B or whatever it's called, like that would be that would be. I mean, okay, maybe I shouldn't use the word insane, but like that would be morally abhorrent to me. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe I'm wrong, but like there's something special about that fetus, right? And I guess I'm not convinced, and I think that most people's moral intuitions would be that there is like that a baby that has been born, like if the mother's like, all right, you know, time to abort, right? Like after the baby has been born, but the umbilical cord has not been snapped, like that would be really odd. And furthermore, like I guess again, like I'm not convinced that the umbilical cord being connected has this like extremely high moral importance, you know,
Mm-hmm.
such that it would literally turn on a person's rights.
Yeah. Okay. I'm enjoying this conversation, but let me just check at the chat. I haven't looked at the chat in a while, and I just want to see what's going on in there. I like to look back there every once in a while. I see Gene is here. Hi, Gene. Robert was in there a while ago. Hello, John Wayne. Hello. Let's see. We also got Josh. I think you might be a new person. Let's see who else we got in here. The Efficient Piggy. Okay. I'm not going to have time to read these right now. I just want to take a quick glance to see who's in here. I see there's another super chat from Objective Ethics for $5. Let me give that a heart. I'll read that one right now. He says, "Are you willing to ask your guest's opinion on MAID, medically assisted? What was it? Medical assistance in death, like assisted suicide, basically. I think that's what that is. Voluntary assisted self-deletion. I guess if you want to answer that right now, I invite you to do so. There's someone in the chat. He submitted a super chat asking, "Are you willing to ask your guest's opinion on MAID? I am curious about both of your opinions." So, if you would like to answer that,
Oh yeah, sure,
you're welcome to.
sure.
Okay, yeah, I guess you can do that right now if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, coincidentally, this question about MAID and the abortion question came up in a bioethics class that I took in undergrad. So I actually do have a prepared answer for this. Basically, MAID is usually used on either people who are like suffering immensely and are and you know, from medical problems, or they're like, you know, 90 or something, and they don't want to suffer another 5 years, and so they like ask someone to you know, finish them off early, basically. Or is used in like depression cases where like someone has like extreme depression and they just sign up like I don't want to live like this anymore. And in the case where it's like it's a medical issue and this person's like bound to suffer immensely for the rest of their life, I think MAID makes a lot of sense. And I'm pretty sure, I mean, I don't know this for sure because whatever, like, but in the past, I'm pretty sure this is the idea of like they just walk into the forest on their own. basically kill themselves quietly. No one in the village makes a big deal of it, but there it is. But when it comes to the depression case is, I mean, when I was in like middle school and high school, like people would make this like joke where it's like, oh, you're depressed, oh, just kill yourself, and what MAID is the PC term, is the like softer way of saying like, okay, well, why don't you just kill yourself, right? And like in the cases of like an old woman, like that makes sense. But in the case of depression, it's like the argument is that depressed people were born with certain genetics and they're just like depressed all the time. But that's not true at all, because depression rates have risen substantially over time, and like and so have suicide rates, et cetera, et cetera. And so like if you take a step back, for the depression cases, it kind of looks like what's happening is society really sucks. It's created the conditions for people to end up in cases of depression that are historically unprecedented. And then the state says, oh, I don't want to take care of you. I can just kill you. Do you want to do that? And then they're like, okay, you know what? I'll just kill myself, or I'll have you kill me. And it's like, it's a thing that's happening in our society, but it's not good. And also, I guess there's the third case, which is supposedly the state is running into problems with providing healthcare, because some people, basically, like if you have a free healthcare system, then you're going to have cases where the amount of money that it takes to take care of somebody is literally like 10 times the amount of money that it takes to, the amount of money that like people earn over their entire lifetime. And for a lot of these cases, it's just like, you know what, I'll just kill you. It's like, I'm not going to pay for this. Why don't I just offer you MAID, right? And so, I'm bringing up the example of 10 times, but sometimes it's like a lot less than that. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, okay, it costs like $500,000 to take care of you. So I'm going to start pushing, the just kill yourself option on you, which saves the state money. And so, yeah, I mean, when you break MAID down into individual cases, the individual cases require like individual ways to look at it, I guess, where like, in these cases, like, okay, yeah, if it takes like $1 billion to save you, yeah, sure, like I can see why you might like push MAID onto them, but like if it's $500,000, that's a different story, et cetera, or like the depression case, et cetera.
Okay, I think all medical care should be private. I don't think the state should be involved with that. And I remember there was discussion of death panels some years ago. I think it might have been when Obamacare was being debated back around 2010 or somewhere around there. But I think we should have a private system, and people should be able to pay however much they want. So if you're a billionaire and you want to spend your last $1 billion to keep you alive for another 3 weeks, you should be free to do that. It's your money. But you get into all these quandaries of, exactly how should we spend the money if the money doesn't belong to anyone in particular, if it's just this all put into this collective pot. Then you run into these conflicts. Oh, I think it's worth spending $1 million to keep him alive for another 3 weeks. And someone says, no, it's not worth it. Let's just pull the plug. And I don't think there's any good way to decide that unless you have private property and rights over how you exercise your property. And this comes up in so many ways, like, what should we do in the public schools? Should we teach creation science, or should we teach the theory of evolution? You have some parents who are religious and they want this, and you have other parents who are not so religious and they don't want that creation stuff. I say privatize the schools. And then you can send your kid to a religious school if you want, and if you don't want, you could send your kid to a secular school. But whenever you have governments forcing people all into one pool, forcing everyone to pay taxes, and then those taxes have to be it's got to be decided how that tax money is going to be spent, and then you have this pressure group warfare. You have these competing factions fighting over how to spend the loot. And what I say is stop looting. That's what should happen. There shouldn't be any loot to spend. People should have their own money and get to decide. But that's a somewhat different issue than MAID directly, which I looked up, by the way, and to get the acronym exactly right. And so medical aid in dying is the correct acronym, it appears. And I support that. I mean, I think it should be legal. Assisted suicide is how I used to hear the term. I guess MAID is a relatively new acronym to me anyways. But I think people have a right to their lives, and if they're depressed or terminally ill and they have some painful cancer, I think they should be free to get help in ending their lives. There are, well, maybe I shouldn't mention tricky cases right now. Maybe we already have enough tricky cases to deal with the abortion, but I just wanted to at least give some attention to that super chat. I don't know if Objective Ethics is still listening. He said he was getting ready to work. Maybe he's already at work now. But anyways, I'll say that much. Let's see. Do I have anything else on MAID before I want to go on? I don't think so. But you can ask a follow-up Objective Ethics if you want, and maybe I can say some more. But I'll just leave it there for now. Okay. Do you want to go back to the abortion issue, or I don't know how long you have here, but we can go back to that if you'd like.
Well, sure.
All right.
I guess, yeah. I mean, just to recap. I mean, my general point is that it's very hard to pick a specific like cutoff point where like you gain rights, and it's correct to just like, at least in my opinion, to just be like, okay, well, we don't actually know when is the point that you gain rights. I mean, maybe it's even like a gradual thing. Maybe it's a thing that's like gained over the course of the 9 months. Who knows, right? And it's like you get like partial rights halfway through. I don't know. Like there are a lot of possibilities here, and there are a lot of possible cutoff points. And like it seems epistemically, what do you say? Maybe even irresponsible to be like, okay, I'm 100% sure it's at this point in time where it's like, you know, it's going to be exactly the point in time that I sniff the thing, you know. I guess one question that I'd offer to you is like, presumably you're not like literally 100% certain that it is at the sniffing point in time, right? Like what probability would you give it? 80%, 40%, like?
Just a second. I want to type something here so I remember this point I want to make. Okay. What percentage, how much certainty do I have about whether snipping the umbilical cord is the point at which it gains rights? I don't know that I can put a number on it. I guess I would say I'm very confident that it at least has to be born outside of the womb, because I think that's where it makes a big step, if not all the way, if it's not like 100% an individual entity, 100% of 100% human.
What if you snip it inside the womb? Like, what's that?
Well, it's still not an independent entity if you did that, because it's. So I would say it doesn't gain rights.
Oh, I mean, so apologies for interrupting, but like, wouldn't that be like even more arbitrary? I mean, you wouldn't even need to do any like special procedure then. So you snip it inside the womb, and then you take the baby out, and then maybe you like pull like it out, like most of its head is out, and then you shove it back in, and then you pull like it to its feet or something, and you shove it back in, like, and then you pull the entire thing out, and then you shove the entire thing back in. Like this seems absurd to me. Like, you know, are there rights being like halfway granted when only like the first little part of his head is out? You know what I'm saying? And in this case, you don't even need to like do any special procedure, you know? And this probably is happening like literally right now.
Yeah,
Like
I
presumably
don't
there's
think
probably a
it's.
baby right now that's like halfway through the canal or whatever and getting pushed back into water.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is something I haven't thought much about, but just again, off the top of my head, if it's only halfway out, it's not yet an independent entity. So I guess I would want the whole thing to be out. I mean, I don't know how much these questions matter. Like, how relevant is it? Um, but if you are going to press me and demand an answer right now, like if you put a gun to my head and say you have to make a choice, I guess I would say it's not yet an independent entity. So I'm not going to say, even if you've clipped the umbilical cord while it's inside the womb, it's still not. It's like your I don't know, like maybe some food you've ingested. It's in there. It's in your stomach, um, but it's not out in the world as an independent entity until it is. Like if you vomit, now the food is out. Now it's an independent entity. And likewise with the fetus, I think it's, if it's not all the way out, it's not yet independent. It's almost there, but it's not there yet. So um,
What I'm trying to do with like posing these like really weird questions is to point at, or is to poke at this idea or to point out how kind of arbitrary this, you know, idea of like, okay, it's touching the mother and therefore it is not an independent entity, or like maybe it is, you know, you get
touching her from the inside. And I mean, you can hold somebody's hand and you'd be touching them, but if you're, that's not being
okay, they put their hand in my mouth. It's like the same difference, right? Or they even like somehow it's like this whole sword swallowing thing. I don't know. Well, okay. Well, actually, there's
let me
example of this, but you know, whatever.
Let me maybe just zoom out a bit here and say it's not arbitrary, this idea of entities. This is how we experience the world. We are aware of a world of entities, and that I don't think is arbitrary. To think that being an entity is like core to how we experience the world. So now we can get into like exactly these very tricky cases. Like, what do we say about a tree? Is a tree an entity? Well, it's not like it's touching the earth. It's got roots that are down in the earth. So is it not an entity because of that? What if we cut the tree down? So it's now like it's fallen down on its side. Is it now an entity because it's no longer attached by its roots to the earth? What about a human being? Right now, I'm sitting in a chair here. So am I an entity? Well, my feet are on the ground. My legs are on a chair, which is touching the ground. So like you can't like put a hula hoop around me and go all the way to the ground. So like if you put it over my head and all the way down to my feet, you couldn't pull out the hula hoop unless I picked up my feet. So is that what we should use to decide whether I'm an entity, whether I have any momentary, like, do I have to jump up in the air to fully be an entity and have nothing on any side of me? But then I'm touching air molecules on every side of me. Even then when I am jumping in the air. So you can get into these really tricky cases on, you know, exactly how are we going to define what an entity is, exactly how independent does it have to be. But does it really matter in many of these cases? Maybe not. But maybe we could at least say, like, there's a big difference between when a fetus is on the inside of a woman and when it's outside of the woman. And maybe we can haggle over the umbilical cord and these cases about taking it out for surgery, then putting it back in a rare case, and these very unusual cases. But I don't think these sorts of tricky, borderline, very unusual cases negate the fact that there's a big difference metaphysically, epistemologically, between entities and non-entities. So I don't know if that was worth anything,
Uh,
but I felt like getting on a soapbox a bit about like the I don't know about the relevance of these sorts of tricky cases. Like,
I guess to me, like something being an entity or not has not a ton of something being a separate entity or not has not a ton of connection with like whether or not they happen to be touching at a given point in time, you know, or even if it's touching like within that thing, right? Um, necessarily, right? Like again, like you know, if you put your hand in my mouth, like that's we're not the same entity. And furthermore, like I think if we really drill down to the absolute root of it, like the idea of an entity is itself kind of a mental imposition upon the world, right? Like there's no like 100% objective set of rules such that you can define like, oh, you know, this entity is separate from that entity, or like what is an entity. And when you do define something like that, even if such a set of rules did exist, the set of rules would exist not because like the set of rules was like metaphysically true, but rather because it's like useful mentally for us at a given point in time. But like to counter more specifically this whole like entity argument that you're making, to me, okay, and I also reserve my right to take what I'm about to say back. But to me, what a moral entity is like a separate mind, right? And so, for example, in the case of the conjoined twin, like you could say that they're one entity in some sense. But to me, like it's pretty clear that if one conjoined twin does something evil, then like we should strive to only punish that conjoined twin, that like half of it, you know, like if possible, we should strive to do that. Does that make sense? And so like you could say, I guess, that the mother and the child that's outside the womb, or maybe inside the womb, like they have separate consciousnesses, right? So like, why wouldn't you treat that in the same way as you would
okay,
the conjoined twin,
yeah.
where they're
So
separate moral entities because they're separately conscious?
so on the issue of consciousness, I don't think consciousness suffices to give something rights. And this
Sure,
applies to
fair
the
enough.
case of animals. Like animals are conscious, but and I think it would be bad to just torture an animal. But that doesn't mean you're violating its rights. This comes to another point I want to make, which I bolded here on the screen. It was a point I wanted to make earlier, and I for whatever reason I didn't get to it until now. But the point of rights is to provide individuals with a principle as to how they should interact. I think that's what gives rise to the need for rights. When you have, I talked some about this in the last live stream. If you're just alone on an island, you have no need for rights. But
Mm-hmm.
if someone else joins you on the island, now there's a question. Well, how should I interact with this person? Should I try to enslave them and exploit them, or should I uh, engage with them in a voluntary way and respect their choices? And if we can't come to an agreement about something, like we might want to have a division of labor, like I work on finding food and this other person works on building the shelter. But let's say they say, no, I don't want to build the shelter. I want you to build a shelter. I want to look for the food. So maybe they can't come to an agreement. And then there's a question, you know, how should they deal with their disagreement? Should they resort to force, beat each other up, or should they just go their separate ways? And the idea of rights is that the way you should interact with other people is to not initiate force on them. So you're free to act as you choose, so long as you are not coercing or initiating force against other people. So this whole the context for the principle of rights is the question of how individuals should interact. And I think that whole issue is not relevant when you're dealing with a fetus inside the womb. This is not another independent being and you have to decide, well, how should I relate to this person? Should I coerce it? Should I respect its choices? That issue is just premature. It doesn't exist yet. So the entire context of rights, in my view, doesn't apply. And this is another angle on this our discussion, which maybe hasn't been emphasized enough. But I did want to mention it now, and I don't know how it impacts the direction you want to go from this point, but I did want to get that on the table. And I see Objective Ethics just came in with 2 more super chats. Thank you. Let me just read those. I don't know if we'll answer them right now, but let me at least read them and give them hearts. He says, part 1 of 2. So far, the consensus has been in favor of MAID. The disagreements are only with implementation. So why doesn't the government want to allow it? Okay. And then part 2 of 2 says, because the government cannot extract value out of dead people. All right. I might say something about that later. If you want to comment on that now, Austin, you can. But we can just go back to the abortion, or the point I just made about rights in its context, if you like. Up to you.
Okay. Well, well, while I was thinking about his question, I kind of lost my train of thought. So I guess I'll address objective ethics question first.
Okay.
I don't think the government doesn't want to allow MAID because it can't extract value out of dead people, because the people that MAID is being applied to are generally negative.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Sorry. I think the audio wasn't coming through because I switched to a different scene. I saw Nick. I think if you talk now, they'll be able to hear you. I apologize. The last couple minutes were lost. You were talking about MAID. Can you see when I switch to the chat window, which you can see right now? It's called a different scene. Oh, it's actually this other audio thing I need to. Okay, now I think it'll be heard. This is called one scene in OBS when I have the chat window up. Before I was on this scene, now you can see the notes I was taking. And whenever I switch from one of these scenes to another, the volume controls are not like automatically carried over. So I have to unmute when I go from one scene to another. And that's probably why Nick made this comment. So I'm sorry about that. I don't know if you want to repeat or maybe sum up in a briefer form what you said in the last couple minutes responding to objective ethics, but you can. No obligation.
Okay, sure. So the government doesn't the government doesn't gain anything from keeping people alive. Like, the government wants to apply as much. Like, if you thought of the government as just like a capitalist, I guess, like corporation that's trying to extract as much money from the people as possible, then obviously you would want MAID, because you would want to get rid of the people who are not productive, and the people who are not productive are going to be the people who want to basically die, right? So I don't think that's the reason why the government doesn't want to allow it. And I'm pretty sure that the reason that government has traditionally not had MAID is because it's just like thought of as unethical, because like every life is precious and that kind of thing.
I'm looking up what countries allow MAID.
I'm pretty sure the answer is basically zero, except for like Canada and furthermore, like basically zero before, the year 2000 or whatever. I mean, I don't know when the cutoff is, but.
So what I see on the Google overview, I can try to share this on the screen, and I'll switch back over to my OBS scene with the Google window. Okay, so it says medical aid in dying, encompassing voluntary euthanasia and assisted suicide, is legally permitted in several countries, including Canada, Belgium, the Netherlands, Switzerland, Spain, Colombia, New Zealand, Luxembourg, and all Australian states. It is also legal in 10 U.S. states and Washington, D.C. Okay. So I didn't know that. I didn't know where. I thought maybe it was legal in some states, but not others. But I didn't know the extent of it. So there's according to the Google overview. I haven't thought about this much. So why doesn't the government want to allow it? So I guess we have to restrict that to want to allow it in the places it actually doesn't want to allow it, because I guess in some places it does allow it. But I haven't thought about that much. Like, why doesn't it allow it in the places it doesn't? It actually doesn't allow it. I wonder if they want control over people's lives. I mean, taxation. That's taxation and regulation is a way that the government controls people's lives. And maybe this is just another form of it, another form of controlling people's lives, overriding their own choices. But that's just off the top of my head. I see you put another chat in. You say the government gets massive value from the medical industry. There is so much more money in treatment of symptoms versus curing the disease.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I've heard this said about drug companies. Like, instead of curing something, they just want to manage some problem you have. I don't know what examples. I can't remember what examples have been given. But let's say, for example, there's a cure for diabetes, but instead of just offering the cure, they want you to keep buying insulin for your whole life. So they are incentivized to not tell you about this cure. I don't know if there's any plausibility to that, or if this is just some kind of conspiracy fantasy. And I don't know what examples. I just made that up, the one about diabetes. But I've heard that kind of thing said about various medical treatments. I don't feel like I fully got the logic of the question, though. I feel like I could get a better grasp. Let me just read it again. So far, the consensus has been in favor of MAID. The disagreements are only with implementation. So why doesn't the government want to allow it? And then I guess your second super chat there, part 2 out of 2, is that a proposed answer? Why doesn't the government want to allow it? Because the government cannot extract value out of dead people. Oh, so if they're killed, if they allow them to die, then they can no longer tax people. Is that why they might not want it? But they could get their. They do have. There's a death tax, right? Or an estate tax. So I think when you die, they can still get some of your money. So if that's what you're saying, they might have an incentive both ways to keep you alive, because then they can tax you, but they can also benefit even if you don't stay alive, because then maybe there's some death tax or an inheritance tax they can get. And then, okay, so let me go back to your last chat again and read that one again. The government gets massive value from the medical industry. There is so much money in treatment of symptoms versus curing the disease. Oh, so they want to keep people alive because the government gets more money if people are being treated for some problem rather than just ending their lives. But why do you say the government gets massive value from the medical industry? Maybe the next line or your next sentence is your explanation. There's so much money in treatment of symptoms. But how does this work? Like, is it? I guess the government has to be involved in healthcare or medicine for this to make sense. Because if it's just a private free market system, the government isn't going to be getting value. So maybe there's an implicit assumption here that we have a system like Medicare where the government covers costs of old people. And I guess if maybe if you're one of these old people and you're on your deathbed, isn't the government is on the hook to some extent, right, for paying for the bills if you're on Medicare, but then that's money coming out of the government. That's not which ultimately means out of the taxpayer's pocket. So is that the idea? Like the government says, hey, we've got all these people in deathbeds and we don't want them to die, because if they die, then we won't have a reason to request more funds from taxpayers. So we can get more money from the taxpayer so long as these people are still living. I don't know if that's the reasoning you have in mind or what, but I'm just trying to think this through. Okay. All right. So that's all I have for now on that. Let me take a look at, let's see, I guess no one else has called in on Zoom. And I have Do Not Disturb turned on my Google Voice, but let me see if there's I don't see any voicemails left there, so maybe nobody's trying to call in. But you can let me know in the YouTube chat if you want to call in, and then I'll factor that into how I want to do the show. But we can come back to abortion if you'd like, Austin.
Sure. Yeah.
Yes, I don't remember where we left off. I had made a point about rights in the context in which they apply, and said rights are for a principle guiding how individuals should interact with each other. And so the context of rights doesn't exist if we're talking about a fetus in the womb. It's not an individual whom you can interact with.
I don't. Yeah. Okay. So I had two things about this. One, I don't even remember how exactly it connects, but it's like, animals. Oh, I remember now. You were. I was talking about like how you have two consciousnesses within, both a mother and the baby, and also two consciousnesses within conjoined twins. And you were saying that consciousness is not the separating factor here. The separating factor here is human consciousness, right? You brought up the word human before, at least. I mean, and what I would say is, like, in that case, you would have to defend that snipping the umbilical cord transforms the consciousness of the baby into a consciousness of an animal to the consciousness of a human, which is like, kind of, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But secondly, with regards to this, like, what is the origin of rights thing? I mean, once again, I don't know why the baby with the umbilical cord attached wouldn't be treated as an individual if, like, the only, or like they're like, 90% out the womb. If the only thing that's like connecting them with this other person, at least under my conception, it's another person, the only connection between them is this like physical touch, and it's like, what does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with rights? You know, what is the physical touch of what does the physical touch have to do with rights? That seems like an arbitrary place to draw the line.
Okay. I'm not sure I fully got the last point, but maybe we can come back to that. And I wonder if we should start with some easier cases, or what I think might be easier, and then work up to these more difficult, tricky cases. We've been spending a lot of time on on very tricky cases, I think, and I think maybe a better approach would be to begin with easier cases, and then later get to trickier cases. I don't think the best way to explain what an animal is or a plant is to start with something like a Venus flytrap, which moves around at least a little bit and sort of eats stuff. If you're explaining to a child, what is an animal, I don't think you should start with something like a Venus flytrap and say, this is actually not an animal, it's a plant. No, you would take some very simple cases, like just a maple tree on the one hand to illustrate a plant, and like a dog to illustrate an animal. And I think we might be falling into this mistake of starting with harder cases rather than easier cases. So
Sure.
Let me see if I can reorient a bit and say, would you agree that the principle of rights is meant to give guidance on how separate human beings like you and I should interact with each other? Does that seem plausible, correct to you?
Yes.
Okay. So if that's the basic point of rights, how to give humans guidance on how they should interact with other humans, then I guess it's at least not obvious that the issue of rights is relevant when we're talking about a fetus. Now, maybe you could argue that, yeah, it actually does apply even there. But I think at this stage, I just want to say it's not obvious. There's at least a question as to whether it applies. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. That's why I'm like agnostic about this, right? Like maybe the cutoff point really is, snipping the umbilical cord, but who knows? I just don't think it's very convincing compared to, yeah.
So I guess if we're in agreement about the basic idea of rights and what their purpose is, then I wonder if we could also find agreement on some other cases, like the case of zygotes, which is just a fertilized egg, or a blastocyst, where the fertilized egg has started to multiply, and maybe it's a few dozen or a few hundred cells in size. We're not even at the embryo stage. I wonder if we would agree about those very early cases, set aside the harder ones that come later, umbilical cord, etc. Are we in agreement that something like a zygote or a blastocyst does not have rights?
No, we're not in agreement on that, because I'm agnostic about this issue, right?
Okay.
I think that there's a very, at the beginning I said that I think that there's a strong argument, not like completely convincing, but there's a strong argument that life starts at, the moral life starts at conception. And the argument is something like the one that I proposed earlier, which is that like potential, human consciousness is, should be treated with rights, or it should be treated as a moral life. And the example before was like we compared it to a person who's in a coma for 9 months. They're going to wake up in 9 months. That they're going to be conscious in 9 months, and be human and whatever. And so you should treat that person and not like a normal person with rights, and not just like stab them and be like, oh, stabbing that guy was like basically equivalent of killing a rock, because or killing a blade of grass or whatever.
Okay.
Like it seems pretty clear to me that they do have like human rights, etc.
Okay. The person in a coma who,
whether or not that analogy 100% works, who knows? But I think it's a at least decent argument.
Okay. Well, maybe it's better to focus on these cases, which I think are more clear, because if we're not even in agreement about zygotes and blastocysts, then it's probably impossible for us to reach agreement about much more difficult cases, at least what I think are more difficult cases. So I think it might be better to focus on these earlier cases. What do you think?
Sure. Although, just to re-clarify my position, it's not that like I disagree with you in terms of like,
yeah, you're agnostic.
Oh, I think that this is the case, and then you think it's not the case. It's more like you think it's like 90-something% chance it's not the case, and I think it's like 60-something% chance it's not the case.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess it would be harder to reach agreement on the later cases than on the earlier cases. Like if we're not going to reach agreement even on the earlier cases, we're certainly not going to reach agreement on the much later cases. So, now, so I think
well, I don't think that's necessarily true, right? Like one person might argue that a baby that has been born, could, and the thing is cut and everything, and they've been alive for like 6 months or something, like outside the womb, that like that person can still be aborted. That is an example of a later case that would be like a lot easier to agree on, and etc. than like an earlier case, right? I mean, I might agree with. Like I'm totally fine with us switching the conversation to the earlier cases if you think that would be productive, but it's not like logically necessary that is more productive.
I see. Yeah, when I say later cases, I don't mean like 10 years later, like when the child has, it's a 10-year-old child. I by later, I just mean like when we're around the umbilical cord cutting stage, or when it's halfway out of the womb, or that's what I mean. I think it would probably be easier to reach agreement on zygote or blastocyst cases than on those very close to birth time cases. Does that seem correct?
Sure. Wait,
okay.
I actually slightly lost your train of thought there because I was reading Robert's comment. But,
well, let me read Robert's comment. Let me maybe be good to engage a little with the chat. Let me see what he's got to say there. Question for caller. The notion that one would have a degree of certainty on these issues implies that there is some unknown aspect, some knowledge yet to be gained. But what more could we know? Bottom line, no, we're not uncertain about what individual rights are, nor when one is an individual. A one. All right. So.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I mean, we are pretty uncertain about what when one is an individual, right? Because I mean, I think that merely touching something does not make you like combine with them, and in the case of individual rights, right? Like, if they're like, the baby whose umbilical cord has been cut and they're like 90% out the womb, right? Like, I mean, out the canal, it's like that person is the only connection that baby has with the mother is like just touching, right? Like, in which case that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Furthermore, I just don't think like physical touch is a gigantic concern at all, or forget a gigantic concern, a concern at all, right? Like, again, I brought up multiple examples of like, okay, if for some reason my finger became fused with some other person or whatever, or was within some other, like, who cares? Like, that has nothing to do with individual rights. And the idea that like, connecting, one person with another, or a baby with the mother, and then unconnecting and then reconnecting, and that would turn on rights on and off. Like, I mean, the whole idea just doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, if the baby had been born and you reconnected it and then you killed it, it's like is that a way to circumvent rights? I mean, I don't know. I don't think the bottom line is, we're certain about the bottom line that you're prescribing here at all.
Okay. So on the issue of physical touch, I think depending on the context, that actually is important. Like if I'm just out in public, let's say I'm at the grocery store, and um, I'm just shopping, and then I go up to someone and I put my hand on them. Well, that might be they might see that as a violation of their space. I mean, unless I know the person and I'm friendly with them, and maybe they would welcome a pat on the back or something. Hey, I didn't expect to see you here, but here you are. But if it's just some random stranger and I put my hand on them, that's kind of weird. Unless like maybe I'm tapping them and say, hey, you dropped your wallet, and maybe I want to get their attention. If I don't have a good reason to touch somebody like that, a stranger, um, then I probably shouldn't be doing it. And I think what is one thing this does is it makes law objective. I think that's the reason why Ayn Rand puts a lot of emphasis on physical force as the only method of violating rights. It's objective. It's a clear thing that happens in the world. If I walk by you and I frown at you, like maybe that causes you to be confused. Why did he frown at me? Maybe it hurts your feelings. Maybe you think it's funny and you laugh at it. Who knows, like how somebody is going to interpret a frown. So you might think it would be subjective to have a law that says you can't frown at people because it might hurt their feelings. But if you have a law that says you can't touch someone without their consent, I think that is a more objective kind of law to have. And so I think touch is actually relevant for having and this has epistemological significance in the law, and I think rightfully so. Let me just read this one from Florida Nick, which is related. He says, I think there is a big difference between touching someone and being inside the womb. Yeah, I agree. Like if what you mean by touch someone is like I shake somebody's hand, I mean, in a sense that's touching, but you'd also say, well, there's a fetus inside the womb, and that is touching the mother. But I think that's a very different sort of touching, and it's very easy to distinguish those. And it sounds like maybe you're saying, like there's no, it's just an arbitrary or insignificant difference in the senses of touching.
To be clear, the physically touching thing was specifically about the example of a baby who's like 90% out. Like 90% of their body is outside of the mother's body, and they're like I don't know, their toes are still inside.
Okay.
There probably is a difference, but like I don't really get it. And furthermore, I want to make a distinction between touching definitely does matter with regards to rights, right? But it doesn't but only in a certain sense. It doesn't turn them off or lessen them or turn them on. You know what I'm saying? Like, you touching somebody physically has absolutely nothing to do with how many rights you have and how many rights he has. In the same sense that if I pointed a gun at somebody, then I would similarly be violating their rights, even though I'm not touching them or whatever. But that has nothing to do with but that doesn't mean that pointing a gun has anything to do with whether or not your rights are turned on or off. And furthermore, I think maybe the example to go with here is to go back to the conjoined twin one, right? They have they're touching, and furthermore they're really, really touching, right? But in a non-trivial sense, but still they are separate, and therefore they have different sets of rights. You get a right for consciousness, and you want to treat them separately as it. Does that make sense?
Okay. Um, there was a lot there. I didn't get all of it. Well, let me respond to some of it, and then if I don't touch on some point you want to drill in on, let me know. So one point I'll make is, I don't think touching it doesn't change whether you have rights. If we're talking about like unwanted, like if you shove somebody at the grocery store, um, what it does, it changes whether that person's rights have been violated. So I think you have a right
Yeah.
not to be okay. So we agree on that. Um, the let's see other points you brought up. Oh, the conjoined twins. Um, can you say your point about
Like
that
they're
one again?
touching in a bunch of they're touching in a bunch of senses, and in a non-trivial sense, but they're still separate entities with rights. You know, it's like they're not they're separate individuals when it comes to rights. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't be like, oh, like one twin did something bad, and like you might inadvertently end up violating the other twin's rights when punishing that one that like the twin that did something bad. But presumably, like you would go out of your way to make it as much as possible that like the one twin is getting punished instead of the other one, you know, and that's because they have separate individual rights, despite the fact that they're connected in all these different ways. And I don't really see why, like, you couldn't apply something similar to the woman and the baby. Like they're connected, and in a much less significant way even than the conjoined twin, especially since like you can just take it out. And yet, for some reason, the baby doesn't have rights. Doesn't make
Well,
sense to me.
the okay. Well, if for some reason the baby doesn't have rights, if we're talking about when it's in the womb, in which case I wouldn't call it a baby. If we're being technical about it, I would call it a
Yeah,
fetus.
sure, sure.
Um, then we're out of the context of rights, which I mentioned before, and we agreed before that the point of rights is for how individuals should interact. So if we agree on that,
But I'm saying they're both individuals.
okay, yeah. So then, what does an individual mean? So that's the more basic issue. Like, set aside the issue of rights. Just what the heck is an individual? And I guess that's
Yeah,
where we're not on the same page currently, at least. And I think
and I'm
it's
saying that
yeah.
like touching doesn't make you like the same individual because two conjoined twins are not
Okay.
the same individual when it comes to rights, despite the fact that they're touching. And furthermore, they're touching in a much more significant way and much more like intertwined way than a woman and a fetus.
Okay, but with twins, I think they actually have like there's really reason to give consideration to each twin. Like, let's say they have two arms, but one of them controls the so two arms total. It's not like four arms total are on this body.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
so one of them controls the right arm and the other one controls the left arm, and they have two heads. Maybe you have to have at least two heads if you're going to be conjoined twins. So let's say the one that controls the right arm does something bad with that arm, like he shoves somebody, punches somebody, and
Mm-hmm.
I think it would make sense to punish him. So I don't know if they each have let's say they have a smartphone, and you take away the smartphone of the one who holds it in his right hand, but the one who controls the left hand, he can keep on his phone and he can scroll or do whatever he likes to do, but you punish the one on the right. Now, I think that all makes sense. They both deserve consideration, but I don't think the fetus. I don't think it's not responsible for anything. I mean, it's not out in the world punching or not punching anything. The issue of responsibility just doesn't apply to it yet. So,
Okay. So go back to the conjoined twins. Let's just say one of the conjoined twins was asleep and is gonna wake up in like 3 months or something. Like, I mean, you get what I'm saying here, right? Like, you can just off him.
if he's well, yeah, if he's just sleeping, and that's, I mean, that's sure, I agree, and that's true of just normal humans, right? You can't kill me when I'm asleep without violating my rights. I agree.
Well,
Likewise, you.
well, the baby is like asleep, and like not in the same way as the sleep conjoined twin. They're not responsible for anything. That doesn't mean that you can off them because they have their individual rights.
Okay, I think I see what you mean. So I guess the twins is it's a borderline case. I mean, I think it's
But it shows your moral intuition, right?
it shows something, yeah, about, well, I don't use the term intuition, but it, um, I guess it's I see the twins as both deserving of rights because they are individual in the sense that they are not inside of another individual. Now they are attached to one another, but they're not inside another individual. They make up one body. It's an unusually formed body, but there's one thing out in the world, and that thing as a whole, I guess, deserves some consideration, and it can be I don't know if I should say as a whole, but I see that whole thing, the conjoined twin system, as an entity. Maybe in a sense it's more than one entity, but I see the fetus as less than one entity. So I guess that's a difference. In the conjoined twin
Okay,
case, it's at least an
yeah.
entity, maybe multiple entities, but in the fetus case, it's not an entity at all.
So two things here. But what you're saying doesn't seem to apply to when the baby is outside the womb and the only connection is through an umbilical cord, right? In which case it would be even more independent from the mother than conjoined twins. Yes. And secondly, like, let's just say that there was a conjoined twin where, like, you know, there's in some sense a main body, right? Like, you really could just like cut off the other one, right? Like, in which case, how would you deal with that?
All right, hold on a second. Let's do one case at a time because I'm going to lose track
Yeah.
if we don't go slowly here. The first point you made was that when the I'll say when the baby slash fetus,
Yeah.
it's kind of borderline there. I guess maybe I should use one term. Maybe I should call it a fetus, but I'm just going to say baby slash fetus. When the baby slash fetus is attached by the umbilical cord, it's more independent from the mother than the conjoined twins are from each other.
Yeah.
Okay. The conjoined twins are from each other. Okay, so I think maybe a relevant point to make here, which I've made before, but in a somewhat different context, I think the coma patient context, is that the baby has not yet ever been an entity, whereas I think the conjoined twins have been an entity, maybe multiple, maybe we should say multiple entities, but I'm a little hesitant to say
Okay,
that.
but that's a circular argument, right? Because what we're arguing about right now is whether or not the baby consists of a different entity. Like, you're starting with the assumption that it's a different entity, and then arguing that it's a different entity.
I was addressing the point that, well, at least initially, the issue that what it says here, the baby is more independent from the mother than the conjoined twins are from each other. And I'm not exactly sure how I went from that to the point about. Well, let me just write it here, and I'm just going to write the baby, or the baby slash fetus hasn't yet been an entity, and I'm just gonna, maybe that's not relevant, but I just want to write it down so I don't forget it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying the pointed issue is what is an entity, because you said I was doing something circular, which I don't want to do. So I want to be clear on what the circularity is. Um, well, what is the issue that we're debating? Actually, while I'm confused right now, maybe this is a good time to look at the chat and see what else is going on. Oh, Roman Viking just came in with a €5 super chat. Thank you, Roman Viking. Let me give that a heart. And Robert also. Oh, look, we hit the goal. 5 out of 5. I got to share this on the screen. Oh, I guess my chats were already showing. I thought I was on my note sharing. I thought I was on this page, but this whole time I've been on the chat. So I guess you already saw the super chat. Okay, thank you, Roman Viking. And then Robert also came in with a super chat. Okay, looks like, are these Romans is on immigration, I guess. I'm against deportations. How should the West deal with its Islamism problem? How should the state protect individual rights against this ideology? Okay, that's a different subject. And Robert says, metaphors are like Catholic girls. They only go so far. Yes, this joke also applies to thought experiments. At some point, reality is left behind. And I'll read this other one from Robert. But to indulge the bizarre example for a moment, consider conjoined twins in which one side was wholly passive without its own minds. That's the slightly more reasonable comparison. And before that, I don't know if I read this one. The phrase physical touch is an equivocation, says Robert. It would be bizarre to define the essence and status of a fetus in the womb as physically touching the pregnant woman. Here comes Wesley, says Objective Ethics. Yeah, some looks like a religious person popped in for a couple chats, and then maybe he has departed. Okay, so we can go back, unless you want to address any of that. I was a little lost there for a minute. But I will address these super chats some more later, especially Romans. It looks like Robert's is more of a comment than a question, but I'll try to say some more about those later. I also want to just remind people, thank you all for the likes on the stream and any new subscribers. I appreciate that. Thanks, everyone. We got 14 people watching now, it says. I appreciate that. Let me take a quick look at my... Oh, I got a new subscriber since I've started. Thank you, whoever that was. Okay, we can come back to what we were talking about, Austin. When the baby slash fetus is attached by the umbilical cord, it's more independent than the mother than conjoined twins are from each other. So I guess an implication of that is that, well, if the twins have some kind of rights, then the attached baby slash fetus should have rights. That's the idea. If we're going to say rights belong to individuals, and the baby slash fetus is more of an individual than the twins are, then the baby slash fetus should have rights. That's the idea.
Yes.
Okay. So let's see. What do I have to say to that? I guess I'm not. I'm not sure I would agree. First of all, that the baby slash fetus is more independence from the mother, or at least that's something I want to think about more before I agree to that. More independence. I mean, all it takes is a snip of the cord. So you might say, yeah, that's pretty independent compared to like the twins who might be sharing their organs, their liver, kidney, stomach. That's not a mere snip of the cord. So, aren't the twins less independent from each other than the corded baby slash fetus is from the mother? Maybe it is. I mean, they're pretty different. Like what I'm imagining is, they are adults, like, or maybe teenagers. These conjoined twins.
Yeah.
I wonder if, like, let's say maybe to have it a little more apples to apples. What if we had, like, just conjoined twins who have just been born, and they are also attached by the umbilical cord. Let's say they have one navel. I don't know if that's a better case to consider, but I just thought it might be a little easier to process mentally if they were a little bit more similar. So, what if we've got one woman on a birth bed and the baby is attached, or the fetus is attached, and then another woman on the next room over, she's got conjoined twins that are attached. They're outside of her. They're no longer in the womb, but they're also attached. I guess I would say neither the conjoined twins has rights nor the baby, but they're both equally independent of the mother. I think that would be right. But if we now snip the cord of the conjoined twins, I guess on my view, the one I've been arguing for so far is that I would say they now have rights, whereas the baby that's still attached, it doesn't. So I guess that's a closer case than they're not teenagers or adults. I'm imagining they're the same age as the other one. So I guess you could run the same argument there and say the just born and just cord snipped conjoined twins are less independent from each other than the still attached baby is from its mother.
My larger point here, you might say, is that it is not the physical connection to me that matters. It is the fact that they have separate consciousnesses, or separate human consciousnesses.
Well,
right, because like if one of the conjoined twins wasn't conscious and was never going to be conscious, then like go ahead, they cut it off, mm-hmm. But it is
then he's like the coma patient.
The fact that they're touching it has nothing to do with anything, with regards to their rights, at least. When it comes to the conjoined twins.
Well, I do think consciousness matters in some cases. Like with the coma patient, that would be another case where, if it's just if it's no longer conscious, if it's just maybe it's breathing but it's not conscious and there's no chance it's ever going to be conscious again, then I think it would be fine to pull the plug. But you say you don't think the fact that they're touching matters. Matters as to whether they have rights.
Yeah, because your argument earlier was that because the baby/fetus and the mother are still connected via the umbilical cord, they count as, because of this physical touch, they are one entity and therefore cannot possibly have individual rights because the word individual means separate entity. But I'm bringing up the conjoined twins example as a counterexample.
Okay. Well, I do want to make this reiterate the point that I think we are. Well, I was going to say we're dealing with these tricky cases again, where I was trying to get us onto some easier cases first, but
Sure.
Maybe we're going to end up back where we are now, because I think what we're disputing now is what is an individual, and we're setting aside the issue of rights, I think, or at least maybe we should, even if we're not. Just what is an individual?
Well, it's what is an individual with regards to rights. Like you could argue to me that you could easily argue to me that they have an individual body. They're individual in terms of connection, in terms of the conjoined twins are individual in terms of body, in terms of mass, in terms of whatever. But we're arguing about individual in terms of rights, or individual with regards to morality.
Yeah. Okay.
Otherwise, your case would be ridiculously easy to make, right? It's just like they are physically touching, therefore they are not individual, and therefore they can't possibly have individual rights. In which case, it's like, okay, that's if physical connection is all you need to disprove what I'm saying, then my argument is toast.
Yeah, it's an individual with regard to rights. So a rock is an individual, but it doesn't have rights. So this phone here in my hand is an individual, but it doesn't have rights. So we're concerned with what is an individual in connection with the issue of rights. So not all individuals have rights. The rock doesn't have rights. The phone doesn't have rights. So what individuals do have rights? And I'm inclined to say that, I do want to say that the conjoined twins have rights. I mean, it might be tricky in some cases. How do they apply? Because it's, like,
But the fact that it's tricky is, part of the way that that it is a different case. Because in a normal case where you would just put someone in jail, you can't put the conjoined twins in jail because then you're punishing both, and then
right.
Things get tricky from there. But like it's the fact that it gets tricky that like that they're not just like one individual, or else it wouldn't be tricky at all. You just put them in jail. I mean, not them in jail, that one person in jail, and it'd be
easy. Yeah. So. So the conjoined twins case is tricky, I think, the vis-a-vis rights, at least in some cases. Like there might be cases where it's not tricky, like if one controls one arm, like I gave that example before, and he's the one who punches somebody, well then it's pretty straightforward. If we want to punish them by like taking away, if they're kids, we can punish one, the parents can punish one by taking away his iPhone rather than the other one's iPhone. That seems pretty straightforward, not really tricky as to how you might deal with that. But other cases, like if one murders somebody, then do you throw both of them in jail or put them in jail half of the time, or what do you do exactly? You don't want them to murder other people, but you also don't want to unfairly penalize the one who didn't murder. So yeah, some cases are tricky, some are not. And with the I think the umbilical cord case is somewhat tricky. Like I said, I'm not 100% sure it should be drawn. The line for rights should be after the umbilical cord is cut. Maybe it should just be after it's born. But I think so you don't even think that a blastocyst or a zygote should be killed. Not that you think it, like you're agnostic, so you're at least open to the idea that a zygote shouldn't be killed. And I think
Yes.
can we focus on that easier case, or is there some reason that we can't do that now? Because we were on
Sure. I
that
mean,
before, and
we
then
can focus
something
on
led
that.
us off of that example. Can we go back to that, or is there some reason we can't do that?
Yeah. Just to be clear, yeah, no, we can go to that case. Although, again, just to be clear, like what I'm trying to argue there is that there's a strong argument that the zygote should be counted as a moral life. Not that like I definitely believe that it's the case.
Okay, right. You're not certain. And the idea was because it's potentially conscious. Was that the reasoning?
Yes.
So potentially conscious beings have rights. Okay, well, I think that that might make you open to some reductio ad absurdums.
Ad absurdum.
Yeah, like I given this example in a debate I had some years ago. I said, imagine there was some chemical spray that scientists of the future, in some sci-fi scenario, they invented this spray, so I could just spray this rock with this chemical, and a few months later, that rock will turn into a human being. So, is a rock now a being with rights because it's potentially conscious?
I mean, it would definitely be very, very like if you were to take that rock and smash it, it would be very, very different from if it was sprayed or if it was not sprayed. And by like very, I mean like you would have done something quite horrible in a way where like, I probably smashed a bunch of rocks in my life and thought nothing of it. And
Well,
it would be
then
very different from those.
does everything in the world have rights? Then let's say the spray, anything I spray it on, it can turn it into a human. So everything has
Yeah.
rights.
And then you sprayed on everything in the world.
Well, sure. Like I can spray a car tire with it; it'll turn into a human.
Okay. So let's carry out your thought experiment, right? So you have sprayed every single thing on the planet with this spray, such that the population of the world in 9 months is going to be approximately 100 trillion. But, right? I mean, in which case, you would probably do everything you can to cull that population back down to something closer to, our current population. But, if it were the case that not only did you spray the world with this thing, but you also have a different spray such that, the planet actually in surrounding planets, you can move these future 900 trillion or whatever the heck I said to these other planets and they would live thriving lives over there, then to like kill all of these potential human lives would be horrendous, right? Like I would be sitting there dreaming of the humanity of a population of 900 trillion spread across, the galaxy. And then for some reason you just like killed all of them right now, that'd be insane. So it would depend on the circumstance. Obviously the 900 trillion would have to like have a future life. It can't be like they're born and then they instantly die of like malnutrition, right? Like, do you see what I'm saying here? Like
I was a little
yeah.
lost there, but let me say something, and maybe we can come back to that if you want. It sounds like I think only actual human beings have rights, but it sounds like on your view, potential human beings have rights. Does that sound correct to you? That on your view, anything that's a potential human being has rights, but not. Whereas on my view, I think only actual human beings have rights.
With practical restrictions on that, yes, because again, as I was saying before, right? Like if you made it so that like that every single thing on the planet, such that like 900 trillion people would appear in 9 months, then like you could say that there's a sense in which all of these 900 trillion rocks or whatever had rights, but that would unfortunately run up against practical considerations about like space and food and whatever, such that you would probably have to kill almost all of them before they realize their potential. But if you had imagined a world of infinite abundance or enormous abundance, then to kill this 900 trillion would be quite disgusting to me, right? Because then, like, imagine this spray really did exist, and on top of that, the spray came with, like, you know, near infinite resources. Then I would be thinking of, you know, a galaxy populated by 900 trillion thriving human beings in 9 months, you know, or, I mean, I guess they'd need caretakers, but whatever, you get the point. And so in one scenario where we don't have infinite abundance, then what would actually happen is that everyone would die, you know, in which case, you know, I would just like prevent that from happening before it happened, right? Such that we wouldn't be fighting over resources or whatever. But if there was resource abundance, then to kill these 900 trillion people would be really weird, you know?
I'm having difficulty processing this 900 trillion example. Can we just take one, like one rock, or yeah, let's just take one rock.
Well, your reductio, yeah, your reductio ad absurdum is you sprayed the entire world with this thing. Right?
No. Well, if I didn't mean to say that. If I did, what I meant is just anything you do choose to spray it on does turn into a human being, but not that you necessarily do that and spray everything in the world. But if you know, if I is sprayed, okay. So let's just say there's one. I want to spray one rock, and that, on your view, that rock has rights, correct?
I mean, yeah, basically, and depending on what exactly you mean, I guess. But like, yeah, sure, yeah, I agree with that statement.
Does that sit well with you, or does that sit well with you? Does that seem reasonable? I mean, to me, it seems kind of absurd.
To me, it sounds completely reasonable.
The rock has rights.
I mean, it's going to be a human, right? Like, if you kill that, like, is there no difference to you between like smashing that rock and smashing like a random rock? Like, surely there's a difference, right?
Not morally, unless like I'm the owner of the rock. Like if I'm the owner of the rock, my pet rock, and I want, let's say it's my dream to have a child, and I spray this rock so that I can have one. I mean, even there, I guess I would be violating. You would be violating my rights if you destroyed this rock so it couldn't develop into a human being. But I could just spray another one. I don't know that it matters too much. Maybe there's a certain genetic code in the spray, in the chemical I spray on the rock, so it's going to turn out the same anyways. So maybe it's not a big deal if you crush my rock. But
okay, the you can just have another one thing is like it's kind of against the idea of rights or like human preciousness in the first place, right? Like, yeah, I could kill somebody, and yeah, probably they're just going to be replaced, but like,
but it's not well, my point is, it's not a somebody yet. It's a potential somebody, but it's not an actual somebody. But
does the coma example work for you or no?
The what example?
The you know, you're in a 9-month coma, and you know.
What about that?
And like, presumably, if you were going to be in a permanent coma, then yes, you would pull the plug. That makes sense to me, right? I mean, people would debate it, but it makes sense to me. But if you're in a 9-month coma, it's like, then you can't pull the plug, right?
Well, I think it depends on who's.
Yeah. It takes relatively small amount of resources. It's not $1 billion to keep you on there. Like, without getting too complicated about it, generally speaking. Like,
well, it's not an issue of how much it costs. It's not an issue of how much it costs. It's an issue of whose resources are they? Like, if it's your money, you're the money of the person who's in the coma, and it's in his will that if I go into a coma, you can spend my money. Then that's fine. Spend the money. But if it's somebody else's money, I don't think it matters if it's $20. You still don't have a right. Just I don't have a right to go into a candy store and steal a candy bar, even if it's only worth 20 cents. It doesn't matter if what I'm stealing is
Okay.
worth $1 million or 20 cents. The stealing is wrong, on my view.
Okay, fair enough. Let's just say it's your own money or something, right? Like the point is, like, if someone's like killed you, like that would be against your human rights. You know, it wouldn't be the equivalent of killing a chicken or killing, you know, like a rock or something, or smashing a rock. Like, you do have human rights even though you are asleep for 9 months.
I mean, no one has, as long as no one is being forced to support you, then
Yeah.
I agree. They can't kill you, but if your continued life in a coma state depends on other people providing you with something, then I don't think you have a right to be provided with other people's resources.
Sure. I mean,
I'm not.
that would depend on a few things, but sure.
I feel somewhat confused here on where we are in the dialectic. Like maybe we're not getting traction for some reason. Maybe
Fair
I'm
enough.
not. I don't know. I'm
Okay,
not understanding
I'll
your example.
recap it.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'll recap as far as I can tell what's happening here. You brought up. Okay, I think that potential consciousness is closely morally equivalent to like that actual consciousness, because you just like it's you just wait 9 months. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so if you destroy that potential, then you have done something quite bad. Or at least that's whether or not that's totally applicable to the fetus case is a different story, but that seems to make sense. And that would apply to your rock example as well, right? Like there would be a major difference between if I smashed a rock that was going to be a human being in 9 months versus, you know, I smash any random rock. And that difference is like, you know, yeah.
Okay. Let me try this example. I just wrote this on the notes. The world 5 billion years ago. There was no. This is before there was even life. Now,
Sure.
all that matter on the Earth, it was potentially conscious. You know, eventually, the conscious beings came into existence.
Okay, potential does not mean like 1 in 100 trillion, right? Like, but potential to me, at least in the fetus case, is like 90 something percent. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would not say that if there's an oak tree, and you probably heard this example, if there's an oak tree and it has like, you know, 1 million seeds, I would not say that burning one seed would be the equivalent of burning an oak tree, because the probability of that particular seed germinating is like basically 0. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, for every oak tree, there'd be a million more oak trees. That's not how that works, you know? But if Earth was just sitting here 5 billion years ago, and I knew that sooner or later life would develop on this planet, and then I like smash that planet, that would be really something. That would be like cutting off all human development, all life on Earth, possibly all life throughout the universe. That would be really crazy. You know, like if I knew that this planet is the one.
Well, if you existed, maybe it would be crazy. You would be, and you were the only person in existence. But if there's no one in
Yeah, sure. I
existence
mean,
yet,
it's for the sake of argument, right? Like in this thought experiment, for some reason, I can somehow exist despite being like before the first human, right?
I wonder if
That's the premise of this example.
I'm thinking about the other end of this. Like, you are a potential corpse. So,
Yeah.
what does that mean? Does that mean I'm free to? It should be okay to stab you because, well, we should treat the potential like we treat the actual. All you need for something to be treated a certain way? Is it to be potentially that thing? So if you are potentially a corpse, I should be able to stab you. Just as you want to say,
No, no.
if you are potentially a human, then we should respect your rights.
The analogy here, if you want to go with the corpse one, is that for some reason corpses are super valuable, right? Like such that you might even say they have rights or whatever. But or maybe like my organs are the only ones that can like save a bunch of people or whatever. And then you took me and then you burned me alive, such that all of that potential was gone. Like that would be a really big deal, right? Like the fact that you got rid of the potential corpse is a really big deal, but only because the potential corpse is something that's valuable. If a potential corpse is not valuable, then like whatever, who cares what you do to my body?
Okay. Well, I mean, if it's valuable, I think it only makes sense that it could be valuable to an actual human being. But if we're talking about a world where there are no human beings, like the world 5 billion years ago, then I don't see that it has any value, at least not to any human beings, because there are none. But there is potential for there to be human beings. So I wonder, is that
okay? So let's just say that you have you have been. This is obviously a contrived thought experiment, but like the moment you decide what to do in this scenario that I'm about to give you, you will vanish forever, regardless of your choice, by the way. And so it's 5 billion years ago. You can do A, destroy planet Earth, or B, not destroy planet Earth. So under your like thinking, right? Like if you choose B, if you choose, I don't even remember which one was which. If you choose the option to destroy planet Earth, no one cares. No one's going to be around forever, and so who cares? And then in the other option, you leave planet Earth alone, and then human flourishing, or like life flourishing, will happen in X billion years. I don't know the time scale, right? In which case, it would be pretty obvious to me that you would choose the option where life flourishes eventually, even if like in the option where you destroy the planet, yeah, no one's around to judge you, but like, I don't care if no. I mean, I guess it does matter if someone's around to judge you, but like that's not particularly relevant to this question, right? Like to me, it's just really obvious that you choose the option where you keep Earth around.
I mean, I would choose that, but that's assuming I exist. But if we're talking about a context where there are no human beings, and let's say, I don't know, an asteroid collides with the Earth 5 billion years ago, would you say, on your view, that a bunch of rights were just violated because there was a potential for humans on that Earth, and then, well, I don't know, maybe you would say the rights weren't violated because it was an asteroid rather than someone deliberately choosing.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. If someone made that asteroid and was like, oh, I'm going to go blow up that planet because I know that knowing that there's going to be humans there, then that would be really, I mean, I don't know if you'd put it in terms of human rights were violated. Something much bigger than that has happened, in my view. But I don't really know like how I would describe it. But like, it would be a lot worse even than like a lot of human rights being violated. That'd be like the ending of maybe the only seed of life in the universe forever. that would be crazy.
Okay, yeah, I can see how you can make a distinction.
Like potential does matter,
Well, I think it matters sometimes, but I don't think that just being potentially human or potentially conscious suffices to give you rights. I think you need to be an actual human, and maybe that's a fundamental difference we have, and I don't know how to sort that out. I thought maybe giving some kind of examples, like with the spray and the rock, might produce some kind of reductio ad absurdum, but I guess that wasn't successful yet, at least. But I mean, if
well, let me make the argument to you, right? Like again, like is smashing a random rock the moral equivalent of smashing that rock to you?
It could be. I think it depends. I think it depends on. Well, let's flesh this example out more. I think we might need to do that in order for me to give an answer.
Yeah,
So,
sure.
let's say I've got this spray in the spray bottle, and I go outside. I don't know if I should assign a time. Let's say I go outside tomorrow and I spray this rock. So now that rock will turn into a human if left alone to grow for I don't know 5 months. And then there's another rock right next to it, which I do not spray, so it doesn't grow into a human. It doesn't grow into a human. And then you ask me, well, is there a moral difference between smashing the rock that I sprayed? Let's say I go out, I spray it tomorrow, and then a week later, I go out, I take a hammer to that rock and I try to smash it so it can't grow into a human. Is there a moral difference? I actually don't think there is. I don't care. It's
Wow. Okay.
yeah. I don't see why I should care.
Okay. Maybe, at least to me, I mean, it's pretty clear that I should care. But maybe, okay, maybe I should give a slightly different example of this. Maybe make it more extreme, right? Like, let's just say, it's 5 billion years ago again, and you discover that, like, there's this spray, right? This spray on a rock, and that is actually the origin of all life. Like, this specific rock is the origin of all life. Can you smash that without any, like, moral quandary?
Well, I got to make sure this example is coherent, because how does this work? It's the source of all life, but I exist as a living organism to smash it or not.
Okay, to be clear, this is kind of your example, right? Like, you're the one who was saying, okay, 5 billion years ago, X, Y, Z. Like, we should both be able to entertain this idea that, like, somehow we are alive 5 billion years ago and we have a decision to make, even though.
Well, that wasn't my example. My example was there was no humans around 5 billion years ago. And I was wondering, do you think the planet has rights? But you're introducing this human agent, which is making some decision about what to do 5 billion years ago, which is going to make a difference as to how the future unfolds. But in my example, there was no such human making such a decision.
Okay. Oh, no, fair enough. I guess I asserted that myself. But, like, I guess to me, I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, let's just say that the rock that in question is the planet Earth, right? Like, I guess just for the sake of the thought experiment, yeah, like, you for some reason somehow are conscious 5 billion years ago, and you have a decision to make. Right after this, your consciousness will disappear, right? Like, surely there's a difference between, like.
So we could say, like, let's say I'm the
of life, and
let's try to flesh this out in a way that maybe is going to be easier for me, at least, to grasp. Let's say there's been a nuclear apocalypse or something, and all the humans on Earth right now die except for me. I'm the last one. Somehow I managed to get into a bunker and escape the nuclear apocalypse, and I've got this spray, and that can create humans, and I can choose to spray some piece of the rubble that's been left over after the nuclear holocaust, and bring the human race or the human species back into existence, or I can choose not to do that. And would it be? Yeah. And let's say I choose to spray this piece of rubble, and would it then be morally bad, or is it for me to then, after I spray it, and let's say
That's
there's no
fine.
spray left, I've used up the last spray in my spray bottle,
Yeah, perfect.
would it be bad for me to then take a hammer to that rubble that I sprayed in, so that the human species can never come back into existence?
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess we might need to flesh it out more for me to give an answer. So I am an egoist, and
Can you describe that to me?
yeah, so I think
I'm not familiar with the term.
ego is, as opposed to an altruist. I think my own life is the purpose for which I live, or it should be, it properly is the purpose for which I live, rather than living for the sake of others, for instance, as altruism would say. So I think something is only good for me if it benefits me. So, like, let's say I could, if I destroyed my own life, it would enable the rest of humanity to go on and live a happy existence. I don't know why that would be the case, but if we just assume for the sake of argument, um, that killing Dan enables there to be much more happiness and enjoyment in the universe, would I do that? Would I? No, I wouldn't kill myself, because I place my own happiness first. That's the most important thing to me. Whereas if you're an altruist, you might say, yeah, I would kill myself if it enables other people to live better lives. Now, I don't think there's actually that kind of conflict in reality, but I think what's good for individuals is in harmony with what's good for other individuals. But that's, I just wanted to give a kind of thought experiment to illustrate what I mean by egoism. So if spraying this rock, or this piece of rubble after the apocalypse, somehow benefits me, if it makes my own life better than it otherwise would be, then I would say it's good for me to do that, to spray the rock and not destroy it later. But if it's not good for me, if it's either bad for me or it's just kind of neutral, it makes no difference to me whether there is a human race again at some point in the future, then I would say no, it's not bad for me to destroy the rock. So it comes
This
back to
might
me.
be a Yeah, I mean, this might be a fundamental moral distinction between, I suppose, me and you. But like, I would definitely fall a lot more into altruist camp. I don't even think of myself as particularly altruistic. But if the choice was between, like, I die versus, like, all life of all time dies, then I'm definitely chucking myself into the fire. You know what I'm saying? Like, and probably a lot more than chucking myself in the fire. I'd be willing to do a lot more than that. But even like, I must say that after you described egoism, my ability to argue or comprehend like where you're coming from kind of fizzled, because like if your version of what is right and what is wrong, or rights or whatever, is like purely in service of what would be good for you, then like that almost doesn't even seem like morality at all. Like that has nothing to, like, why don't you just violate people's rights then, right? If it would make you like marginally happier, and no one, and you could guarantee that no one ever finds out, and you could guarantee that like the consequences will never like hit upon you. Like surely there's some criteria to you outside of what is best for yourself that that has like moral power over you, right?
No, there's nothing higher than myself. And if so, I think rights are good, but I think they're good for egoistic reasons. Rand might say for selfish or self-interested reasons. But I think it's in my interest to respect people's rights, and I am actually better off if I do that. Now, there might be some emergency cases, sometimes called lifeboat cases, where I think you can, where actually it's not that you can violate rights, it's that rights don't apply. I think rights apply in a context where a long range peaceful coexistence with other people is possible. But if you're on a lifeboat where it's either you die, like say the lifeboat can only hold one person and there's two people fighting for it, either you die or the other person dies, I don't think that's a context where rights apply, and such that you could say you're violating the other person's rights if you try to punch him and throw him overboard so that you can take the lifeboat. It's like he doesn't have a right to the lifeboat over you, and you don't have a right to it over him. There's no peaceful coexistence you can have there where you can both exist in a long-term kind of way. So I would say
what if there are 5 people in that lifeboat and it can only hold one person? There are 5 people in the lifeboat, it can only hold one person. Well, actually, forget that. For some reason, like, I don't know, you're like really fat or something. I can see through the video that you're not. But like, you have a lifeboat. It only has enough food for either you or 4 other people, right? Like, what is the Randian answer to this? Because you can either violate your right once or the right of life 4 times, right?
So it's either I take the food for myself because I need the food could sustain 4 people unless you're really big, in which case it can only sustain 1 person. Is that the idea?
Yeah, I mean, this obviously isn't how it actually works because fat, like, you actually have more fat reserves or whatever. But you get my point.
Yeah,
like,
so
you get the example that
I mean, I would put myself first, like. Unless I might value those people, so I think this depends on the context. Like, let's say the 4 people were my children, and I would be miserable without them, and I would rather die than have to live without my children. So then I might let them survive. But if they're strangers, and I might take the food for myself. So, but it's egoist. Whatever's.
Is it possible for you to value something above yourself if they're even if like you aren't going to be around to experience this thing's existence? Like for example, I mean, I don't have children, but like I can imagine that I have children and that I might sacrifice my life for them, even though I know perfectly well that, like, you know, if they died, I could continue on and have them, like, I'll be sad for like probably a few years, but I will have a pretty decent existence after that. You know, like, in net, I'm going to be on the happy end even if they die. Sorry, was that too convoluted? That wasn't a great way of explaining it.
Was that what? What was the question?
So, like, is it the idea of me sacrificing my life for somebody else, even if I know that I'm going to still be a more or less happy guy, even if they died, right? The idea there is that I value the lives of other people above my own, right? Like, does that make sense to you? Like, because that's what would be happening if I was weighing, like, my life against the life of, like, all of life forever, right? All of the rest of life forever, I guess. Where, like, I value other things above myself, even if I'm not going to be around to, like, enjoy it afterwards.
Okay. Well,
and I wouldn't, like, suffer immensely if it didn't exist. If that thing that I treasure didn't exist.
Okay. So I think what I would do or recommend is whatever is best for yourself. So I guess if we assume,
in what sense are we talking about morality then?
We're not talking about, well, I think it's a common view of morality that it's not about what's best for yourself, but I think that's the wrong view. Ayn Rand challenges this. I mean, it's often taken that as morality is equivalent to altruism. Like, it's just defined as what is in what best serves others, and maybe you agree with that, but
No, I don't necessarily agree with that, but you know,
you
I
said so
definitely.
this view is not even amorality. Is that what you said?
Well, I mean, it doesn't mean to be that like you value other people's happiness over your own, but like surely, I mean, maybe not surely, but like you can value like the collective happiness of like 9 billion people over my own, right?
I mean
Like
I don't.
altruism.
I,
Hmm,
I don't see
okay.
why anyone should.
Hmm. Okay. I think we might be at an impasse.
Maybe we are. I mean, sometimes people they have a certain view of what egoism entails. Like it means lying, cheating, stealing, being a rude jerk to other people, trampling over other people, murdering, raping, robbing, and then they're turned off by it, and they say, "Well, egoism would involve all that," and but I deny all of that, and Ayn Rand did. She says, "No, it's actually in your interest to be honest." She has a list. She identifies several virtues: rationality, independence, integrity, being honest, productiveness, having pride, which many people don't associate with being egoistic, but she does. And I think maybe if people had that view of egoism, they would come to a different view of it, and whether it's some crazy view to uphold.
Well, it seems to at least imply, at least according to what you're saying, it seems to at least, if not the whole stealing thing, then it at least implies that like a person wouldn't sacrifice themselves for their, family or tribe or village or whatever, unless of course the suffering of not doing so would like kill, would be like horrendous. But at least in my experience, right? Or not in, my impression is that like if you basically don't, it is somewhat rare for like, okay, your family dies in a horrific accident, and then like you're just unable to feel happiness. Like it's, I'm not saying it's easy to recover, but it's like most people do recover. So like it seems to me like if everybody held like an egoist belief, then like just people would not sacrifice for each other. Does that make sense?
It,
I mean, they wouldn't sacrifice their lives for each other at minimum.
okay, well, this term sacrifice has come up a number of times, and I think that's often used in a way that's is different than I think it should be used. So sacrifice doesn't just mean, on my view, on Rand's view, it doesn't mean just giving up some value. It means giving up, like if I give away, I go to McDonald's and I give up $3 in order to get a hamburger. Well, I've given something up. Have I
Yeah.
engaged in a sacrifice? Well, no. If what I expect to get outweighs the $3 that I gave up, I would rather have that hamburger than the $3. That's why I bought it. So just giving up some value isn't a sacrifice on Rand's view. What it would actually be a sacrifice is if you give up some value for the sake of a lesser value or a non-value. So it's a net loss. If you deliberately are pursuing a net loss, then you're engaged in a sacrifice.
I don't think that's been the traditional use of the word sacrifice. I mean, not to be on semantics, but like most of the time, if you like sacrifice a cow or something, then it's presumably for a greater like cause, right? Like to your dog, like you're getting more out of sacrificing this cow than you get my point. It's like presumably you don't sacrifice your life for something that you deem is worth less than your life, right? Like you know what I'm saying? Like I mean, maybe this is a Rand specific use of the word sacrifice, but I'm just saying that, like, at least in my use of the term, it's been different.
Well, I think the way the term is used, I haven't made a systematic study of this, but I think it might be inconsistent or incoherent. And maybe if we consider some more examples, like the food example of buying something. So would you say you've sacrificed, you've engaged in sacrifice whenever you buy a hamburger from McDonald's? What would you say about that case?
I mean, you might say so tongue in cheek, and maybe there's another boundary problem here where it's like, okay, it's only a sacrifice if it's above X amount, or if it's only a sacrifice if, you know, it's to some like higher ideal or something like that. That might actually be the line now that I'm thinking about it, because you could probably sacrifice a burger to a god. That's a useful. I mean, that's a way that the word sacrifice has traditionally been used. And you could also sacrifice your life for the lives of your compatriots or something, in which case you are sacrificing your life for a greater cause, your group. I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, we are getting stuck a little bit on semantics here, but at minimum, I think we can just leave aside the word sacrifice if you want. You can just say like spend. Like I spend my life to whatever it is that I spend my life to do.
I don't know if we can just substitute a different word, because I think the word is used as a package deal, and I think it puts together things that are, and what I mean by that is it puts together things that are essentially different. And I think this also happens with a word like egoism. Like, for example, a businessman pursuing a profit will sometimes be called an egoist. And that's put in the same category. Another person who's called the egoist is the kind of brute that I was describing earlier, someone who robs, rapes, pillages, murders, lies, cheats, steals. People will also point to that and say that that person is an egoist, or a dictator who wants to control everybody else. They'll say that's an egoist. So they put under the same term, egoist, they put a businessman he's pursuing a profit, earning money, and these criminals and dictators. And I think I think that's a mistake. I think there's a essential difference between those. And I think this also happens with the term sacrifice. Things that are essentially different are put under this one term. Like Mother Teresa, or Jesus, he sacrificed himself on the cross for all these other sinners. That is called a sacrifice. And also, if someone, let's say, invests years of his life to study to be a doctor, and people will say, oh, look at all the sacrifices this person made in order to become a doctor. He gave up going to parties and he was spending all his time studying. It was such a sacrifice. This is a common thing you hear. But he's benefiting tremendously from this, at least potentially. Like if he loves medicine, this is his dream to become a doctor, and that's what he sees as making for a happy life for himself. I think that's radically different, essentially different from Jesus sacrificing himself on the cross, not for the sake of people he loves, well, maybe loves in a kind of Christian sense, but for the sake of sinners. I think these are radically different kinds of actions, yet they're put under the same label, sacrifice. So this is what I mean in saying that the way people use the term, I think, is incoherent or inconsistent about it, because it packages together radically different things. And maybe this is a thinking error, not just a word error, because I mean the words we use, they reflect the thinking we've done. So if you put together, I mean, if you do think that there's an essential similarity between a dictator like Hitler and Bill Gates or some Steve Jobs, some businessman, if you want to say of both of those people they're selfish or they're egoistic, I think you're making a thinking error. And likewise, if you want to say both this guy who invests years of his life to become a doctor and someone like Jesus or Mother Teresa, if you want to say they're both sacrificing, then I think you're making a mental mistake. No matter what word you put to it, in your mind, if you group those things together and put them in the same category. I think there's a mental confusion going on there. So it's not just a semantic issue there, it's a thinking issue, or I think there's a misconceptualization. And Ayn Rand tried to break apart these package deals and spotlight them. So I'm doubtful it is just a semantic issue. I think it might just be a cognitive or epistemic issue we're running into here. But I'll pause there.
I think, yeah, I mean that could be the case. I mean, apparently, I do think of like sacrifice as. I mean, if I had to define it right now, then the definition that I guess I've settled on is like spend for higher cause, whatever higher happens to mean in that scenario. So I mean, I don't know how like inconsistently it's used. I don't really understand this like thing between like Hitler and whoever. I'm like 90% sure that like Hitler was actually at least by your definition not an egoist, because I'm pretty sure he would have like, you know, sacrificed his life for his tribe. I mean, this is kind of one of the drawbacks of, I suppose, altruism, right? Like, it depends on how you draw your line around like who is altruistic. I mean, who is covered by your altruism. But at any rate, and you were naming a bunch of different people as well. I'm like pretty sure that like none of these people were egoists by your definition. I'm fairly certain that basically every morality of civilized like people have had like baked into them some kind of value where you are willing to spend your life in order to like save the greater group. And of course this would be the case because of, you know, cultural evolution. All the societies that didn't have this belief probably died. At least that would be my assumption. You know, if you're fighting a war and your soldiers and one of your soldiers is faced with the choice, which should come up pretty frequently actually, between like, you know, spending their own life versus saving their own life and then having two of their comrades killed, then like if your society is the one where people are willing to take this spending option, then I'm replacing the word sacrifice with spend obviously here, by the way. If your society is one where people are willing to spend their lives like this, then your society is going to be the one that wins. So maybe, but simultaneously, this obviously also means that I would prefer to live in a society where other people thought like at least more on the altruist side than the egoist side, if that makes sense. Because of this, I mean, because of one, morality, but also because of this cultural evolution point that I'm making.
Cultural revolution point. I missed that.
Evolution.
Oh, evolution.
Cultural evolution, where it's like if you had two societies, one society where people are willing to spend their lives to save two comrades versus one society where people are not willing to do that, then presumably when these two cultures get into war, all else being equal, you know, the one that's willing to, where the soldiers are like, yeah, I mean, obviously I would spend my life to save two of my comrades, then, you know, that society is the one that's going to win.
All right. Let me pause here for a moment. And
if you have another caller, like,
no, I don't.
Feel free to.
I don't. Oh, I can check to see if there's any voicemails, but I just wanted to collect my thoughts here. Let's see. Somebody. Oh, I guess that was your call. Yeah, that's not a voicemail.
Someone
you
here
called
is
in on
thinking
Zoom.
that I'm a communist. I'm definitely not a communist.
You said you came in here thinking you're a communist? Or?
No. No, someone here, Mark Thomas 4488 is saying two comrades. Oh, no. I was just using that word comrades as like
Oh,
just the word. I was using it plainly. I'm definitely not communist or anything, particularly close to that.
I see. Mark is here. Hello. RW is here. Hello. Ayol's YouTube. Not sure how to pronounce that. New person, I think, in the chat. All right. Oh, we're up to 10 likes. Nice. Thank you. Okay. Well, we started on abortion, and now we're talking about egoism and altruism. I guess that's a more fundamental issue. I think the issue of abortion is maybe a applied rights issue, like what's the right way to apply rights, and that's that's in the political sphere. I mean, it has metaphysical aspects to it because we were talking about, what is a person, what is an individual, what is an entity, but it was that as you put it, individuals. What is an individual in relation to the issue of rights? But now we're we're deeper than the issue of rights, and we're talking about egoism and altruism and what do they mean. So I'm just noting the evolution of our discussion. Quick overview for people who have come in late. And we went over some thought experiments and I guess as to figure out, like, is egoism. Well, you said at one point maybe we're at an impasse, and I said, well, if you have a certain understanding of what egoism is, then I can see how you wouldn't like it. But I think the common understanding is the conventional understanding isn't right. And I guess now we're talking about, what is the proper way to understand egoism, and like is in the other side of it altruism. What is the right way to understand that? And you've been giving some examples, like jumping on a grenade. Well, you didn't mention that explicitly, but that kind of example, like, is that an egoistic thing or a altruistic? So that's come up in previous streams. Maybe it'd be useful to talk about that a little. Now, I don't know if you're taking a view on. So I wouldn't say. So you can't evaluate an action like that just out of context. Like, I wouldn't say jumping on a grenade to save your fellows necessarily is egoistic or altruistic. I would need to know more about it. So, like, if you're, let's say you're in a authoritarian, totalitarian even regime, I would not fight for that army. Like, I would want to fight for the cause of liberty, and I might risk my life fighting for that, but I wouldn't risk my life to help a totalitarian regime to continue. So would I jump on a grenade to help preserve a totalitarian regime? No. And I think if I did, that would be a sacrifice and immoral. Definitely not egoistic. But if I'm fighting for the cause of liberty, and it's understood as part of my responsibility when I join the army, let's say they have a rule, if you're the closest guy to the grenade, you've got to jump on it. And that's the condition under which you join the army. So I think then it would be in my interest. It would be egoistic to jump on the grenade. And I would, if I didn't, I think I would feel guilty the rest of my life. And maybe I would just commit suicide because I feel so bad about shirking my duty or my responsibility. I went back on my word, and I think it might actually be egoistic to jump on the grenade in that case. So I think it just depends on the context how we fill it in. But in either case, I think you should do the egoistic thing. But it's not. That doesn't mean you should never jump on the grenade. That's not what egoism implies, on my view. It could be egoistic.
Wouldn't the egoistic optimal path to just, like, be the type of person to not care about cheating other people or lying on an application or whatever. Well, like when you join the army, you signed a piece of paper that, like, you know, somewhere in the text it says you didn't even read it. You didn't read it, right? and it is actually probably the case that, like, if there is a multi-page document that, like, you're supposed to read before you join the army, and for some reason there is this clause where you're supposed to jump in a grenade, like, the probability that people read it is probably pretty low, right? But furthermore, on top of that, at least in my experience, like, one, there are a lot of people, it is very psychologically possible to just, like, not care about lying on these types of things. And then secondly, if you were an egoist and you wanted to make life easiest for you, then you would want to be the type of person who doesn't care about these things, right? Like, so then you could just reap all the benefits of promising stuff while not actually delivering on the promise.
I don't think that's egoistic. If you're the type of person who doesn't care about being true to his word, then I don't think you're going to... I think
you would want to make yourself that type of person.
If you're an egoist,
you probably pretty easy to do. Yeah.
If you're an egoist, you would want to make yourself into the type of person who would not care about being true to his word. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I certainly disagree with that. And I guess I think if you consider the consequences of acting that way, you will reach the conclusion it's not good for yourself. I mean, what is it? What does it do to your self-respect, for one thing, your self-esteem? What does it do? Maybe we can and should explore that, but let me just also add, what does it do to your relationships with other people? Like, can other people trust you? Are you going to be able to have good relationships, friendships, romantic relationships, if your friends think maybe you're going to backstab them, your spouse thinks maybe you're going to cheat on them because, hey, you're not a man of your word, no one can trust you? Can you have good social relationships? So that's one issue. I think it does harm to your potential to have good relationships with other people. And I also think it undermines your own self-respect and self-esteem. So I do think there are costs to pay, and that they outweigh any kind of gain.
Yeah, but then you just wouldn't tell your friends, right? You just wouldn't tell your friends that you're... I mean, that's the whole point of being, like, about not caring about, like, lying, right? Like, you could just lie to your friends then, right? You could just be like, oh,
so you're lying to your friends. So what does that say about the quality of your relationship with the friends, that you have to lie to them in order to maintain the friendship? Is that a genuine friendship? Can you derive authentic value from that? If you have to spend your life making up lies to cover up lies, that doesn't sound like
okay. So not necessarily that then, say it's, I mean, say it's about, like, a contract, or say it's about, like, the whole army thing where it's like, okay, I swear that I'm going to jump on this grenade, and then you're just like, I'm actually not going to jump on that grenade, which is, by the way, probably what a lot of people in the army are currently doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, this isn't, like, some crazy example. Like, apparently a lot of people have already concluded, and they're not even egoists, but they've already concluded that the optimal path for themselves is to, like, pretend to be a lot more heroic than they actually are. Okay, a lot more willing to spend their life for other people than they actually are. Forget the word heroic.
Okay. Well, I don't think that pretending is a road to happiness. I think you're living in a kind of false reality, and I guess that's what you're doing if you sign a contract knowing that you don't intend to abide by it.
I think the stuff about like false reality is a little bit. I mean, I'm gonna admit it, right? Like I've lied on applications, and like the amount that I've suffered because of it is probably zero. I've probably benefited a lot more from it than I have suffered from it. Also, maybe I should make this clear because you seem to be from a different generation than I am. I'm fairly young. Like my generation, like lying on applications is also fairly normal for what it's worth. But like at least from my experience, there are a lot of places where you can, and I don't do all of them. I hopefully don't do most of them, but there are a lot of places where you can just compromise on some moral principle, and you will gain literally orders of magnitude above the amount that you lose. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't
And
I
so,
don't
to an
agree.
egoist, you should just take that path, right?
I mean, if you actually think it's going to be best for you, but I don't agree that it is best for you. So you mentioned lying on applications, like maybe you mean job applications or
Yeah,
school
yeah, job application.
applications. Yeah, so you pretend you have some kind of credential you don't actually have. For example, I don't think that's good. Uh, yeah,
Well, I'm not going to say I think it's good either, but
well, I mean
it's
that's
more
the
like,
issue here. I
the job
mean,
application says I need you to have experience in X, and you're like, I can like twist and rationalize my way into saying that I do have experience in this. I don't, but and then maybe as a result of that, you earn an extra an extra 10K a year because you get one job instead of another one. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure that the 10K a year is, it's so much larger than whatever. I mean, I'm not saying that this happened to me, but like this almost certainly, well, one could happen to me, and almost certainly is happening to other people right now, where like they are trading, a little bit of fibbing on their application for an extra 10K a year, which is like, I mean, you could try to convince me that that trade wasn't worth it, that like the moral backlash was so, or the guilt was so bad that like it outweighs the 10K, but like in my experience looking at other people, like that's just not true. No.
okay, I don't
Maybe I'm
agree.
missing something.
Yeah, we can talk about it some. Yeah, I don't agree. It's worth lying to get 10K or any amounts. I mean, unless like it's an emergency. I talked about emergency cases earlier, like lifeboat cases, or like lying to uh, Nazis about whether you're holding Jews in the attic. There are cases where
Yeah.
lying can be appropriate, but there you're you're not lying in order to get some value, whereas you're lying to have someone else who doesn't have a right to, like the children or the Jews you're holding. You're lying to prevent them from getting some value they have no right to. So I think lying is justified there, but
Sure.
you're raising a different case where I don't think you have a right to some job, for instance, that you're applying for, but you're lying in order to get it. And I don't think that's good, no matter what the amount you're in question is. So
Well, I agree that it's not good, but I believe but I believe it's not good because like presumably because I'm not an egoist, right? If I'm an egoist, at least by your by the definition that I've heard so far, it's like you could just weigh how happy / how fulfilled will I be if I have an extra 10K a year versus if I don't have that extra 10K a year, and then you can weigh like the amount of guilt of lying on the application, which depending on the person, but for some people that amount of guilt is like near zero. I mean, at least to me, like my justification is everybody else is doing it, so so at least that maybe that's just a rationalization, but regardless, the rationalization has worked to make it so that whatever guilt that I feel from that is basically like zero. And if I was earning an extra 10K a year for that, then I would definitely think it's worth it from an egotistical level, right? But and maybe I'm just like misweighing this. Maybe the guilt is actually like way larger than I thought, or maybe the money is worth a lot less than I thought. But I would have to be several orders of magnitude off, in my estimation, for that to be the case. For the guilt to outweigh the money.
Here's a line I wrote on the notes. Am I sharing this, or am I on the chat screen? Yeah, I'm sharing my note screen. What does it profit a man to gain the world and lose his soul? That's a line from Jesus in the New Testament. And might sound ironic coming from me, who's anti-Christianity in general, but I do think there are some lines that contain truth. So I don't, there are some things, like if you have to sell your soul in order to get something, if you have to give up your integrity in order to get something, I think it doesn't matter how much you're getting, and there's not a kind of calculus that I think you need to go through, or that I go through. Like I don't weigh the dollar amount and say, well, maybe a lie is worth 10K but not 20K, or it's, I think of it more as, is it good to live on the principle of being honest versus not? And maybe this comes down to the issue of living by reason versus emotion. And I think it's good to live by reason. And I wonder if you are, in effect, throwing out reason and just living by emotion or whim in any particular case when you're deciding what to do. And I think it's not good to live by emotion as opposed to live by reason. And we could talk about whether that's actually happening in these cases, but I just wanted to throw out that perspective. One, there's this issue of some material values that are not, it's just not, like if I could be, let's say Bernie Madoff, I think he got wealthy, and but he was miserable while he was perpetrating his pyramid scheme. And I think he said once he was thrown in jail, he felt much better. He was now more, he felt more clean or something. He was more connected to reality. He didn't have to maintain this elaborate house of cards and telling lies all the time. So even though he was eventually caught and thrown in jail, that's when he said he felt the best. This is at least what I've heard from other sources who know more about him than I do. But the point is that just material wealth is not the most important consideration. I think how you feel in your own soul, to put it that way, is more important. And I think this line from Jesus speaks to that. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? Well, not much, or not at all. So that's one point I wanted to make. And also this point about living by principle, I think is how I think of it more, rather than trying to do some cost-benefit analysis on given a certain amount at stake, 10K or 15K, whatever. That's not what I use. Just like when I don't decide whether or not it's right to steal from someone based on the value. Like, I don't think, if I only steal a candy bar, which is worth 50 cents, it's okay. But if I steal, $1,000 worth of merchandise from 7-Eleven, no, that's too much. That's crossing a line. That's an example of not acting on principle, I would say. I would say to take a principled approach is to think of it in terms of, does someone have a right to their property or not? There's no weighing of, they have a right up to $1,000, but below that, no problem, I can steal. That's not a principled approach, and I'm concerned that maybe turns out to be a kind of emotionalist, whim-driven approach, which is not good. But I've been talking a long time, so I should stop and give you a chance to say something.
But I think we can both agree that there are cases where the guilt can override any potential benefit, especially in the cases of like these guys who are obviously getting diminishing returns on money, like for me, an extra 10K a year is a lot, but like for the person that you were talking about, probably not, right? And at some point they were probably just getting like more and more money for basically zero benefit because they had hit like the asymptote of the diminishing returns, graph. But at the same time, at least to me, there is clearly a part of the asymptotic graph where you are getting like way more returns than you are losing when you lie. Like for example, in the application, as I was saying before, and like that seems like a place where like I'm very certain about it because again, like I would have to be several orders of magnitude off for that not to be the case. Like anyway, but secondly, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, I'm a materialist atheist. Like I don't have a soul to lose, right? So, and presumably you're actually pretty similar, right? Like we both believe that like we don't have souls. So that sentence
No.
I mean, it might make sense in like theory, but I was going to say something else.
I'm an atheist, but I'm not a materialist.
Oh, okay. Do you believe in souls?
Yeah, if that means, well, Ayn Rand just says that's consciousness. If you mean just by consciousness, if by soul you mean consciousness, then yes, I believe in a soul. But I don't think like the Christians do, that there's your spirit or your soul can survive the death of your body and inhabit some afterworld. I don't believe in that. But if you just mean like a mind or a consciousness, then I do think there's a soul.
Okay. Well, I definitely believe in consciousness. I mean, I guess I can't prove it, but it is something that I believe in, and so do most materialists. Is my impression that most materialists believe in consciousness. But
well, there's different types. There's eliminative materialists, and then there's reductive materialists. And the former do not believe in consciousness. They think consciousness is an illusion, which I don't think is coherent, but that's what they think. I think people like Dan Dennett.
Yeah.
I think that's a very
an allusion
fringe,
to what,
Yeah. I think that's a pretty fringe view. I think most materialists will be or reductive, or there's also a view called non-reductive materialism. And they do often speak of consciousness, at least ones I've read. But anyways, I do think...
I remember what I was going to say now.
Okay.
It was that if you try to be, if you were raised in my generation, or perhaps even if you were raised in your generation, you like really quickly figure out that principles just cannot exist in our current world. Like unless you're going to be like a nun or something, like you're going to take a lot of steps to like reject what most people do. Like for example, right? When I was little, you just have to click a button that says, I have read this. And it's like, I have not read it, because it's like 100 pages of terms and services. Like I obviously have not read it. And like, how many of those buttons have I clicked? Probably a lot. And have I been lying on all of them? Yes. There are other examples as well, like, you can't be principled about breaking the law because of jaywalking. You can't be principled about breaking the law because of speeding. You also can't be principled about stealing because, what was it called? Intellectual theft. I mean, like, how many songs have I downloaded? Yeah. The point is, there are, like, I try to be principled, but like the moment that you do, you end up realizing that like, okay, this line of thinking where it's like, okay, everybody else is doing X, so I'm going to do X, is unfortunately, like, you can't be in a system where like everybody else is defecting in the game theory sense, and you're the only person who's like, oh, I'm going to read through like every single word of this terms and services page. It's like, that's stupid. I mean, maybe it's correct. Maybe that's the only way to like save my soul. But like that, it seemed clear to me that like I'm not doing that.
Okay, well, I don't read every word of a terms of service, but not every time at least. But I think we need to distinguish some of these cases because I think a lot of the maybe the reason there are some of these super long terms of service is because uh, of problems in our legal system, and maybe companies put in a bunch of things to prevent lawsuits, frivolous lawsuits, and maybe in a more rational society, you would have much more reasonably lengthed, reasonably sized agreements, and then it would make more sense to actually read every word of the contract. So, and you also mentioned speeding. Like I think the speed limits
Or stupid.
are too low. Maybe you could say they're stupid. Um, so if we had private roads which we don't, we have government roads. If we had a more rational system, again, maybe some of these things wouldn't exist. But I want to separate cases like that from cases where I do think there's like lying on a job application about your credentials. I wouldn't put that in the same category as just saying you read, a 100-page terms of service when you actually didn't read it, um, or speeding. I see that as different.
I wouldn't put it in the same category either. But like the whole point of principle is that there's only one category. You either follow the principle or not. You don't get to like the whole point of principle is you don't get to like take little exceptions or put things on a scale like, oh, this is that bad and then this is a little bit worse. Like the whole point of principle is there's a line, you know, which is why I was saying that like because of just like the world that we happen to live in, and I agree with you, maybe like in a better world, terms of services would be more reasonable, but in terms but we don't live in that world. And so like our world doesn't seem like one that is that allows me to be principled, if you know what I mean. And then furthermore, once you allow this scale to exist, then I end up putting like lying on an application, at least like minor lies, to be like pretty close to the whole jaywalking thing, especially since like, again, if you're in a system where everybody's defecting, then unfortunately you have to defect. If everybody else is lying on the application, you're the only one who's not, then they're gonna look at you and like you're worthless. We're gonna pay you nothing because you just don't have the things that everybody else is claiming to have.
Okay.
Does that
So
make sense?
yeah, I see what you're saying, and maybe I'll address that. First, I just want to make the point. I don't think there is a generational difference between us. I think there's plenty of
Possibly
people
not.
in every generation who share your view. I think Ayn Rand has a radical view, and some people in her generation, most people in every generation, I think, take this what I think is the conventional view. That's it's egoistic to lie, cheat, and steal in these kinds of cases, like lie on a job application. Um, but so I don't think it's a generational issue. Um, but let me see if I have something more to say on your other issues. So you said principles, meaning you don't make exceptions, but I don't think I don't think principle means being dogmatic or just slavishly following some rule unthinkingly. Like I gave the example of the lying. Like in some typically in your relations with others, I don't think it's good to lie. But if someone asks you if you're harboring Jews in your attic, if the Nazis are harboring Jews, I think it's appropriate to lie.
Yeah.
But I don't have a principle that says never lie. The principle is rather be honest. But what that means is don't fake reality. At least this is the interpretation that Rand gives it. And I'm not faking reality if I lie to Nazis, because they're the ones who are faking reality, pretending as if they have a right to take some Jews and throw them in a furnace. I'm not. I'm the one who recognizes reality, namely the fact that they have rights, and the Nazis are trampling on their rights, and they have no right to know where these Jews are. So I'm actually the one in line with reality. So if you correctly understand the principle, then I don't think you need to make exceptions to it. But if you formulate it incorrectly, like "thou shalt not lie," as you might see in the Bible as a commandment, without any footnotes or explanation or context to help you interpret it and apply it, then I think you get into cases where you say, well, it's not practical to follow this so-called principle, but it's not really a principle, it's more of a dogma. So I think if we formulate our principles correctly, and this requires a process of induction, I don't know if we want to get into that at some point, or reduction. These are epistemological methods. If you formulate a principle correctly, then I do think it's in your interest to always adhere to it. And maybe, like, for example, with these super long terms of services, which I don't think anyone reads, or almost nobody, if you realize, or I don't know if this is true, I'm somewhat speculating what gives rise to this phenomenon, and I think maybe it's a regulatory kind of states we have with lots of rights violations, and I don't know if it's too easy to sue people, so they put in a bunch of terms to cover their ass, so to speak. But it's not like I wouldn't say it's generally okay to violate contracts, but if you can trace the absurdity of the length of the contract to some rights violation, like the tax code or whatever, in the state, and see that the contract is a result of that, or the result of FDA or some regulatory agency's regulations, then you could say, okay, well, I don't need to take that very seriously, because this is just a product of these immoral, rights violating organizations. I think maybe you have a different view of this. We haven't talked about regulations and taxes much in this call, or at all, but I think they're a violation of rights. So I think there might be if you think about it and don't just dogmatically hold the idea, I should never violate the terms of service. If you approach it in a more thoughtful kind of way, I think you can carve out certain cases and say, well, actually, it's morally justifiable to not read this terms of service. But I think there are other cases where we do have a difference in what's morally appropriate. I suspect, like downloading music, that's another example you gave. I don't think that's appropriate. But we can talk about that more. I don't want to talk too long myself without giving you a chance.
I think I think it's not as dogmatic. I don't think principles are supposed to be as dogmatic as necessarily like the whole like Jew example. Like for example, right? Like if someone says drugs, not even once, it's like there's a pretty obvious meaning that like what they mean is, if friends start pressuring you or whatever, you don't take the drug. But what they do not mean is that like, okay, you need to take this drug or else your I don't know, Jewish friend is gonna die. Like then obviously you take the drug. That's not what not even once meant. You know what I mean? But what it does mean, however, is that you don't get to make like minor excuses. Like if someone has a principle that they never lie, then they don't get to like make minor excuses, or else the whole point of the principle is so that you don't like continually make more and more and more carve outs until like you're actually just excusing everything. You know what I'm saying? The principle is like, okay, I'm going to draw the line precisely here. In which case, you know, maybe you can draw the line to like to have the rationale be such that, well, first of all, it just obviously does not apply to the whole like Jewish example, like hiding Anne Frank or whatever, because again, like that's not what not even once meant. You know, it doesn't apply to those extreme cases, but it might apply. I mean, traditionally, it would have been understood to apply to like, you know, oh, I don't feel like reading 20 pages of this thing, and so I'm just gonna click this, you know. But unfortunately, and maybe you can be like, okay, you know what, we're gonna update this principle to the modern day, and so it's everything except that, you know, we're never gonna lie except for this one case with like the whole, you know, clicking terms and services, agreeing conditions, whatever. In which case, like, but the problem is that there are more, right? There are more of these examples, and it's not just this thing. I don't know if I can like list off a bunch to you right now, but like, I don't know. I mean, white lies might be an example. Making people feel better. I don't know. And maybe you're just like, okay, so you're just not supposed to do any of those. But and that might be the case, and maybe you just are supposed to like not lie in your application, period. And I could buy that, but I'm just saying that like that would take a lot of conscious effort, and there's no like book out there in the world where like the Ayn Rand Institute like publishes, okay, these are the strict guidelines of this principle, and you can just follow this. In which case, you know, maybe it is proper to just pick up that book. But it would take a lot of work to like work through, okay, exactly which exceptions is this supposed to apply to something that is not even supposed to have exceptions in the first place. You know what I'm saying?
I'm wondering now about this framing of it. It's not supposed to have exceptions. I don't think that's. I'm concerned that's not the right way to approach it, to try to find something to which there's no exceptions. I might have said something earlier in the conversation that did suggest that, and I might want to take that back or revise that. But I think there's a parallel to the issue of concepts. So principles are generalizations. So, for example, the principle of honesties, if we interpret that to mean don't fake reality, that could apply in a number of cases, right? Don't lie on your application. Don't lie to your spouse about whether you are cheating on them. Don't lie to the army when you sign up and they say you have to agree to jump on a grenade if you're the closest person. So there's this principle, don't fake reality, and it has all these applications. Likewise, if we just take a particular concept, like the concept dog, that applies to many different things. Like it applies to this dog Lassie, this other dog Rover, this other dog Rex. And when we form the concept dog as children, we don't approach it with the idea, let me come up with this category such that I'm never going to find an exception ever for the rest of my life. I don't think that's the right approach. I think it's more, I see there's certain things out in the world and they appear similar to each other. Like Fido and Lassie appear similar as compared to my brother. He has a much different shape, right? He has 2 legs instead of 4 legs. And so we have this concept, dog, that applies to certain things in the world. And that's a useful tool. And maybe our working definition of dog is something that moves on 4 legs. And then maybe we'll, one day as children, we'll see a horse and we'll notice, oh, that also moves on 4 legs, but it's kind of different in some ways from the things that I've been calling dog. Should I still use the term dog to apply to this other thing, or should I come up with a new term like horse? And but I, so and you might decide, oh, it's different enough that it deserves a new term. But the approach is not, let me come up with this one concept that I never have to think about anymore and how it applies, and I never want to find any exceptions to it. I just did find an exception to it. I found this thing that's like it's this what I now call a horse. And you might say, oh, well, was your concept dog mistaken because now you're not sure how it applies to this other thing? I feel like I might be starting to get unclear, but I'm just trying to, my main point, which I'm trying to indicate, is I don't think that formulating principles, the goal of it, I don't think, is to reach a state where there aren't any exceptions to your principle. It's rather to develop some tool which is helpful for dealing with the things in the world that confront you. And our concepts, like the concept dog and the concept horse, they're very useful for dealing with the world because we encounter them all the time, some more often than others. But it's a useful tool for dealing with the things that confront us. And I think principles are like that. They should be regarded as useful tools, not things that, if there's ever any exception to them, then there's some kind of defect in it. I'm not sure I'm making the point exactly the way I intend to, but I'm trying to suggest.
I think I understand.
Okay.
But the problem is then you just wouldn't call it a principle, right? You'd be like, okay, vaguely speaking, you shouldn't lie. To compare, like, so there's a difference between like a word that we use in a scientific category, right? And like it, and these are, one is a step above the other in terms of clarity and strictness, you know? So for example, I mean, you were talking about dogs and horses, but like the classic example is just chair, right? Like what the hell is a chair? Like is a beanbag a chair? Is a table that you sit on a chair? Like, what, it's useful to use the word chair, but it's not a solid category. But that's the thing, right? Like if you had called chair a scientific category, then I'd be like, no, it's not a scientific category. It's like a vague thing. And that's kind of what's happening here, I think. Like vaguely speaking, like you're saying, don't lie, but it's not a principle. It's not solid. It's like just vaguely speaking, don't lie. There's like X, Y, Z, caveats, et cetera, et cetera. It's a lot more like the whole, if we're going to compare it to definitions, then it's a lot more like a chair than like hydrogen,
Okay.
It's a softer category than the word principle would make me believe. But maybe I have the wrong definition of principle, so there's that.
Okay, so you're making a distinction between a concept like chair and a concept like hydrogen, where the latter, it sounds like you think that's more rigidly defined. It's more clear whether or not something is or isn't hydrogen.
Yeah, or even tree or something. Like it's like you can find like the bound. Like a stricter category doesn't even necessarily need to mean there are no exceptions or no like caveats or no borderline conditions. But like for tree, for 99.999% of use cases, like the scientific definition of tree will match what you think a tree is. You know what I'm saying? But for like the whole lying thing, like there are a lot of exceptions. If anything, yeah, it's like it's going to be rare for you to go through it. At least it's going to be rare for most people to go through a day where they don't like end up falsifying reality in some way. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're like in a corporate environment where like things are more, you might call it political. I don't mean political in like the U.S. politics sense, but like in a corporate politics sense, if you know what I mean. Where it's like you're trying to not offend people. You're trying to like play the politics of the place, maybe not even play it, but like not get on anybody's nerves. You get my point.
Yeah, like white lies you mentioned earlier. That's
Yeah,
sounded like.
I mean, and much more on top of white lies too, right? Like it you know, you might. I mean, I won't give too many examples, but you get my point.
I actually I don't think white lies are good, but maybe we could talk about that. Let me take a quick look at the chat, see what's going on there, or at least a little bit about what's going on there. See, we got Robert in there. Mellow Mau is here. Hello, channel member. Robert is also a channel member. Florida Nick, I got a bunch of channel members here. That's why I got the stars next to their names in the chat. Thank you all for being a channel member. You too can become a channel member for as little as 99 cents per month if you click the join button on my channel. This is like a break for station identification in advertisements. Let's see. We're up to 10 likes. Thanks for the likes. And got another subscriber. Thank you for that. Let's see. Maybe I should read a few of these chats. We've covered a lot of grounds. We're now down into epistemology. We started on abortion, and then we in rights, and then we got into ethics and egoism, and now we're down into epistemology and principles and concepts. So we're getting to more fundamental issues. Robert says, maybe I should share this on the chat or on the screen while I'm reading, so people can follow along. When objectivism says you do not owe a gunman the truth, it does not seek to make you feel guilty at the same time. Just the opposite, in fact. It's actually quite frustrating, Florida Nick, but it's certainly led to an interesting chat stream. Let's see. What did Nick say? Nick said something was frustrating. How much does the caller know about Ayn Rand's philosophy? You said you haven't read her, right? Are you still there? Austin? Oh, did I lose you? Oh, he disappeared. He's no longer in the Zoom call. I don't know if he hung up by accident or if he intended to go or what, but I see he's no longer on Zoom. I think he said earlier in the call that he had not read. Oh, no, he just called back in. Okay. Hey, you're back.
Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I hung up by accident.
Oh, okay. Someone in the chat had asked or was wondering how much you knew about Ayn Rand's philosophy. And I thought you said earlier that you had not read Rand. Was that correct?
I've read snippets, but I don't remember basically anything. I mean, I don't remember basically anything from anything I read, honestly. But yeah, I've spent a lot of time talking to a person who was a follower of Rand. Like, she was one of my professors. Supposedly she had like she was with Rand. Oh, was she? Wait, hold up. I believe she said that she was in the same room as Rand several times. She was part of the Ayn Rand Institute and stuff, but she had a falling out. I mean, it's not particularly relevant, but like, she did give me a few pieces of Rand to read, and I did read them, but I can't say that I remember them in detail.
Oh, this is a professor you had, or a follower of a professor? I forget. What did you say?
The follower of Rand, or student of Rand, I suppose. The student of Rand was a professor I had.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
And I went to several of her office hours, and by several I mean like probably more than 25, which is something.
That's a lot. Well,
Yeah.
interesting. Um, interesting. I'm curious if I would recognize the name. You don't have to say if you don't want, but someone who actually knew
Uh,
Ayn Rand, that's interesting.
I'm going to err on the side of caution and not give the name.
Okay. Um, let's see. Nick asks, "Is this a record length for a phone call?" Either way, I've enjoyed it, says Nick. Great. I'm glad to hear that, Nick. Yeah,
I'm also glad.
I think it's been a good call. Record length. I think my longest call was over 4 hours, and it's now been over 4 hours since I started streaming. So we're at least getting close, I think. You probably called in maybe half an hour into the show or something.
I probably do need to leave within the next like 20 minutes though.
Okay.
So
All right. Well, I don't know if we're going to break the record, but we'll at least get close. Um, there was a call maybe a month or two ago. We talked a lot about Aristotle, and I even mentioned in the title. I think the title starts as maybe I can find it on my channel here. Let me see if I can show it. If you type in the search box 4 plus, because I titled it 4+ hour call. I think maybe that'll bring it up. Let's see what happens. Yeah, there it is. 4+ hour call on Aristotle and Ayn Rand's welfare, NAP, that's the non-aggression principle, Iran, pollution, egoism, etc., with Jack and more. So maybe I'll mention 4+ hour call with Austin on, I don't know, abortion, concepts, principles, egoism. Maybe I'll title it something like that. I always retitle the show after the stream ends, so we'll see. All right, so let me read a few more chats here. Okay. The honest answer to "Does this dress make me look fat?" says Robert, is not yes, it does make you look fat, much less no, it's not the dress that's making you look fat. The honest answer takes more than the obvious into account. This is one of the cases where I think many people, maybe most people, would say it's appropriate to white lie and say, no, it doesn't make you look fat. You look great. But I wouldn't agree with that. I think it's better to give an honest answer, or I mean, maybe no answer. You could just
dodge it somehow.
Somehow dodge it. And if they really press you, though, say, no, I want to answer. Does it make me look fat? then I think maybe you shouldn't lie. You shouldn't say no, it doesn't make you look fat if it does. But so I think maybe if they keep pressing you, you are going to give an answer, I think it should be honest. And I think that builds trust. And that's a good thing and should be taken into
I
account.
actually do agree with that case, but I do agree on that specific case. Although, the problem is you do need to like flower it up with more language than just, yes, it does make you look fat. But like if I ask somebody like, okay, does what I'm wearing look good? Then I actually do want an honest answer. But like the correct answer is going to like take a little bit of the brutality off the brutally honest answer, And I don't know how good most people are at that, and it's definitely something that you need to practice. And like if you're not great at it, then the first couple responses might need to be lies. Anyway, it's not really the point.
I'm going to start a new super chat goal here. I see we reached the goal, 5 out of 5 super chats in the first 3 hours. And I didn't start a new goal after the first 3 hours ended, but I'm going to start a new goal now. So if you all want to help support the show some more, I mean, you could do it anytime, anyways, even if I don't set up a goal here, but sometimes it helps to have a little reminder. So let me do that. 3 hours. I don't know if I'm going to go for 3 more hours. Usually I end a little bit after 9 p.m. Pacific, so that would be a little less than 3 hours from now. But I'm just going to select the max time here for this goal. Okay. It is now an active goal. Thanks everyone who helped achieve the first goal. All right, let me read a few more of these chats. Mellow Mau says, another argument against requiring ethical absolutes is Pascal's mugging. If someone has absolute ethical principles, then a malicious intelligent agent can work out how to exploit you by preparing scenarios that stress your principles into absurd positions. So there's a phrase called, or the phrase contextual absolutes is used by Leonard Peikoff, Ayn Rand's students, in Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand, that book by him. So I think if you define, sorry, I need another cough drop. If you define the context correctly, then you could say the principle is an absolute, but what that means is it's an absolute within that context. Sorry if you hear some cough drop noise. Another example which might be relevant here is Newton's laws. You might think, well, Newton, he has these principles of motion, like for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. And these laws apply universally. They were the universal laws of motion. But then Einstein came along a few centuries later, and you find out they don't quite apply in certain contexts, like the very large scale, like on the level of solar systems or galaxies, whatever the level of general relativity is. I don't know. But somehow they don't apply in these very large contexts, and people might say they also don't apply on the very small level, like in the world of quantum mechanics. But if you define the context correctly and say, well, they weren't meant to apply to every conceivable context that scientists ever discover, they're just meant to apply to the ordinary human-sized level of things we can observe with our percepts, not like the submicroscopic level and the super large level. So if you define the context correctly of these principles, then they apply throughout it to a certain level of precision. You might have to add some statement like that. So just wanted to throw out another kind of example to illustrate how principles work. Instead of seeing Newton as being overthrown by Einstein, you might see him as being refined or adapted to a somewhat different context, rather than knowledge being just a progression of exploding the previous knowledge. You could see it as building on previous knowledge. Newton said he stood on the shoulders of giants, and people stood on his shoulders, Einstein. So just want to give a different perspective. And maybe this somehow is similar to what I was saying earlier about how the point of principles is not to never encounter some exception, for there to be zero exceptions. It's to help you deal with whatever you do confront. So maybe Newton's laws, they're great for helping us deal with all kinds of ordinary macroscopic objects and events. And if we start investigating other sorts of contexts, like the realm of quantum mechanics or general relativity, then we have to discover some new principles or refine the old ones. But it's a progression of knowledge, not skepticism, where it's not the case that the more and more we learn, the less and less we know, or something like that. Let's see. Let me read this one from Josh, who just came in with the chat. He says, hey, Dan, quick question. We have long discussed the ethics of minimum age of consent. However, I would like to propose a maximum age of consent. What are your thoughts? Thanks. I've never considered that. Maximum age of consent. I don't know why there should be. What's the argument for that? Why should there be an age over which you cannot consent to sex? I don't see why there should be such an age. If you have an argument, you can make one. I've never heard that before. All right, so I read a few of the chats, and let me read one more from Ayoel's Tube, since I haven't read from him yet, or her. The guest speaks truth. How can you view a principle as morphine? A principle is supposed to be foundational, unless I guess it goes against another principle. Well, I don't think principles are, they're not like dogmas written into stone, like the Ten Commandments, thou shalt not lie, such that if you ever find an exception to it, there's some problem with it. Now, I don't think those are principles. I think those are dogmas, the Ten Commandments. But I think our items of knowledge should be adaptable and flexible, because they're tools that we use to deal with the world. So I gave the example of dog before. You might think you need to adapt that once you encounter a horse, or maybe you say, no, concept as dog doesn't need to change. We need to come up with a new concept to cover the new sort of phenomenon. But other times you might think, actually, we do need to adapt the concept. What's an example? There must be some scientific examples, like in biology, like what is a virus? Maybe, I don't know the history of this, but if at some point a virus was described as a microorganism, later maybe they decided, oh, actually it shouldn't be described as an organism at all. It's not a living thing. It has RNA or something, but not, I don't know what it is that makes it not living, even though it has some of the characteristics of living things, like they replicate as living things do. So it might have some features of living things, but it doesn't share other features of living things. And you might need to adapt your concepts, expand your concepts. I think this is discussed in OPAR, Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand, at least on some examples. Dr. Peikoff, he gives it a blood case example, or blood type example. Like originally there were the four types of blood: A, O, or A, B, O, and there's another, I thought there were four. I can't remember all of them. But later it was discovered in like if you need a blood transfusion, it was thought, well, you need to find a blood donor who has the same blood type of you. So if you need blood, you can only, and you're an A-type blood, you can only get blood donated to you from an A-type donor, not like a B-type or an O-type. You need an A-type donor. And then later it was discovered, well, it's not enough to have a successful transfusion for them to have the same type. There's this other thing called the Rh factor that also has to match. So this is a case where I guess I don't know if I would say a principle was expanded or modified, but the working principle for a while was A blood types match, and that they will allow for a successful transfusion from donor to recipient. But later they found, no, actually something else has to be in place as well, not just the basic A, whatever that means, but this Rh factor. So now the working principle is you can only do a successful blood transfusion if the basic letter matches as well as the Rh factor, or whatever that is. So that might be an example of a morphine or adapting principle. and that's fine. That's progress. That's not a problem. That's how knowledge develops. Where was that chat that I just read? Oh yeah, this one here. How can you view a principle as morphine? Well, I just gave you an example of a scientific principle having to do with blood types, of how a principle can morph. And it's not a problem. That's just the way our knowledge develops. A principle is supposed to be foundational. It's supposed to be useful for dealing with reality, for the reality that you're aware of. But you're not omniscient. You're not aware of everything simultaneously. You learn things over time. And what would be useless if you had principles that couldn't adapt at all? They were very rigid and inflexible. And so that you couldn't build on your previous knowledge. Every time you learn something new, it explodes the previous thing, and you have to go back from ground zero, start from scratch. I think it's much more helpful if we can build on previous knowledge by refining it. So that's a comment I would make in reply to this person, A.O. Wells, YouTube. All right, let me come back to you.
I do got to go.
You said you had to go.
Yeah, thanks for speaking with me, Dan.
You're welcome. Thanks for calling in.
All right. Yeah, hopefully I'll find some time and call in a future stream too.
All right, sounds good. Catch you later.
Right. Thank you.
Bye. Okay. All right. Well, it definitely helps to have callers to do long shows, because if I have to do all the talking myself, my voice will wear out much sooner. Taking a look at my analytics here. See how many people have come by the stream so far today. Looks like around a couple hundred so far. All right. What next? I guess I can continue engaging with the chat some. Sometimes I take a break, but I don't know if I'm going to take a break today. Oh, Josh just gave an argument about the maximum age of consent. Okay. I want to look at a little more above that. Maybe I'll come back to that. Rainbow Wits is here. I think I've seen you before. Your name sounds familiar. Oh yeah, there was a super chat from romanviking that I needed to get to. Oh yeah, and also objective ethics. He did 4 super chats, I think. All right, I got to answer the super chats. The ones I haven't already answered. So that's the next priority. All right, I got to find the super chats. I'm going to sort by fan funding in my live stream studio. Okay, here we go. Some of these, the MAID ones, I think we already addressed those enough for now, at least. Oh, I got to switch out my AirPod because the battery's getting low. Hold on a minute. Okay. This is my YouTube studio screen, so you can see the super chats all together. See if I can sort by top chat, live chat, or fan funding. And when I sort by fan funding, it groups together all these super chats. It makes it easy to find. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 super chats. 4 from Adjective Ethics, and 1 from romanviking, and 1 from Robert. And I think we covered. Did we cover all of Objective Ethics's? What are your thoughts on medical assistance in dying? Yeah, we talked about that. Are you willing to ask your guests about that? Yeah, we did that. And then there's one about, so far the consensus has been in favor of it. The disagreements are only with implementation. So why doesn't the government want to allow it? It's because the government cannot extract value out of dead people. Okay, we covered all of those. So thank you again for those super chats. And then we have these 2 from Roman Viking and Robert. Robert's, I think I touched on it. Let me read it again here. Metaphors are like Catholic girls. They only go so far. Yes, this joke also applies to thought experiments. At some point, reality is left behind. We were talking about a lot of thought experiments, like spraying rocks and making them become humans. Do those rocks have rights? Is it bad to crush those rocks? At a certain point, analogies can break down. They are analogies, not perfect replicas. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called analogies. But yeah, thought experiments also can only be useful to a certain point. But I'll just say thank you again, Robert, for that. I don't know that I have much more to say, but it's just a comment, not a question. Okay. Thanks for the support. Okay, so I'll go to Roman Vikings, which I didn't address earlier. He says, I'm against deportations. How should the West deal with its Islamism problem? How should the state protect individual rights against this ideology? Well, what can I say on that? Does the West have an Islamism problem? Well, if it does, I think it's not the same level of a problem as it is in other parts of the world, like Europe. There have been terrorist attacks here, like 9/11, and other killings, like in San Bernardino many years ago, or the Pulse nightclub was that in Florida somewhere? The Fort Hood shooting. I think there have been a number of cases of terrorism inspired by Islam. How should the West deal? Well, it has to, first of all, identify the source and not whitewash the source and say Islam is a religion of peace if it's not. I've studied Islam a little bit. I've read the Quran once many years ago. And it's not my impression that it's a religion of peace, but I don't think I could defend that very well by citing surahs, the what they call the chapters of the Quran, but maybe people who are much better versed in it than I could cite actual scripture that advocates killing infidels, people who don't believe in Allah, the God of Islam. Now, I think Muhammad led a pretty, I was going to say, war-filled life, at least in the latter part of his life. He had his first religious experience allegedly in 510, or sorry, 610, I believe. He was born in 570, and then I think he says the angel Gabriel talked to him in 610. That's when he started having his revelations, claiming to have them. At least this is the conventional history or legends. And then he had problems with the people in Mecca, where I think he was born and living there most of his life. But then he migrated to Medina. He went from Mecca to Medina, also a bit northwest in Saudi Arabia, along the western coasts, and because he and his followers were being persecuted somehow, or they had some kind of trouble with the tribe in Mecca, so they migrated to Medina, where they found more hospitality. But then he started conquering other places in Arabia, and then eventually he went back to Mecca and conquered Mecca. And by the time of his death, I think much, if not all, of the Arabian Peninsula was under Muslim control. So I think Muhammad was a pretty warlike guy in the latter part of his life, after he started spreading Islam by the sword. Nick says, I've driven by the Pulse nightclub many years after it happened. Very unsettling. Yeah, Nick is in Florida. Florida Nick. Orlando, maybe? So if Muhammad is any indication of the nature of the religion, I think it's plausible it's not really a religion of peace. I don't think he set a great example for a religion of peace. So how does the West deal with Islam? Well, don't pretend it's something it's not. Like, don't pretend it's a religion of peace if it's not. I think this was often said in the wake of 9/11 by prominent people, maybe including George W. Bush. So if you whitewash the nature of the enemy, then you're not going to be able to fight it. You won't have any reason to fight it. And I guess what also compounding the problem is if you have a philosophy of self-sacrifice that says, love your enemy, which George W. Bush had. He was a Christian, and I think he took his Christianity more seriously than many other presidents. He had faith-based initiatives, and I think other presidents didn't put as much emphasis on faith. But if your faith says to love your enemy, if that's Jesus' message, well, how are you supposed to fight off Islamic terrorists? And I think you can see the rules of engagement were such that they couldn't fight an effective war. I think as at least sometime during the war in Afghanistan or Iraq, they had rules like you can't harm civilians. If I don't know what the rules were, like if you have to wait to be fired on before you can fire against someone. You can't just preemptively take someone out, at least if there's civilians around. I don't know, but somehow people who know more about this than I do, like Yaron Brook, Elon Giorno, who have written articles and books about America's wars with Islam, they could they could say much more about this than I can. But the lesson I remember, the bottom line is that we did not fight in an egoistic manner. We fought with one hand tied behind our back, in effect. We didn't go all out compared to something like World War II, where we dropped bombs, A-bombs, on Japan. That's much more like what it looks like to be serious about defeating your enemy. No dragging this thing out for years, decades, and engaging in nation building. That shouldn't be the purpose. It should be to defeat the enemy, not to spread democracy to the Middle East or something like that. So Western countries have to understand egoism better. That's a big part of the solution, and they have to reject the morality of self-sacrifice. They have to engage in war and go full throttle in pursuit of victory and in defense of its own people, not civilian casualties on the other side, which are the responsibility of the aggressors, not the people who are fighting a war in self-defense. So on one level, how should the West deal with the Islamism problem? They need Ayn Rand's philosophy of egoism. That's a big piece of the puzzle, at least. And that's what I'm here to help with, is help spread awareness and understanding, and I hope some acceptance of Ayn Rand's philosophy. And you all can help me with that, and you are helping me with that by doing super chats. So thank you. Audrey is here. Hello. What's up, friendos? She says, I find it despicable that a president would risk millions of lives to test his faith, she says. Thousands of lives were lost in Iraq and Afghanistan. Yeah, it's tragic. And, did we benefit from that? Or was it just wasted? I mean, the Taliban is back in power. That's so tragic. It didn't even result in a victory. I don't know that the U.S. has had a clean victory since the Gulf War in early 90s. So we need a better philosophy, a better morality, and that's a big part of the solution to dealing with Islam. And we need a rational philosophy, not faith. Faith doesn't make sense. It's believing things without reason. And it involves some absurdities, including loving your enemy. I don't think that makes sense. If your goal is self-interest, right? But the goal of Christianity is not self-interest. If the goal is to be like Jesus and sacrifice yourself, then maybe it is a good idea to love your enemy. So we have to turn Christian morality on its head and support a rational, self-interested morality, not a morality that's going to get ourselves destroyed. How should the state protect individual rights against this ideology? Well, really, the morality is at the foundation here. So you can't have a politics that respects individual rights if you don't have a politics, or if you don't have an ethics of egoism. Because the point of rights is to protect you as an individual. But that's pretty selfish, isn't it? That's pretty egoistic. Wanting the state to protect your rights. So I don't think rights can last unless you have a foundation of egoism. Now, there was at least an implicit kind of egoism in the Declaration of Independence, where it is said that all men have a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, their own happiness. That's pretty egoistic, right? So I think that the founding fathers understood there was some kind of tie between self-interest and political rights. But I don't think they grasped it completely or fully. They were also Christian, many of them at least, and were influenced by Christian morality. So Thomas Jefferson famously had his Jefferson Bible, where he cut out the miracles of Jesus, but he left in the ethical advice. But we need to go further. It's not just the supernatural, mystical elements of Christianity that need to be shed, as was done by many during the Enlightenment a couple centuries ago, 2 or 3 centuries ago, and the founding fathers. But we also need to take a fresh look at morality and question the morality of Jesus, not just the mysticism and supernaturalism of Jesus, but also the ethics of Jesus. And then if we reject that in favor of a rational morality of self-interest, of egoism, of happiness, then we've got a solid basis on which to advocate for individual rights. But on a more technical level, I mean, the state should protect individual rights through the military, the police, and the court system. That's how it's done. That's all that's needed. But our military is hamstrung by the ideology of its leaders. Our military could easily protect us from Islam. We could easily crush Islamist threats like Iran around the world, but we don't have the will to do so, because we don't have the moral understanding required to do so. Why hasn't Congress declared war against Iran? We should go to war against Iran. It should be done with congressional approval. Why hasn't that happened? Why didn't it happen decades ago? Well, maybe because we don't have the moral backbone necessary. It would be very easy to engage in regime change. That's what should happen, not just kick the can down the road and temporarily put them back in their quest for death to America via nuclear weapons or whatever other means. We don't want to just kick the can down the road and keep fighting this threat, hold it at bay. It should just be destroyed once and for all. But I don't think we have the will to do it. It could easily be done. The military is not the problem. It's the ideas guiding the leadership. Okay, so thank you, Roman Viking, for the super chat. Let me come back to the other chat window now. All right, got some more chats from Josh, Evan Thomas, and Audrey. All right, so I got a lot of chats here. Nick says, yes, it was in Orlando. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I got a lot of chats here, and I appreciate that. Too many to engage with all of them. I'll try to read them all later. I usually do. But if you want your chat to be engaged with now during the live stream, you can do a super chat. Put some dollars on it, just like Roman did. And then I'll give it some attention. That makes it very easy for me to decide which chats to engage with. Put some dollars on it. All right, but let me look at some more chats here. Maybe I should take a break now. You can also share the stream. That's another way you can help grow the show. Maybe get some more people over here to engage with you and me. All engagement helps. Likes, subscribes, shares, comments, chats. All right, I'm going to take a break. I'm not sure how long. I often break for about 10 minutes. So maybe I'll do that today. But I'm just going to put a note in the chat saying when I'm going to come back. Oh, I need to also mute my ringer. So if somebody calls in, only I hear it. It's now 7:01 p.m. Pacific. So I'll say back by 7. By around, I could say back by 7:14 or before. Then I leave it open. Exactly. So that's 12 minutes from now. Okay, I'm just going to turn off my mic, my sound and my video, and put my break screen on after I mute these other channels. I have to remember to unmute them if somebody calls in again. Okay. All right, so here's my break screen. And it's been good show so far. Thanks everyone for being here, and I'll see you on the other side of the break. I am back. Y'all are a good halftime show, says somebody. Well, we've gone over the halfway point. We're not doing another 6 hours or five hours after this. It's going to be more like 2 hours max. That's my plan. Maybe one day we'll do a marathon, like 12-hour stream or something. Another way we can defeat Islam is by being a better ally to Israel, by not pressuring it to engage in ceasefires before the enemy has been defeated, or engaging ourselves in ceasefires with Iran, to build on the points I was making before the break. All right, let me read some more of these chats. You can still call in if anyone wants to call. Oh, let me turn off my do not disturb. I've had that on the whole time. Hope it should still show if someone tried to call in, though. And I don't see any attempts at calls. But you can call either the number on my backgrounds, or you can use the Zoom link in the description. Who is still here? I'm more likely to engage with people who are still here. Give some priority to the live chatters. I wonder if Josh is still here. You're the one who asked about age of maximum consent, I think. And you did a chat 4 minutes ago, so maybe you're still here. You gave an argument for that, right? I think I asked you what would be the argument for a maximum age of consent, and then you put in some chats. I'm going to see if I can find those. Here it is. Should there be a maximum age of consent? He says, my argument is that past 100 years old, for example, sexual activity would be repulsive for the vast majority of people, excluding myself, of course, he says, but for the majority, it is necessary. Nick says he's still here. All right, thanks, Nick. Why do you say it's repulsive? If an act of sex is repulsive, you don't have to engage with it. Like, you don't have to have sex with someone who is over 100 if that's repulsive to you, but why should there be a law that prohibits anybody from having sex with someone over 100? Why don't you just not engage in it yourself? It doesn't matter if it's repulsive to the vast majority of people. No one's rights are being violated. If it's all consensual, I don't see grounds for making it illegal. Okay. Well, that was all, I guess that's all I have to say about that. I thought there might have been more there, but looks like there was just that one chat about that topic. Audrey says, now I'm certain you're a troll. I don't know who you're referring to. Josh? Because then Josh replies and says, I am sorry if that was the impression I provided. I did not mean to troll. Okay. I'm not sure what gave rise to that impression, but I haven't read everything. I'm going to take a look at Josh's channel. Okay. I wonder if I've seen you before. Your face looks a little familiar, but maybe I'm just imagining things. Faith is the means by which people are blinded from the truth. The truth is the enemy of religion, says Audrey. The enemy of religion is truth, not the other way around. I understand why you say this, says Josh. Okay, I don't know where a good place is to jump into the chat and start engaging, because I'm reading these somewhat randomly. And I'm struggling to get some traction with prior discussion. Evan says, excellent point to further expand Bush's monotonically aligned strength-first approach Serves faith in an irreplaceable manner. I'm not sure what you mean by strength first approach. There is the term America first, but I think people who use that aren't actually America first. They don't actually put America's interest first. Or don't know how to achieve its interest. If all humans believe fully in one doctrine, then the world would be good, both with Christianity and egoism. I don't think Christianity would make for a good world, even if everyone believed it. One thought I had on the previous live stream, maybe it's good to make a point. Someone called into the last live stream 5 days ago, and he was making the point that the U.S. is a murderous regime, and I was disputing that. I didn't think that was a fair characterization. I thought it was a smear. And it sounded like he thought U.S. isn't really much different than a regime like Iran. And it occurred to me later, well, when's the last time the U.S. slaughtered like thousands of its own citizens? Iran did that just a few months ago. I think that would have been a good example to give to indicate the U.S. and Iran are not basically the same type of regime. But that example didn't come to mind until after the live stream. But I'm mentioning it now, so there's a little supplement. Nick says, I haven't been following the chat so much, but I like the fact the caller seems honestly interested and curious. Robert says, honest usually includes not lying. What is the common denominator when it doesn't? Terms of service protect the producers of software from many things, including product liability, says Robert. Otherwise, there'd be 1,000 ways things could go very badly for them. For example, people misusing the product, committing crimes with it, and despite the language that's required, the producers are well aware and have often acknowledged that very few people read them. Dan arguing for falsifying reality to yourself versus to those around you. If you lie to those not see, you are indeed falsifying reality to them. The view seems factual if you see yourself as the object. Is that what you mean by OBJ? I'm not sure what that means. I wasn't arguing for falsifying reality to yourself. I was saying you could falsify it to a Nazi by lying about whether you're hiding Jews. Why One Should Act on Principle by Leonard Peikoff is a fantastic lecture with a very good Q&A. But principles aren't commandments to be followed blindly. I'm glad we got into that discussion. It gave me a chance to make some points I don't think I've made here before, like the similarity between concepts and principles, how they are tools to deal with things that confront us. The fact that principles have a context does not mean one should be pragmatic. It means taking everything into account without evasion. Mellow Mau is also still here. I think that chat's been there for a while, but I thought it might have been 2 from Nick because the color is the same of the letters, but for some reason I think I only mentioned Nick before, but thanks for mentioning you're here as well, Mellow Mau. I'd like to get a better understanding of principles and the topics we were talking about, or some of them. I think I could use a better understanding of. That's one thing I find out when I do these live streams. What are my weak points? Where can my grasp be improved? The caller's definition of egoism excludes much of objectivist ethics. This part of the chat is interesting to me. I'm looking for a good place to start reading. Oh, here's one back on abortion. I forgot that's where we started. Abortion is an epistemological and moral issue, says Romanviking. When does the individual begin? What is an individual? How does the individual behave morally? Is it morally wrong to kill a fetus? Kill in quotes. I don't think you need quotes around kill. I think it's true that you kill a fetus in an abortion. It wouldn't be murder. I don't think it's murder. Because to be murder, it would need to be a human that you're killing. And I don't think it's a human. But it is killing. Not reading contracts is not egoistic, says Robert. Not caring about virtue, value, and your own character is not egoistic. Hedonism is no fun. That's a quote from Richard Bach. I wonder if you would make any exception for contracts like terms of service that are very long. Do you think the egoistic thing to do is read the entirety of those contracts? I'm not sure that it is. But maybe you're not considering those to be contracts. I'm not sure. I agree with this. Not caring about virtue, value, and your own character is not egoistic. All right, someone just came in the chat. What's your opinion on clavicular being frame-mogged and androgenic being deported back to Australia? I know clavicular. I don't know androgenic. I actually discussed that, well, at least one case where clavicular was frame-mogged, which I gather meant he was outshone. He was made to look not as impressive as he usually is because of the other guy in the screen. I discussed that in one of my videos. Actually, this was the March 13th live stream. You can look that up on my channel if that's what you're talking about. If I think that's probably what you're talking about, but I don't know anything about androgenic. Never heard of that person. All right, and AOL's YouTube says, Dan or anyone, can you explain why Ayn Rand's... What happened to the Y? Ayn Rand's use of Social Security was not a refutation of her beliefs. Is it mostly justified due to one's own self-interest, even when occupying a system they argue against? I have videos about that on my channel. Like, is it not a complete disagreement of her beliefs because it supported her larger belief of egoism? She didn't say you shouldn't benefit from the state. She said you shouldn't advocate for a program like Social Security. The program is immoral, but if you're forced, which she was, to participate, she doesn't say you shouldn't benefit and just let everyone else benefit. So there's no inconsistency with her principles of egoism. And it is egoistic to get benefits if you've been forced to pay into the system. At least it could be. I guess if you're super rich, you might rather let other people, maybe people you know and love, maybe you could give your Social Security to them, but you at least have a right to it. Someone just put some 100% there in the chat. That's nice to see. Thanks for those. Now we got some startled looks. Why aren't they appearing on my... They appear in my OBS screen. Oh yeah, now I see them on my YouTube feed. I sometimes think of the bread lines in Soviet Russia when people raise this point about Social Security. Like, if you're against the totalitarian state, should you just starve? Like, if you're in Soviet Russia and the government has total control over the production and distribution of food, and you're against that, right? You think it should be private. So should you just not stand in the bread lines and get your meager rationing because you oppose totalitarian control of the economy? No, you can oppose the system and say it's a bad system, but if you're forced to be part of it, which you are, then it's fine to take advantage of it. You should. But you shouldn't advocate for it, right? Don't advocate, as people do today, right? They want there to be Social Security. They say it's a good program. And we should expand the role of the government. Like, instead of just having Medicare, let's have Medicare for all. Not just for the old. Let's socialize medicine for everybody. No, that's bad. Okay, I got some more chats coming in. Mellow Mau says, bit off topic, but I use a GPT to process contracts and terms of service, and it points out the most impactful and unusual clauses. It's the only efficient way I know of to meaningfully consent. Okay. I haven't heard of that before. You use a GPT. I don't know what that is. I've heard of Chat GPT. Is that the same? Does GPT mean the same thing here in your chat that it means in Chat GPT? I've got to look this up now. What does the GPT in Chat GPT stand for? Generative pre-trained transformer. Okay. She actually talks about Social Security in her essay, The Question of Scholarships. You say you've never read her before. She has an article called The Question of Scholarships, which is actually available free online. And that touches on this issue of Social Security. It's more about government scholarships. Like, is it appropriate to accept government scholarships if you're a student? And she discusses that case and related examples. So you can look that essay up as well. And it's linked in some of the videos on my channel. I will watch those videos. So was it just an argument against those who advocated and the state versus against those who took it up? Also, if Social Security were to end, does that mean those past contributors of Social Security also have a right to sue the government or the like? Well, she was opposed to the morality of altruism, including the idea that you have a moral duty to support other people. And I think it's that view that supports programs like Social Security and Medicare. So she advocated for an egoistic morality that says you don't owe your life to others. Service to others is not the only justification of your existence. You have a right to live for your own sake. But that moral right is implicitly denied by programs like Social Security and Medicare, which say, in effect, you don't have a right to decide how you spend your money. You have a obligation to fund other people's lives, other people's retirements, health care. And if you think you're morally entitled to live off of others, then she thought, well, you don't deserve it. It's only if you recognize that these programs are not appropriate that you're morally entitled to benefit from them. Because then you're not treating other people as though they are sacrificial animals, and you're on the correct moral premise if you're not advocating for those programs. Or at least you're not on the incorrect moral premise. I might have been a little unclear there. If Social Security were to end, does that mean those past contributors also have a right to sue the government? I don't know what the best way to unravel it is. I do think it should be phased out. I don't know if you can sue the government because it was legally passed into law. But I don't know if you can get some kind of reparations. I guess if there's a way to do it without violating everyone's rights, then sure, I guess. But I don't know if you can compensate people. Like what would you do? How would you compensate people? If you sue the government, well, who's gonna? So if all of a sudden Social Security is stopped, and I've been paying into it for decades, and now that it's been stopped, I don't get any benefits from it. and I sue the government, well, someone has to pay that, right? If I successfully sue the government, and now the government's on the hook to pay me back all the money I put in, well, now you're just screwing over other people. Whatever taxpayers are contributing the amount to compensate me, now they've gotten screwed over, right? So it's this huge problem where everyone is just thrown into this pot and everyone is screwing everyone else over. I guess it's primarily the young are getting screwed over at the expense of the old. And you have people like in the early days of Social Security where people weren't paying into it for decades. There would be these massive imbalances between how much they paid in and how much they got out. There's a famous woman who she paid in. I'm going to look her up. Ida, was it Ida something? Ida Mae Fuller? I think that might have been her name. The first recipient of Social Security. Yeah. I'll share this. Oh, somebody called in? Oh, yeah, somebody did call in. Okay. Let me just go through this Ida Mae Fuller example for a minute and then I'll screen your call. So she was a Vermont school teacher and legal secretary who was the first beneficiary of recurring monthly Social Security payments. And I think it says somewhere how much she put in and how much she got out. Fuller worked under Social Security just shy of 3 years, from the spring of 1937 to November 1939, and paid a total of $24.75, equivalent to $522 in 2025 in Social Security taxes. She filed her retirement claim on November 4th, 1939, age 65. After approval, dot, dot, dot. Here we go. Later life. During retirement, Fuller collected a total of $22,888.92, equivalent to $526,000 in 2025. So she paid in $500 about in today's money. She got out $500,000. Where did all that money come from? From later workers, right? From younger people being transferred to old. So this is not someone just getting out what they put in. This is people getting out way more than they paid in. And when you do that, how are you supposed to unwind the system in a way that isn't harmful to anyone? The way it continues is the system, it's just a pyramid scheme. That's what it's called sometimes, where you just have to get more and more people to sustain the thing or else it collapses. And I've read that it's supposed to be insolvents, I think, in less than 10 years, unless either the retirement age is increased or you get fewer benefits per month. So it's not a sustainable system. All right. Did the person who called in say who they were in the chat? Well, I can ask. All right, I'm going to screen this call on Zoom. Hello? Mason, can you unmute? Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, you don't have to mute yourself every time you talk unless you want. So are you in the YouTube chat? What is your name in the YouTube chat? Danny? I don't see a Danny in the YouTube chat. Oh, that person. Oh, okay. Did you say anything in the chat? I just see a smiley face in one of your chats. About what? Red Steer the Clown? I have no idea what that is. I never heard of that. What how do you how do you how do you spell his name? His first name? Red Steer, Redsteer. I'm going to Google it. Okay. I don't see anything on Wikipedia or on Google search about. Uh, okay, well, what did you want to discuss about this person? No, I don't know him. Is that it? All right, I guess we're done. Okay, maybe that was just a troll. You haven't hung up yet, Mason. I'm going to hang you up. Yeah, it's a troll. He started uttering slurs. So he was just a troll. Racial slurs. But he couldn't be heard by you, right? I've had a troll like that before come on. But he was muted on YouTube. He should have been. Yeah, it's a troll. All right. maybe I should report him to Zoom. It's giving me this option here. I guess you can see that. Let me just hide that for now. I can also report him to YouTube. Maybe YouTube and Zoom can block him. All right, what is this saying? Zoom is requesting bypass the system privately. Oh yeah, he was trying to get on, I guess that was him trying to get through. Okay, I don't know how to get rid of that. Message. All right, I submitted a report to Zoom. But there's this other window I'm trying to get rid of. And let's see, is this going to work? I think I just... Okay, I think that worked. All right, I see Mellow Mau has called in. All right, I'll get to you in a minute. Let me just do one other thing first. Oh, he was the person who asked about clavicular and androgenic. Oh, I can turn my Zoom back on now. My video. There we go. Okay, I just blocked him from the chat on YouTube. And I'll try to report him later to YouTube after the stream. And maybe YouTube can punish him some. All right, Mellow Mau. Oh, there's two. Hold on, I gotta check something else before I get to Mau. I gotta turn the picture off for a minute. Yeah, he left some chats in Zoom. All right, I just closed that. All right, Mellow Mau. Hello. Hey, it's going all right. How are you?
Then I realized it's not the same spelling as my YouTube name, so managed to get it wrong 2 times. But
Oh, so
doing all
you're it's oh yeah, because it's got MAO and you were trying to change it to MAU.
yeah, as you recall, you pointed out to me several calls ago that people might think Mao means Mao Zedong,
Yeah.
and that just had never occurred to me. I was like, oh, I should really fix that. I really do not want people to think that. I don't know.
Well, you show
But
up in the chat as MAU, so people at least they can go by that. So that's the Mellow Mau who has called in, and you can figure out later how to do it on Zoom, I guess. I think you should be able to rename yourself. Actually, I think you have the power in Zoom to rename yourself. At least that's how it shows up in my control panels.
yeah, it is possible. I changed it after our last call. So I know it's doable. I just have to do some button clicking, but I'll save that for later. I had some short conversation topics since I saw you had, you know, I guess fewer people calling in right now. And I just heard you swat that troll away. And that was the first thing I wanted to react to. Uh, it immediately made me think of um, an essay, an online essay that I really liked writing. If you're curious, you can find it by Googling Design Principles of Biological Circuits book review. Not necessary. I'm just going to make a small point from it anyway, but it's a very good essay for people who don't understand biology. I am certainly not an expert in biology, but a fan wrote a book review of this textbook and why it's super interesting even to non-experts. And one of the points he made is something I just thought of as soon as I heard you swat that troll away in minutes. It made me think of an interesting argument that writer pointed out, which is that biological systems like human cells, tissues, and organs have a lot of signaling mechanisms, and some of these have obvious purposes, like they're trying to bring in nutrients or expel wastes, but some signal mechanisms in biological systems look redundant or wasteful or inefficient at first glance. But it turns out that a lot of biological systems have a core problem, which is the possibility of error. You can have errors in DNA transcription, or errors in protein manufacturing, or errors in cell mitosis. And that sucks because sometimes an error can take down a whole organism. So, one of the simplest, most effective ways to error correct in biological systems is just kill some time, kill a couple of seconds. So, there are a lot of examples in actual humans, but also point out in this textbook review where a cell will like transcribe some RNA and then just kill a couple of seconds. And it turns out that RNA with errors in it will fall apart in a short amount of time, but RNA that is correct and healthy will survive those couple of seconds. And then you can rely on that to run some cell business. So that was one of the observations that writer pointed out, even for non-biological experts, is like how interesting that one of the simplest ways that you can quality check a process is just sit on it for a little bit, And if it's faulty, it'll fall apart with even a few seconds of scrutiny. And if it's solid, it'll hold up even as time passes. So I just thought of that because, you take a couple of seconds to screen your callers, and this troll couldn't keep it together for even like 1 minute. They couldn't, I don't know, play the role for even 1 minute to cause any serious damage. They had to just fall apart and, reveal their true colors, and that just made me laugh. I was thinking they would at least have a plausible cover story, but turns out, something seemingly redundant, like keeping them on mute and making them screening their call for a minute. Turns out that's just a super effective way to screen out a lot of trolls because, people with substance can make it at least a few minutes, but people without substance fall apart very quickly. I was just thinking of that.
Yeah, my immune system for my show has improved. I have had some trolls get through before, but I've gotten better over time at filtering them out. And I don't think this guy, he might not even have known that he was muted the whole time for YouTube and only I could be heard. So maybe it was all for naught. He just wasted, I don't know, an hour of life. Um,
Patiently
and
waiting to get in there,
yeah,
and the best material he had was,
and
I don't know,
if and no one can hear him. So yeah, I have gotten better over time at screening out trolls, and I'm glad I've got the system in place. It works pretty well now. Got to separate the wheat from the chaff,
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
and you're part of the wheat, so that's good.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I presume that if there are contradictions inside my capacity for reason, it'll take a little longer than 5 minutes to unravel them. But hey, maybe on my 10th call in, you'll help me unravel some deep-seated contradiction, and then I'll upgrade as a person. I do think you helped me on one a couple calls ago. You probably recall. I was asking you about economics, and you helped me understand that in objectivism, rationality doesn't mean like perfect rationality. That was it felt like a subtle but important unlock within me that I was used from my economics major. I was used to assuming that a rational choice consumer would be someone who can like evaluate the infinite array of products and has infinite time to consider their preferences and can infinitely work out what the optimal choice is in any particular problem. But you help me see that in objectivism, rationality is already a bounded rationality. It's already given reasonable constraints on time. You're doing the best you can with the information you have available. So you've already unraveled at least one contradiction within my psyche.
Okay, well, I'm happy to do that. Doesn't mean that you're like a troll, even if you have contradictions. I mean, I think my show. I hope it does that for a lot of people. I think a lot of people have some kind of mistakes in their views of morality and politics, and I want to give people a new perspective. But having mistakes or contradictions, that's a lot different than just being a troll and deliberately trying to just cause trouble. If you're here to learn, and that's fine. It's fine if you have mistakes in your thinking, and I assume many people do, and I am hoping to fix that. Maybe I have some in mind, and I can also learn some things. So as long as
Good attitude. It's admirable. That's, of course, the principle of good faith, right? Is assuming maybe I'm wrong about something. And um, I admire the community of rationalists. That's a community of online philosophers and writers, and these rationalists are overrepresented in AI research. That is, a lot of contemporary AI researchers at OpenAI and Anthropic uh, participate in the community of rationalists. And one of their fundamental principles is good faith. They take it as axiomatic that in order to be a rational person, you have to believe deeply in good faith, which means maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I might have an error in my reasoning. Maybe I have, some flaw in my perspective, and they take it as an axiom that anybody who does not have good faith will cap out. They just can't be fully rational. They're just gonna do irrational things from time to time. But having good faith is at least one of the principles required to keep upgrading and upgrading to perhaps the state of the art of rationality, which, for many of those people is AI research, right? But sorry, just a
I don't
side
know that I
topic, I
would
suppose.
put like good or describe good faith as being open to the idea that maybe I'm wrong, but I think it at least means you're not pretending to have some knowledge you don't have. Um, you're not being dishonest. You could be very confident that you're right, um, and there's no possibility in your mind that you could be wrong. I don't have anything against that kind of confidence or certainty, but just I don't claim that I'm omniscient or right about everything, but in certain cases, I might make a mistake, or at least there's things I could improve, like in my understanding of principles or how to communicate about principles. This came up with the previous caller, and I was getting a sense like I could actually use a better understanding of this. Um,
Yeah, I'm tempted to go there actually. I found y'all's conversation on principles, you and the previous caller, or two callers ago, I guess. I found that pretty interesting. But I actually wanted to start with a more of a softball from that conversation. I wanted to ask you to maybe argue in favor of the I don't know if it's a thought experiment or an argument you propose of consciousness spray.
oh,
And the reason I wanted to ask about that is, with all due respect, I found that argument not very effective, but not for the reasons that y'all were debating. I personally found that argument to be a little too unrealistic to really derive useful outputs. And the reason I say that is because, I guess, because of my personal beliefs. Um, as I'm sure I've said ad nauseum on this show, I am trying to reconcile objectivism and Buddhism, and a core um, a core belief in Buddhism, like maybe 101 stuff, is that only living things can be conscious. And there's a lot of ink spilled about what would it mean to have inanimate objects that are conscious. So, in my lifetime, I live in Texas. I have met people who believe in angels or ghosts, or I guess those are probably the most common forms of inanimate, conscious, I guess not inanimate, conscious, non-living beings. And such people that I've met seem to have a range of how seriously they actually believe this. But I have met at least one person who seemed like she seriously believed that the angels of her family, her ancestors, will sometimes speak to her either inanimately, like they're just kind of in the ether, or that sometimes they appear to her as butterflies. And for the record, I don't believe this. I found it quite absurd. I was politely kind of poking at her, but I've met at least one person who seriously seemed to believe that consciousness can appear either just in the air or in visions or angels. And my personal belief is that anybody who allows the possibility of inanimate objects being conscious or non-living beings being conscious, to me, it's sort of like such a contradictory idea that if if one accepts the possibility of that, then you can derive so many absurd things. It's just like now your personal psychology is open to all sorts of strange implications. So, with all due respect, I took the idea of conscience spray like that. I took it like, if I, for the sake of argument, accepted that you could spray a rock and make it conscious, to me, it has the same kind of effect. To me, it's like, yeah, if I assumed ghosts exist, maybe it would make sense to do all sorts of unusual behaviors like pray or paranoia, or, you can derive all sorts of things that ordinarily would make no sense. Now they make sense if you allow that possibility. So that's how I took it, is like, yeah, if I allow for consciousness spray, you can derive some things, but you've exploded your system. Now you can derive all sorts of things. And so I just wouldn't trust anymore.
So the spray that came up in the earlier conversation, it was a spray that would make anything turn into a human, not just a conscious being, but a human. So I don't know if that makes any difference to what you think of it, but I just want to at least clarify that point. So you could spray a rock with this chemical, and then over some time, maybe 5 months, it would turn into a human. And then what should we say about that? Is that a thing with rights? Should we say the sprayed rock has rights, and that we're violating its rights if we pulverize it with a hammer? And I don't think so. I think it's I don't know if I should say absurd, but his idea was that if anything has the potential to be a human, then that's enough to say it's it's uh, it's got rights. Now, well, maybe he would hedge this by saying he was not 100% certain about this, but he's at least open to this idea, whereas I'm not. I mean, actually, if that were the case, I would actually have an objection to hammering that rock if it became conscious immediately after you sprayed it, and now it can feel pain, for instance. Then I would say no. It would be like torturing an animal. I am opposed to that, but it has consciousness. But I wasn't assuming that this rock immediately becomes conscious just by being sprayed. Okay. Oh, hold on. Sorry. I did this thing again where I switched scenes and I forgot to turn on the audio so that you can be heard. I apologize. People were probably missing some of your audio there, but
No problem.
okay.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you for saying something. Yeah, I was just saying, I guess I would like to linger on this topic a little bit and just hear more of your perspective. I'm comfortable with hypotheticals. They're used in many traditions. I'm comfortable hearing them and using them. But I do implicitly feel like when hypotheticals become too specific, too customized, I just don't find them persuasive anymore. And I think a lot of internet debates, this is my criticism of them. I think the kinds of internet debates that go like really, really fast, and it's like expert debaters who can talk super fast and try to pin each other. I find that a lot of times they try to come up with incredibly specific hypotheticals that to me lose more and more grounding with reality. And then so even if they derive like, you got me, in that case, I would smash the rock. To me, it just doesn't really imply very much truth. So, if I may ask, just if you have any general thoughts, or if it seems relevant to you, where is that line where you're constructing a hypothetical that conveys something but isn't so specific that if you accept my criticism, that too specific no longer conveys something truthful, it just conveys something very artificial.
Okay. Um, Sorry, I was a little distracted. I just wanted to. Nick says in the chat, "I love Dan Norton." Nick, that's very kind of you. Thank you. And someone else says Pastor Dan, PVM Corp. Okay, I seem like a pastor, I guess. And Robert says, Robert is back. He says, what did I miss? So Mellow Mau has called in. So maybe you missed the beginning of his call. And we are now talking about thought experiments. I guess you've heard that. Um, and so, what are the limits of value you can get from thought experiments? Uh, I don't know that I have a well worked out answer to what are useful and valuable thought experiments and what are not. Um, I have heard criticisms along the lines of, well, like if they're not. See, if you say they're one point you might make is, well, they have to at least be possible in principle. Like, what if it were to what if it rains tomorrow? Even though it's not going to rain, it's sunny all week. That's the forecast. So you could still say, well, what if it rains tomorrow? Um, would that mess up your plans? Would you no longer go to the picnic? Now, is there any value in considering that hypothetical? Maybe, maybe not. But compare that to if I say, well, what if triangles had 8 sides? I mean, that can never be. That's impossible in a different sense than saying it's impossible for it to rain tomorrow. So you might say, well, it's there's no value in considering what would follow from the fact that a triangle has 8 sides. That's just incoherent. That's a self-contradiction. So that's a worthless thing to consider. You can't even consider it. There's no way to process that. What would it mean for a triangle to have 8 sides? But you can process the thought of what would follow from the fact that it rains tomorrow. Like maybe it follows that I would wear a rain jacket if I go out, or bring an umbrella with me if it goes out. If I go out, so that's at least one sort of consideration you might use to distinguish between thought experiments worth considering and those not worth considering. Whether it's something that's metaphysically possible or logically possible, I'm not sure exactly what version of possible to use, but that's one point. Here's another point I'll make. Ayn Rand mentions a rational spider in her book Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology, and she asked the question, what should be done if we encountered such a being, if such were possible? And given that man is defined as the rational animal, if we were going to use a standard Aristotelian definition, what if we encounter a rational spider? I mean, should we now call that a man? And she says, no, the differences are too great to group them under the same concept. So the appropriate thing to do there would be to form a new concept to refer to the spider. But this came to mind because you might think, well, it's impossible in some sense, maybe metaphysically possible, for there to be a rational spider, but it might still be worth considering that to illustrate some point about epistemology, like when we should or should not form a new concept. So sometimes people in the objectivist world have objected to me entertaining some thought experiments that is pretty outlandish and unrealistic, and then I point to Ayn Rand entertaining this thought experiment as to provide some pushback, because people in the objectivist world, they have a lot of respect for Ayn Rand and her thinking. So it's a way of me pushing back on the idea that certain thought experiments shouldn't be considered. And I mean, I'm still open to the idea that maybe I use thought experiments in a non-optimal way sometimes, but I guess I'm at least more open to considering them than many other people. In some other people, I don't want to quantify it necessarily. In the objectivist world, I'm more open than some to thought experiments. Some people might just be opposed to them, not on principle, but just because they don't have a good answer to them. And I think sometimes people they just don't want to engage with hypotheticals because it makes clear that they don't really have a well worked out view and they can't handle these sorts of cases. And instead of just saying, I don't know what I would say about this case, they would say, oh, you're dealing with hypotheticals. I deal with reality. Don't take me to this other world. And they try to attack it methodologically, but I wonder sometimes if, maybe what's really going on is they just don't have a good, solid answer to give, and they don't know how to handle this case. So they try to cast aspersions on the person raising the troubling case. So, anyways, there's some thoughts on all that your previous segment. I'll pause there.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's right. And I am going to remember this example of a rational spider for the same purpose that you have there. I think that does seem on face a bit absurd, which is probably why Ayn Rand selected a spider. You know, I would assume, having some familiarity with her work, certainly less than you, but I would assume that if she wanted a realistic example, she would have said a rational dolphin or a rational octopus, which we know have pretty advanced cognition. So I take it as a major clue that she chose a spider because it obviously can't be rational. So it kind of subtly emphasizes this is merely a thought experiment. I'm going to hold on to that. I think that is a good example of her clearly entertaining a challenging example.
I'm going to share this on the screen. It's the passage from Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology where she uses the example of the spider. Just a sec.
No problem.
Here we go. Okay, so she's talking about borderline cases. Where do you draw the line between orange and red, for instance? That would be an example of a question about
Sorry,
borderline
Dan,
cases.
unless there's a long delay, I don't see it on screen on your stream. Oh, it just came up. I'm sorry.
Okay. So let's see. I think this is the where I lost the. Where did the spider go? I had it just a second ago. Page 70. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay. The modern philosophers' favorite examples of this problem, the borderline case problem, are expressed by such questions as what precise shade of color represents the conceptual borderline between red and orange? Or if you had never seen any swans but white ones and then discovered a black one, by what criteria would you decide whether to classify it as a swan or to give it a different name and coin a new concept? Or if you discovered the existence of a Martian who had a rational mind but a spider's body, would you classify him as a rational animal, i.e., as man? And then skipping forward a bit, she says how she would handle these cases. And she says, in the case of black swans, it is objectively mandatory to classify them as swans because virtually all their characteristics are similar to the characteristics of the white swans, and the difference in color is of no cognitive significance. In the case of the rational spider from Mars, if such a creature were possible, the differences between him and man would be so great that the study of one would scarcely apply to the other, and therefore the formation of a new concept to designate the Martians would be objectively mandatory. So you wouldn't call it a man. You shouldn't call it a man, she says. Okay, so that's the primary source of the example, and I just wanted to give that because she acknowledged, at least implicitly, that it's might not be possible. So that's a case of a contrary to facts example that might be useful. And I don't know if it was with you, Mellow Mau, or maybe someone else, but we talked about some things in Atlas Shrugged that might be unrealistic. Plot spoilers, um, possibly for anyone listening. Like you've read that Atlas Shrugged, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Is it like
Yep.
Galt's motor, whether that's possible or that you could collapse a society in 12 years. Um, it might still be useful to illustrate some point, even if it's not possible in some sense, metaphysically impossible or physically impossible, maybe in the case of the motor. But it still might be useful as a plot device. So anyway, there's some more thoughts. I'll pause there.
Yeah, I'm tempted to say something a little ridiculous, so I hope you'll forgive it, or a little not ridiculous, I suppose, but a little out there, so forgive it. But this problem of, how would you describe an animal that's rational? Would you call it a man? This problem comes up in Buddhist philosophy as well. And the solution that I've generally seen there is to split the topic into two topics, basically biology and consciousness. So you might say that there's animal biology and human biology, and then there's animal consciousness and human consciousness. And the benefit of this is that then you can articulate that there are some humans who, although they have a human biology, they have the limbs and shape and heights and anatomy of a human. There are some people who rarely have human consciousness, but they live in a state of animal consciousness. And for me, an example is, sorry for a bleak example, but if you've ever been to some parts of California, most famously a part of San Francisco called the Tenderloin, you can see people who are just constantly zonked out on meth. So to me, that's an example of someone who they clearly have a human biology, but they are not in a state of human consciousness. They're in a state of animal consciousness. They just kind of
Mm-hmm.
react to mere perceptions. And so there's some use there. So, to Rand's example, would you call a rational spider a man? I would approach it as like clearly it still has an animal biology, but this thought experiment is what if an animal biology had a human consciousness? That's the way I would split it. And again, because then you can argue that like some humans don't have human consciousness, they only have animal consciousness. So
Well, so people can act in a subhuman way, meaning they're not living up to their nature as humans. So Rand has this phrase, man qua rational animal. But rationality is a matter of choice on her view. She thinks we have free will, and but we have to choose. So we have to choose to exercise our reason. And the people you're talking about, Skid Row was another example that came to my mind as we were
yes, yeah,
talking
yeah.
in Los Angeles. These are people who you might say are not living as rational animals, but they have the capacity to. They could choose to. Maybe they've completely destroyed their brains, and at a certain point, maybe they can't choose to, at least not without a lot of help or intervention. But um, uh, I do think it's even if you are of the species that has rationality, that doesn't mean you necessarily exercise it. And this could be true of rational spiders too. We can imagine like maybe they also have a choice about whether they employ their rational faculties or they fail to do it and then act as non-rational beings. But they still wouldn't be correctly classified as men or human beings because their biology is so different. So rationality is just it's the essential characteristic, the most fundamental and distinguishing characteristic, but it's not the only characteristic that applies to human beings. And Rand discusses this in her book ITOE, and I think the concept on definitions, how a concept is not equal to its essence or the which is the fundamental distinguishing characteristic. There are many other characteristics of human beings, like they have two arms and two legs. They can be plumbers or computer programmers. They have DNA. There's endless number of true things about human beings. They don't have tails. And all of these things can be true of human beings, even if they aren't the things you would put in a dictionary. Like the point of a dictionary entry is just to capture the essence of it, not to write a whole article. You just want to get a brief handle on the kind of entity this thing is, and that's the purpose the definition serves. But there's so even if there's some essential characteristic that spiders have in common with humans, if they're both rational, yet there's a million, 10 million other characteristics which they don't have in common. There's enough of a difference that they shouldn't be both called by the same term, either man or spider.
Yeah, I want to linger on this point for a little bit. I like linguistics. It's not like my top three favorite topics to study, but I really like it, and I've studied linguistics at various points in my life. And in a situation like this, like what is a definition? What is the role of a definition? Um, I guess to motivate this topic, I was just talking about like YouTube debate bros who try to pin each other, and one of the more common pins is to do strange moves with definitions. So I think it's essential for anybody who watches a lot of YouTube content or participates in YouTube content. It's essential to have at least a decent grasp. In fact, on several occasions, I have seen YouTube debate bros use the example of a chair. For whatever reason, it seems to be a popular meme. It seems to be that someone will use a word in a subtle way, and the opponent will just respond like, "Oh yeah, well, try to define chair," and then they'll say something reasonable, right? Like, "Okay, something with four legs," and they'll be like, "Oh, okay, so a horse is a chair," and they'll be like, "Okay, four legs and non-living." Okay, so a rocking horse is a chair, and then they're like, "Haha, you can't define what a chair is. I proved you wrong." And so, in situations like this, I personally, or I guess I just deeply believe in the argument Wittgenstein made. He called it the family resemblance concept of a definition. And I think it's similar to what you said there, but hopefully this is just a different way of expressing it. He argued that a definition is to put forth a family resemblance. And in the same way that you can intuitively look at your family and like you kind of look like your parents, but not exactly in every aspect, and you kind of look like your cousins, but not in every aspect. And the family resemblance will decrease as you get to second cousins, third cousins. At that point, there's almost no resemblance other than the fact that you're both humans. He said this is a way to ground what a definition is. So for a chair, a good definition of a chair will just establish a family resemblance, but that it is foolish or perhaps impossible to put forward a definition that's so perfect and so exact that it would always work. And except perhaps in cases like math, like you used the example of a triangle earlier, probably we could come up with an exact definition of a triangle. But outside of the realm of objective Platonic forms, in the realm of reality, it is pretty difficult and perhaps impossible to come up with a perfect definition of everything. So that's the way I think of it, is like a good definition establishes a family resemblance, and anybody who tries to criticize that your definition isn't exactly perfect in every aspect, I take it as a clue that you're talking to someone who just wants to argue or just wants to pin you, that they're not actually trying to be productive in the discussion. Does that make sense? Does that jive with your intuition?
Well, I was thinking of Rand's comments about Wittgenstein. She actually does mention him by name, and
Oh, interesting.
she's critical of his theory of concepts or universals. I think she classifies him as a nominalist, but I can share on the screen. I just found the passage here. It says, as reporters, linguistic analysts were accurate. Wittgenstein's theory that a concept refers to a conglomeration of things. Is this sharing on my screen? Yeah. Um,
I,
a conglomeration of things vaguely tied together by a family resemblance is
oh
a
no.
perfect description of the state of a mind out of focus. So that's not a very favorable description. So I guess she thought that definitions were more exact than you would imagine they are based on Wittgenstein's theory. And he had a more kind of loosey goosey, free flowing use or understanding of concepts than she had. I think she prided herself on using language very precisely, and I guess that's coming through in this passage here.
Yeah,
So,
certainly.
uh, but I mean, there are borderline cases, as she acknowledges in that other passage I read earlier. So it's not like there's a um, very hard line between certain things, but how you handle those borderline cases, I don't think it presents the kind of problem that some people think it does. And you don't need a concept like a single word for everything. You can sometimes just use a sentence to describe it, like the exact. I mean, there's maybe infinite number of colors if you just have this continuum, setting aside the metaphysical issue of whether anything is infinite, even in potentiality. But you don't need a label for every single shade. I mean, that would be like hundreds or millions of labels, and that's just not useful to the mind. But what you can say is, okay, well, I would like my car to be painted this shade of bluish green. It's a little darker than green, but it's not so dark that it becomes blue or purple or whatever the next thing over is. So you can just use a description, a phrase, or a sentence to describe some things. You don't need a concept. So there are ways of handling what you might say are borderline cases. They don't show that our whole conceptual faculty is somehow corrupt and unreliable, and we can't make our way in the world, and all our concepts are flawed or something like that. But I think there are many people in philosophy who do take that more kind of radical skeptical lesson from the fact of borderline cases, for instance. Um, and I'm not exactly sure how Wittgenstein fits into all this, but anyways, there's a little about her take on Wittgenstein and the family resemblance theory.
Interesting. Well, that is uh that is crazy to me that she would so directly address this argument. Now I got to sit with that. Um, I'm not particularly uh, a deep student of Wittgenstein's philosophy. So I guess if push comes to shove, I'll just abandon my loyalty to him. I mean, um, it's unlike objectivism, where I'm starting to read multiple works, and of course my practice of Buddhism, where I have read multiple books and practiced for over 10 years, and so don't feel a particularly strong loyalty to Wittgenstein's writings, but um, I guess I'm surprised. Maybe there's like an analytic synthetic dichotomy argument that he makes that implies what you said here, that he is nominalist. Like perhaps he thinks that these words don't map onto reality, and that's a part of his philosophy I haven't encountered. I only encountered like a short excerpt where he expresses this family resemblance argument, and I found it pretty good. So in, maybe there's something going on there. Maybe there's some sort of like it's too skeptical. Maybe it implies like I gotta admit I'm a little surprised here because to me when I play with this metaphor of a family resemblance, like to me it makes perfect sense that I would look like my first cousins and second cousins, and then I start to look less and less like my third cousins, but there's no hard stop. There's no like number at which I no longer resemble my extended family at all. Um, and I think that's correct with definitions for me anyway. I think there are a lot of concepts where Again, there are probably some concepts in the realm of Platonic forms where there are hard lines. A triangle can be perfectly defined, and I would bet that all of the axioms of objectivism can be perfectly defined, like the law of identity, which I would consider purely metaphysical and therefore can be expressed perfectly or can be defined perfectly. But I would bet that most concepts people use on a daily basis do not belong to a realm of Platonic forms and can't be defined objectively. Like I would bet that a chair, for example, I would bet that a chair is like a family where there are like third and fourth cousins of chairs that resemble them. And if I really pressed you on it, you'd be like, okay, I guess a stool is a chair, but I would bet that chairs don't have a hard line. Like even if we really sat here and thought and came up with like a 200 word definition, I bet it would still leak some edge cases. And so may I ask, have you ever encountered this particular argument either on YouTube or in formal study? Have you ever encountered somebody toy with this idea? Like, try to define a chair. I'm going to show you how hard it is.
Well, when you first mentioned that, I thought of a event at an objectivist conference where Jordan Peterson raised that example. This was a few years ago. It might have been 2018, sometime around there, I think. But anyway, if you go to the Ayn Rand Institute YouTube channel and search for Jordan Peterson and Ocon for Objectivist Conference, I think you'll see the video, and he raises this example, and there's a discussion for a while about how to handle that example, how to define a chair. I don't remember many of the details, but I have heard this sort of example. I mean, there is similarity. That's and maybe this isn't controversial at all, but similarity is a key concept in Ayn Rand's theory of concepts. So you notice similarities between, for instance, a wooden chair with 4 legs and a plastic chair with 3 legs, and they can be different heights, and but all the things we call chairs, what they differ in is their measurements within a certain range, and if they go beyond a certain range, like if the chair is only 2 inches tall, you would have to affix some kind of modifier and call it like a toy chair that you might see in a doll's house, but not just
Mm.
chair. But there are a range of measurements, and not just of heights. Is it 1 foot tall or 2 feet or 1.5 feet, but also the kind of material it's made out of: plastic, wood, metal. But liquid wouldn't suffice, right? You couldn't make a chair out of liquid just by given its nature. There are certain limitations on what would serve as a chair. I think a chair is defined partly at least by its utilitarian function. It's something designed to be sat on, but so is a bench. So you would need to refine it in some way, maybe by saying for one person to sit on, like, whereas a bench is designed for multiple people to sit on. So then you can come up with a differentia within the genus, where the genus might be, well, the genus, I guess, in a normal context would be an item of furniture. That's a larger class. And the differentia within that genus would be something like an item of furniture designed to be sat on by one person with a back for support. And that would suffice to differentiate it from a stool. So, but I just thought, like, maybe there's an exception. Like, what about a love seat? Is that a chair, or a love chair, where it's actually designed for more than one person to be able to fit into it? And I'm now thinking back to earlier with the previous caller. I was saying I don't think the point of concepts is to have some kind of exceptionless category. It's to help you deal with the things in the world. So if you encounter something like a love chair or a love seat, you could just say, well, just like I do with a toy chair, I affix this label in front of it to serve as a modifier. Likewise, when I encounter a love chair, I won't just call it a chair, I'll call it a love chair, because it's significant enough of a difference that it's worth giving it a label to make things clear what we mean. So I think there are ways to handle these cases, and I guess you could say there's a family resemblance between all these chairs, but there's something objective about it. It's not arbitrary. I think this is the view of many nominalists, and I think, including Wittgenstein, at least the later Wittgenstein. There's a difference between the early and the late Wittgenstein, and I'm not sure which one of him is the nominalist that Rand is criticizing. I think it might be the later Wittgenstein. But I think for many nominalists, their view is that it's just arbitrary. It's completely arbitrary, and there wouldn't be anything wrong with calling I don't know, something made out of liquid a chair. It's less convenient. But I think there is something objectively wrong if we understand the purpose of concepts, that their purpose is to help us deal with the world cognitively and existentially. You can actually say it is objectively wrong to form concepts in certain ways. Some ways help us deal with the world better than others. So contrary to the nominalists, you can say some classifications are objectively wrong or not. And she only devotes like one paragraph in that book I was reading about Wittgenstein. So maybe it's not clear from what I just read what her full case is against Wittgenstein. And you might say, well, isn't there kind of a family resemblance when we deal with concepts? Well, yeah, there is, but what are the implications of that? Does that mean that it's just arbitrary and subjective? And no, that doesn't follow. But I guess to fully appreciate that point, you would need to read more of the book than I read or shared here on screen.
Yeah, I must admit when you shared that, it gave me a little kick in the pants. I'm like, dang, I really gotta read ITOE. I actually do gotta read it. I keep, encountering it. Obviously, it's a foundational text in objectivism. So I do want to read this chapter in its full. Like I said earlier, I don't have any serious loyalty to Wittgenstein. And as an example, I know that he uh, wrote a lot about Christian ethics, including his famous book, Fear and Trembling, I think it's called.
Hmm.
And
I thought that
I'm
was
not Christian.
Sartre, Fear and Trembling.
Uh, it's the one where the cover art is Abraham and Isaac, and it's a pretty terrifying image. It's, Isaac being held down as Abraham's like raising a knife to him.
Mm.
I want to say it's,
Oh, Soren Kierkegaard. That's who wrote Fear and Trembling. Oh yeah, I see a cover there that shows Abraham and Isaac.
but yeah, wow, I can't believe I just mixed up two different philosophers. So big mix up. Then I might have misspoken when I say Wittgenstein wrote about Christian ethics. I guess I have no basis for that now.
And I think Kierkegaard was Christian. I don't know much about Kierkegaard, but I do think I heard that about him.
Oh, he definitely is. Yeah, that book is about the story of Abraham and Isaac, and it's supposedly a rational justification for faith. I have not read the book, so I couldn't tell you how he might approach this, but I do know that's the essential metaphor there, which is why the cover image is of that moment with Abraham and Isaac, and Abraham's about to sacrifice Isaac. So uh, I don't plan to read this book. Probably it would require a very, very different worldview than objectivism, right? It just boom, 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 just very different premises. But
Yeah, he's in the continental tradition following Kant. So after Kant, there was a split between Anglo-American philosophers and continental philosophers, that is the European continents. And there was a whole German irrationalist tradition going through Hegel and Marx and Schopenhauer and Nietzsche. And then I think into the 20th century, Soren Kierkegaard was part of that tradition, which I know little about, so I haven't read much of the continental philosophers firsthand, but I do think he's part of that tradition, which
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't I don't have much. I wouldn't put much stock in that based on what little I do know about it. But anyways, that's a little about his context.
Yeah, me neither. I don't have anything concrete to say and further about either Wittgenstein or Kierkegaard. Um, I will look up the example you just mentioned about Ocon and Jordan Peterson discussing the example of defining a chair. I
Hmm.
do admire Jordan Peterson. I won't go into any serious length here, but I would like to hear how he handles it because, as I asserted earlier, it seems to be a very common meme, this question of like, how do you define a chair? And I suspect it's because it goes all the way back to Aristotle. He had a very short passage where he said, "How do you define a chair?" Sorry, no, I totally messed up. When is a chair not a chair? When it's a table. And he posed the idea that if, you have a table and it's covered in stuff and you just set something down, you might set whatever's in your hands down onto your chair. So you might use your chair in an unusual purpose. You might use your chair as a table by setting something down on it. He really didn't elaborate in any detail. This wasn't like something he fleshed out to any great degree, but I remember encountering that his line, very brief line. When is a chair not a chair? When it's a table. So that's my conspiracy theory reason why I believe that this is a meme that is perhaps because it dates back so far, but it really is very common. You'll see whether serious debates or like inane YouTube debates, you'll see people will whip this one out, try to find a chair for whatever reason. So, in the spirit of that, I wanted to offer you another meme that seems to be growing in popularity on the same topic. So, whenever people get bogged down in this kind of argument, like, well, how do you define anything? Maybe all arguments are made up. Maybe all definitions are made up. There's one argument that seems to be growing in popularity, and it's because of a YouTube debate that went viral, I want to say a year and a half ago. And the sentence is, water is H2O. And that meme seems to be spreading to my amateur view. And it's because people will assert, like, well, if definitions are totally made up and they never refer to anything grounded, let's analyze this sentence. Water is H2O. And then if you sit with it for a minute, it'll occur to you like, that's true. It's true that water is made up of two H's and one O. And even if you translate this into other languages or you play with the grammar of it, or instead of water, you say agua, it's true that agua is H2O. So perhaps you'll encounter this one if you ever get bogged down or you observe other people getting stuck in linguistic debates. But that one I think is starting to become about as memeable as the argument of like, what is a chair? So could I ask, have you
I
heard
did
that one
hear that.
before?
I did hear that come up in a discussion between a Vosh, a YouTuber, and
Yes.
this. I guess he was a Christian or some religious philosopher, although religion wasn't really the topic. But and I don't remember how it came up in the discussion, but that's where I remember it coming up. And I think the religious philosopher was saying water is H2O, right? And then Vosh said something like, well, it depends. Like in Mexico, it's agua. And then the
Yeah, yeah.
religious philosopher was like, wait, that doesn't mean water isn't H2O. That's just a linguistic kind of change. It doesn't mean water isn't H2O. What we mean by water is the stuff that it refers to. It's not the label that is used to refer to the stuff. That's how I remember it coming up. Something along those lines. And I think a lot of people in the aftermath of that debate were criticizing Vosh for saying for I guess not agreeing that water is H2O because sometimes it's water is agua, and I guess they were saying that's a very superficial understanding or distortion of the point being made. That's all I remember about that.
That's okay. Yeah, I saw the same debate. That's where I first heard this argument. Water is H2O. I think it predates that philosophy professor, but I'm
Oh yeah,
confident.
yeah. It's been discussed a lot in philosophical literature. I think going back to at least Kripke, maybe I don't know when Kripke was writing about this, but I think there's a lot of discussion in philosophical literature about water and H2O and uh, rigid designators. I think that's a relevant term in the philosophy of language. Um, like water in every, how do they talk about it? In every, if water is refers to H2O in every possible world, this is another philosophical device they use, possible worlds. If in every
Yeah, I like
possible
that.
world water is H2O, then water is a rigid designator. Whereas a phrase like the inventor of bifocals is not a rigid designator because in some possible worlds, like ours, Ben Franklin was the inventor of bifocals. But maybe in some other possible worlds, if history had evolved differently, someone else would be the inventor of bifocals. So the inventor of bifocals is not a rigid designator, whereas water is a rigid designator. No matter what world you go to, it's got to be H2O. If it's not H2O, it's not water. So this is discussed a lot in philosophy of language, and sometimes it comes up in philosophy of mind too. But I think primarily it's a philosophy of language issue, which is I don't know if it originates with Kripke, but I think he's at least heavily involved in that discussion of that example.
Could I ask Kripke? This is the first time hearing this name. Is this Saul
Yeah.
Kripke? I just Googled. Okay, okay. I want to look this up. Thank you for that. I suspected this line, water is H2O, does predate that debate, but it does seem to be, I think it's, I'm confident that that YouTube debate, or perhaps it was Twitch, whatever, that internet debate, um, popularized or spread this argument in a big way. And that's where I think more people picked up on it. I saw the same debate that you're referring to, yes. And that is a good example of what I was talking about is there are these internet debates where in that particular one, Vosh was throwing up, I think, just funny examples. Him and his Twitch chat, they were throwing up like, what about heavy water, which has an extra neutron on the hydrogen? Is that water? Or he posed the example of like, I think the philosopher started him with, water is what fills lakes and rivers. And then Vosh was like, well, there are many things in lakes and rivers. Are those water? And that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. This seems to be a common occurrence in a lot of these inner debates is inevitably someone wants to bog it down in essentially basic issues of philosophy of language. So I don't know. That's why I have some defenses against it, but I think this conversation just upgraded my defenses of it. And thank you for bringing up Kripke. I think I need to rush up a little bit there. I took a couple logic classes in college, and so what you just described is like possible worlds. I learned that under the topic of modal logic.
Mm-hmm.
I learned it in a progression. There's like propositional logic, which is the basic stuff that goes back to Aristotle. And then there's quantifier logic, which is essential to understanding most math proofs. And then there's modal logic, which appears pretty recent in history. And if I may, just a little funny story. My logic professor, who was a really cool guy, he was a good mix of rigorous when he wants to be, but also funny and charming when he needs to be, which is unusual in the field of logic. I hear lots of legends that many logic professors are like rigid computers. I heard a story about Lorenzo Church, who was a logician, and Church was such a robotic man that like a student asked him a question in class, and his answer was like, I don't remember the exact answer, but I know it can be found in the library archives, floor 3, shelf 7, the second book on the shelf, chapter 4. And the student like went and looked, and true to his word, on that exact chapter, there was the answer to his question. And Lorenzo Church just had a mind that was storing away definitions and references like that. But sorry, back to my professor, who was an unusual mix of logical rigor but also charm. One of his go-to jokes, I guess, was people would ask him strange hypotheticals in logic, and because he was a researcher in modal theory, usually what he would say is, I don't know if what you said is possible, but it's certainly possibly possible.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
And of course,
a mind bender.
yeah, he had shown that in modal logic, if you double up the possible worlds modifier, like two diamonds, it's like every statement that is possibly possible is necessarily true. Something like that. I must be flubbing it, but that was just his go-to joke was like, what you said might be possible, but it's certainly possibly possible. And always gets a laugh. And that's just his way he would dodge like stupid hypotheticals in class.
Yeah, some it
Well,
can take a while to get your head around some of those phrases. I just pulled up the book by Kripke where he discusses water as H2O. It's called Naming in Necessity, and apparently that came out in 72 or 80, 1972 or 1980, something along those lines. Kripke argues in Naming and Necessity that water is H2O is a necessary a posteriori truth. Now, that whole framework of necessary a posteriori, that sort of language, that goes back to Kant.
yes.
And there are other versions, not quite in those terms, but that go back even further. But Rand rejects that whole framework. And this is actually discussed in her book, ITOE, mostly actually by Leonard Peikoff, who contributes an essay to that book called The Analytic Synthetic Dichotomy.
Yes, yeah.
So, uh, yeah, it's a great resource to know about. I highly recommend it to people for uh, epistemology, knowledge on epistemology. I see we've got some chats going on there. Audrey, Objective Ethics in the chat. Nice to see. All right, I do want to wrap up soon. Do you have any last things you want to say while you're up here?
Not really. I was just kind of going through some topics that I've just been building up, like, oh, I'll ask about this next time. I'll ask this next time. I could bring up a new topic if you want. Since you're wrapping up, I don't see any need to. So
If it's
I'll just,
brief, we can do it.
yeah, I'll just say some final remarks
Okay.
on this topic. I do think that I view what we've just been discussing here and what I see is being discussed in the chat between Audrey Lee and Objective Ethics. And I kind of glanced over it. I haven't read it thoroughly, but um, I think the debate they're having thing, I personally view it almost like a water balloon, where if you squeeze one part of the balloon, the water shoots up to the other side, and then you squeeze it over there, and then the water shoots back down. I kind of view it like that, where sometimes people will pose a certain view about how definitions work, but then that implies something very strange about the analytic synthetic dichotomy. But then, people will squeeze a strange belief over there, and then it implies something very unusual about the relationship between mind independent truths and mind dependent truths. And so um, I I personally just believe it's important for people to have like enough skill with these topics to be able to like not derive something really ridiculous. But I think these are genuinely tough topics. I personally don't think I could articulate very well the position on the analytic synthetic dichotomy that Leonard Peikoff articulated. Even I've read it, I think I would still struggle to properly articulate it. I find this to be one of the tougher challenges in philosophy to get just right, but I think it just don't mess it up so bad that you derive something strange like nominal skepticism, where like, words are totally made up and never relate to truth or something like that. So I think so. And I feel more motivation now that I heard that Ayn Rand took aim at the family resemblance argument. I actually think I unexpectedly um, made a prophecy that came true because I said at the start that perhaps I will discover some contradiction, and I certainly did, right? I have leaned on the family resemblance argument for years, but now I know that Ayn Rand, who I admire, specifically criticizes it. So now I have. Very true. Yeah, very true. I think that's right. Right. I haven't derived a contradiction, just a clue or some tension. And if I had to make a bet now with speculation, I would bet that Wittgenstein um, extends this family resemblance metaphor into a territory that I guess it sounds like she thinks he's too nominalist. It sounds like he's too skeptical that concepts exist or have identity. I suspect that's where it's going to go. Hmm. Can you repeat that reference? Sorry. Yeah, where was it from? Ah, strikes again. Okay, thank you. Yeah, then I certainly hit the forward. Well, thank you for letting me wrap up that topic. I do think maybe when you change scene.
Hello, hello. All right, I think it's back up. I think I might have somehow muted myself without realizing it. How much audio did you miss? Was it like 5 minutes? 2 minutes? 10 minutes? Sorry about that. Um,
It's a question for the chat.
yeah, I'm. I think I might have somehow muted. I don't know how that happens. All right. Well, we got to wrap up now. Let's see. Hopefully, they can at least. Objective ethics gives a thumbs up now. Yeah.
I just checked my YouTube link. You're good now. I don't know how
Yeah.
long it was though.
Oh, is it? Oh, wow. About 5 minutes. Objective ethics says. Okay, and hopefully they can now hear you. Yeah, I think they should be healed. All right, so let's do a closeout here. You can say your last words now,
Oh,
if you
not
have
very
any
many
last
words at
words.
all. Sure. Just thanks again, Dan. Thanks for letting me call in. Last words on the show. Thanks for just toying with these topics. But I think today I just had some general confusions, and I think that was quite helpful. So I hope more people call in just when they have, general questions. I think you're helpful with specific questions. You're helpful with general questions. So this was useful for me. Thank you again for letting me call in, and I'll looking forward to the next stream.
All right, sounds good. Thanks again for calling.
Have a good night. I'll leave now. See ya.
Okay, bye bye. Okay, so apparently about 5 minutes. I don't know how that happens because I was going between scenes and I thought I was not muted on any of the scenes. I guess you could still hear him. No one said they couldn't hear Mellow Mau. They just couldn't hear me. That's weird because I shouldn't ever be muted on on any of the scenes except during the break. I muted my mic during the break, and when that break slide, actually, am I still muted on that one? No, I'm not muted there either. So I must have unmuted after I came back from the break because you've been hearing me for the last couple hours. So I don't know how I got muted in one of these scenes. I'll have to figure that out later. All right. Well, I got to close out the stream now because it's getting late for me. So thanks everyone for being here. Thank you to my chatters, my super chatters, my callers, for anyone watching live or after the fact. I plan to do my next stream 5 days from now. That's my normal interval. So that would be Sunday, right? Yeah, Sunday, May 17th. So unless something comes up for me that prevents that, I'll plan to do another stream then. And I'm going to sign out. Oh, wait, do I want to look at it? Maybe I should look at some chats here, I guess, real quick, just to see. So it looks like most of the end of the chat was Audrey and objective ethics. I think I'll read that later. Yeah, I'll read that later. Okay, but thanks for the participation there. All right, where's my closeout screen? Here we go. All right, have a good, egoistic, happy next 5 days till I see you again. All right, bye everyone.